After the planet collided, the world changed like in a video game. People gained a status window, magic, weapons, and equipment. On top of that, dungeons had appeared all over the planet. In a world like this, he claimed to be the best at playing games. However, he was known as a noob because he was struck by a curse that wouldn't let him go past level 10. While our MC was driving, he reflected on his bad luck. The driver said he was lucky to get such a cheap price for a tank support, because nowhere else would accept just a 500 payment. The MC got offended hearing that, but what he said was true. The players continued the trip to receive the dungeon's reward. You have the chance to go beyond level 100 if you upgrade your class. The driver commented that the last girl had successfully done that. The MC was impressed to hear that, knowing she had joined a strong guild. It was an incredible stroke of luck, since in this world what matters most is the level on your status window. This was the young man's last chance, since he managed to pay thanks to guild support. Finally, the duo had arrived at the location, but once they got there, the young man was left speechless, because there didn't seem to be any dungeon there at all. While he was zoning out, someone yelled beside him. The young man then responded to the duo who was calling him. The muscular guy was pissed about the taxi driver's delay. The man named Kim didn't want to hear any excuses for being late. The girl was a level 47 healer named Cho. They were his seniors, and they seemed very powerful. Despite their lack of patience, the MC would have to trust the musclehead. And so they entered the Forbidden Pit dungeon. The scene cut straight to inside the dungeon, where our boy was already being targeted by monsters. That shouldn't be happening, since it's the tank's job to aggro those monsters. That's when his deep web tank finally showed up, defeating the creature with a single move. Even though he beat a monster, his performance as a teammate was terrible. But the guy didn't seem to have a brain at all. All he did was charge straight at the monsters with brute force, and occasionally gave some vague advice. All things considered, he was a tank for half the price, so it was still kind of worth putting up with the guy. The musclehead was already asking for an advance payment, but from what he calculated, the MC hadn't paid the full price. The big guy explained that every time he saves him, the cost goes up. Our MC said he was only now finding out about that. The scam was obvious. It made sense he was so cheap. Then he was hit with the accusation of being a con artist. Judging from past behavior, this deep web tank had deliberately put him in risky situations. It made sense that he would always show up at the last second to help. Our MC confronted him, saying he wouldn't fall for that just because he was an under 10. So he said he'd report him if anything happened to him. The musclehead asked him to repeat that, trying to intimidate him with brute strength, saying it would be a shame if he ended up getting killed by a monster. Given the situation, the musclehead said his life depended on him. There was no point in causing trouble since he'd be changing classes soon. While the two argued, the musclehead remembered the MC's face. He'd appeared in a report where he was supposed to be the greatest pro gamer ever, but now that the world had turned into a game, he'd become useless. The musclehead said that was just another reason he should follow him without any more complaints. This was his last chance to solve his family's problems, so now wasn't the time to be proud. Our MC then humbly apologized to his tank, while also asking for additional support. The tank then gave him his bank info and charged him 800. Deep down, our pro swore he would get revenge if he advanced classes. The team's tank then checked the payment, and with that, our MC kept treating the tank as his sensei. That's when our MC received a blessing, and someone called his name, Player Ethan. The girl recognized him, saying she was his biggest fan, apologizing for not noticing sooner and saying she was part of Night Game Fan. That was the real HCLW, short for Hardcore Leveling Warrior. As a fan, the girl tried to show off a bit, but the team's tank told her not to waste her mana. The musclehead got pissed that the two were having fun, so he told them to hurry up, but our MC ended up tripping at that moment. The girl asked if Ethan was okay. Seeing that, the tank burst out laughing. That was an irredeemable attitude, an idiot laughing at the misery. Our MC was worried about the embarrassment he suffered in front of a fan, but at that moment it was possible to see a glimmer reflecting on the water. In the reflection, another face could be seen. Along with the glimmer came the sound of a loud crash. Our MC finally noticed the figure in that reflection. Ethan decides to call for his tank, asking him to check something in the water. A person in golden armor with red hair. But by the time both looked, there was no one there anymore. The tank gets annoyed and gives the MC a smack on the head, promising to leave him behind if he keeps playing dumb pranks like that. Our group had finally reached the 3rd floor. The team's tank was happy to have finally found it. That was the path to the final part of the dungeon, the place where the boss rested. The aura coming from that direction sent chills down Ethan's spine. The team's tank asked the healer for buffs. This was showtime. The deep web tank was fully prepared, so it was time for them to go. In Rank B dungeons and beyond, the boss has a random rank. They finally encountered the boss, Imuji, the Vengeful Serpent. This was a Rank A difficulty boss. The boss said it felt an unpleasant aura coming from the group. Wondering if that was the hardcore level warrior, The fight had begun, and the healer asked Ethan to step back. The boss emitted a terrifying presence, but our MC felt like he had seen that monster somewhere before. The enraged monster came charging at the tank, but the buff guy was a fearless maniac. The monster's first attack pattern was fully blockable, while the second pattern was a venom bite. When that bite was blocked, then it was crucial in this fight to have high poison resistance. The problem was the third pattern, a top-tier venom. The team's tank then asked for healing. Promptly, the team's healer responded, using her sacred magic healing skill, alongside a resistance skill, Holy Shield. If you manage to block the third pattern, the boss gets stunned for a few seconds. It was the perfect moment to perform a devastating attack. With that, the monster was hit by a blow. Its mouth was stuck shut because of the sword. Mr. Olympia then took the opportunity to grab his sword. With a leap, he successfully reached it. The monster realized that this might be its end, but the tank, showing no mercy, delivered his final attack, tearing the serpent in half with unbelievable brutality. That was one hell of a scene. The brute then landed in style. He had prevailed as the victor of the battle. His gaze was that of a fearless psychopath. All he said in the end was that the fight was way too easy. With the boss's defeat, the quest had been completed, but something didn't feel right. The class upgrade hadn't shown up for Ethan. Even after all of that, our MC was still an under 10. Frustrated, he started complaining to his group about it, saying it couldn't be that the dungeon was really completed. Even though it seemed odd, the healer said the monster's HP really had hit 0. The tank, tired of the complaints, smacked Ethan, but our MC didn't accept his tank leaving. Yet the gym rat said he could only blame his luck, since the boss had already been defeated, and there was nothing more to do there. At that point, the MC lost control and grabbed his tank, saying that if he wanted to leave, he should give his money back. The two started arguing right there. The buff guy insisted there was nothing else to do since he didn't get a class upgrade after the boss died. Ethan wouldn't accept that fact and kept demanding his money back. While the argument continued, something sinister started happening behind them. The monster's body was behaving strangely. The buff guy had already lost his patience with Ethan, who wouldn't let him leave without his class upgrade. His deep web tank then challenged him to do something about it. The healer in the back tried to calm things down. Then she was the first to notice it. A system window popped up saying they had defeated the 10,000th boss, and that the requirements for Phase 2 had been met. The healer didn't understand anything even after seeing it with her own eyes. The rest of the group also had no idea what that meant. Phase 2 had started and the difficulty was hard. Ethan told his tank to look behind him immediately. Boss and Yuji had received an upgrade to SS rank, granted in an unbelievably abominable way. The eerie noise was coming from those round-shaped things. A terrifying creature then appeared. The scream of that abomination could scare even the devil. Its appearance looked like something straight out of a horror movie. Our group was powerless in front of that SS rank being, making them question why something like that was even there. Ethan had been right. The boss hadn't been defeated. The group had to act fast, so the tank asked the healer to buff him. He had some experience defeating the boss using a resurrection skill, so the musclehead hoped the attack patterns would be the same. Kim gave his war cry, saying he was from the Flame Guild, but the creature sent him flying like a ragdoll. The blow the tank received was devastating. He was launched into the air and only stopped because of a wall. His teammate rushed over, asking if he was still okay. She told him to get up and said she would heal him. The tank was groaning in pain, and his fearless expression had turned into one of pure terror. The musclehead then started begging not to fight that thing. Ethan tried to bring him back to his senses, but his tank was mentally broken. He had already given up and started to run away. Our MC tried to stop him but was hit by a punch. Then his tank dashed off saying he didn't want to die. But at that moment, a sudden attack struck the area, blocking the escape route for Ethan and the healer. By sheer luck, the tank had escaped, but the rest of the team was now trapped with the boss. Their situation was hopeless. The girl was paralyzed with fear and Ethan had to pull her along, telling her that the moment you give up is when you die. Hearing those words, the girl snapped out of it. But that didn't change the fact that they couldn't do anything against a monster like that. Ethan then came up with a plan, taking into account that the monster's attacks weren't targeted, and healing skills are effective against undead. The healer was impressed by the reasoning of the legendary HCLW. As they ran, a pale monster was chasing behind them. Ethan's plan was to use the monster's rage against itself, either by making it strike the blocked exit. But our group was about to be hit by a fatal blow. Still, they were very close to reaching the perfect spot. A voice in his subconscious told him to jump onto the pillar to his right, and so he did, narrowly avoiding the attack. Ethan and his companion survived thanks to that mysterious voice. But he had to get off the ground because the monster was right behind them. The voice had helped him, but the team's situation hadn't improved. Since this could be the end, Ethan asked the voice to help him one more time. Then the voice said that the skill Holy Light could have 100% accuracy. Ethan then asked the healer to use that skill, and she did, hitting the creature at a critical point. The attack really had been effective against the monster, and the girl couldn't believe it had actually worked, but the voice continued. Silence debuff lasts 5 seconds, and they'd have to reach the entrance within that time. His companion, very confused, asked how he knew the exact timing. Ethan replied that it was his intuition, but inside he wondered what that voice was. Looking closer now, the entrance was in much worse shape than it had seemed. The silence effect was already ending, so he needed more help from the voice. He'd instructed the healer to stay in a specific spot and Ethan to climb an L-shaped pillar. The monster would hit the girl, opening up a route for our MC to escape. Without the healer's sacrifice, escape would be impossible. Ethan then asked his companion if she trusted him. The girl said yes, and that she felt very confident thanks to him. Then the MC asked her to stay close to the wall, saying she had to get as close as possible, and that she couldn't move until he gave the signal. But his conscience felt heavy, and he asked if there wasn't another way. Even if that was the reality, that wasn't the style of the great player Ethan. He then asked the healer to use Holy Shield on the stone pillar, saying it had to be done right now. The girl said she understood and got ready. Ethan wanted to take advantage of how clumsily the boss was coming at them, using the creature's own strength against it. Ethan then commanded his healer to turn the rocks into a sacred weapon. The creature had taken devastating damage. Even though the group was thrilled, Ethan told them not to let their guard down yet, and that from now on, the two of them would have to run like there's no tomorrow. The healer was impressed with her companion. Our MC said the creature would be in agony for a while, thrashing against the walls and causing vibrations. Eventually, the rocks blocking the exit would give way. As expected, the entrance had indeed opened, exactly as Ethan had predicted. However, a rock was about to hit them. There was no time to react, but our hero chose to push the girl away. In that brief moment, she realized what was happening. The legendary HCLW had sacrificed himself. A loud crash could be heard after that. It was impossible to see our hero's body, but his companion didn't give up searching for him. Ethan appeared in front of her, covered in blood, telling her to move quickly. Desperate, the girl ran to help him. She couldn't accept that he had sacrificed himself for her. Wondering why he did it, Ethan replied that she was a huge fan. Even though his companion wanted to stop and help him, his final wish was for her to run. Otherwise, his sacrifice would be in vain. With a melancholic expression, the girl seemed to understand. She then left but said she would not give up on Ethan, promising to bring help and that he couldn't die until then. She departed, saying she'd be back soon. The walls then collapsed, closing the exit once again. There was no more hope for our MC's situation. He then began to lament how things hadn't gone the way he wanted. It felt like the world was playing against him. Then he said he would be waiting for everyone. His eyes grew tired and slowly closed. With that, Ethan said he would rest a bit. At that moment, the monster grabbed our MC's unconscious body, opening its gigantic mouth, preparing to devour him. Ethan then fell straight toward that demonic maw. He was in a free fall to hell. The beast's massive jaws shut violently. A black game over screen appeared, asking if he'd like to use his extra life. The system message then said he had just used his extra life, starting the second round. If the player is unconscious, all responses to the system will be yes. The system displayed load saved data. At that moment, the system was recognizing user information, character, hardcore leveling warrior, lucid adventure. The system then began rewriting Ethan's identity, replacing it with that of his former character, hardcore leveling warrior. Our MC's body then began to deconstruct. At that moment, something began to happen inside the monster's mouth. A strange reaction caused a massive explosion, forcing the creature to spit out what it had just devoured. The system's implementation was still at 1%. The reconstruction of the player's body was at 4%. The transfer of HCLW's stats was at 22%. Restoring the memories and nightmares of HCLW was at 51%. The fire red hair trait was at 82%. The transfer of other characteristics was at 99%. 100%, and finally, the player hardcore leveling warrior had logged in. HCLW said he was finally back, asking the creature before him if his body was really that delicious. This was payback, since the beast had devoured his skull a second time. The abomination then charged uncontrollably toward Ethan. He replied to that action by saying there would be consequences for the monster, and quickly asked the boss how many hits it wanted to take. The frenzied monster came at him, preparing its bony claws to strike. The impact caused a massive crash in the area. The creature wondered if it had managed to land the hit, but our MC was totally safe, appearing behind his opponent. However, the creature had realized it too late. Because the hardcore leveling warrior was about to unleash a strike, a massive punch landed on the abomination, completely disfiguring its head. The fight continued with a flurry of punches. The monster couldn't react to that insane combo. The beast's blood flew everywhere. All that remained was a massive blood stain. In that place, it rained blood. Our MC then landed after the brutal assault, saying that was a true bloodbath. However, Ethan knew the monster hadn't died yet. He told the creature to fight back because he knew it was insanely durable. After all, it was the reincarnation of the vengeful dragon zombie. At that moment, the monster's blood began to bubble. Something sinister was happening there. The monster began to reform amidst all the blood. The creature opened its eyes once again. However, something had changed. The creature had multiplied. A system message appeared saying, "A creature born of vengeance has appeared." To Ethan, that creature was as filthy as a cockroach. The resilient monster then began to roar, had transformed into a horde. Our MC made a curious face, because he had just found a sword. The moment was perfect, so he didn't waste time and grabbed it. It was time to remember the old days. In front of him stood a horde of monsters. Our MC prepared a flashy attack. He then dashed toward his opponents. At a speed that made dodging impossible, it was as if time had stopped in that moment. The abominations were many, but that wasn't a problem at all, because the legendary HCLW was slicing through those creatures like it was nothing, at a speed never before seen in human history. The entire battle was basically our MC hitting and the monsters just taking it. At that moment, Ethan's focus was absolute. Nothing could break his rhythm, and so the massacre continued. The HCLW decided to use Moonlight Flash, shredding all the enemies in front of him. He looked like a walking catastrophe. At the end of it all, he landed elegantly on the ground, but something had caught his attention right then. Our MC was happy with his performance, and with the effect of his moonlight skill, but there was something about that creature. While he was thinking, Ethan was caught by surprise. The monster landed a hit while he was off guard. The creature seemed determined to defeat him, and our MC appeared to have taken a lethal blow. But it was possible to see him grabbing that strike. The monster couldn't believe its eyes, because its opponent had managed to avoid the blow at the last second. Ethan was thrilled by the monster's resilience. On the other hand, the creature was stunned. MC then prepared his counterattack, tearing that abomination from the ground by force. As it was being pulled out of the ground, the monster did nothing but scream. And for Ethan, it was already time to finish this. He then began to perform the hardcore leveling warrior attack, a skill called formless swordsmanship. With complete disrespect, Ethan told his opponent to receive the attack. A massive slash was then unleashed. The attack had the shape of our MC's middle finger. In a way, it lived up to its name. The legendary HCLW wasn't playing around. At last, he was the only one left standing. He then, surprisingly, lifted his pinky finger to pick his nose right there in the hall. He had a wickedly mischievous smile. Then Ethan started going full psycho right there, laughing frenetically. It was clear that our boy was extremely happy, but he had already transcended the limits of happiness. If he kept going like that, he'd end up having a breakdown, cracking up from laughing so much. At that moment, something was happening. He really did feel unwell. He was about to break down. By accident, our boy ended up biting his own tongue. Even he found that scene ridiculous. But he was still way too excited because everything was about to happen again. So all he could do was laugh at the absurdity of it all. Ethan had made a choice and wanted to stick with it, even if everything that happened ended up meaning nothing, because all he wanted was to keep someone safe. Our MC had sacrificed everything to go back in time, and even in this timeline, MC had found a certain person, and that was all he ever wanted. Together, they had reached the safety they longed for. The time Ethan had been forced to turn back had returned to the place of origin once again. Our MC lamented being weak in the past, suffering all kinds of humiliation to achieve his class advancement, sacrificing all the money he had left, and that bastard who mocked him would be his target. Our MC was filled with pure rage. That musclehead could hide even under the devil's skirt, and even death would be too good for someone like him. At that moment, Ethan tried to remember the name of the guild of his deep web tank. A system window appeared saying he had defeated an SS rank demon, and that it was the first time something like that had happened. The system window also said there was a reward. He was asked if he wanted to open the box. It was an obvious question, so here we go. The boy's excitement was out of this world. Without hesitation, Ethan absorbed the high-grade experience reward. The sensation of leveling up was fantastic. With that, our MC had reached level 40, but there was still a reward stacked in the class advancement options. We now had the privilege of choosing any class without restrictions. Knowing that, Ethan's face lit up with a devilish smile. The special coupon to select any class was amazing, making him even wonder if he could become a god. However, the god class was unavailable. Looks like it wasn't a truly all-class coupon after all. So Ethan began to consider becoming a gambler, a class our MC was familiar with. Even though it was difficult, it was undoubtedly a broken class. But the penalty was extremely harsh, resetting your stats if you died. Because of that penalty, the general consensus was that there were better classes. So we thought about an easy but powerful class. The first that comes to mind is none other than the mage class. It wouldn't be a bad idea considering he still had attribute points to allocate. But an easy class like that didn't excite Ethan in the slightest. After all, he's known as the hardcore leveling warrior. Speaking of warrior, our MC considered becoming some kind of sword-using class, so no other class came to mind except for Weapon Master. But the biggest downside of that class is having to chase gear constantly. Then our MC began thinking about a class he greatly admired. At that moment, he remembered someone despicable with a lot of money, someone who had the Dark Mage class. Not only could it turn enemies into allies, it was also quite self-sufficient. But choosing a class was proving to be really hard. Ethan considered Summoner and War Commander, maybe Priestess or even an Archer. There were definitely plenty of options: Assassin, Martial Artist, Dragon Knight, Cyborg, even Lord, Merchant, Elementalist, Plague, Adventurer, Pirate, Steelwork, and so on. There were no less than over 300 classes. While he was still thinking, the system alerted that the time limit had expired. It caught us by surprise. We didn't know there was a countdown. The system then warned that the class selection was disappearing. Our MC panicked at that moment, waiting for the class selection window to return in any way possible. But not choosing a class unlocked an Easter egg. The Easter egg said he was very picky, and that for someone as greedy as him, something perfect existed. The system then said the MC was being forcibly promoted to a unique class, and that sounded like music to Ethan's ears. But the system then said he had been promoted to unemployed. The MC was in disbelief upon seeing that system message. Unemployed meant no defined function. Desperate, he tried to request Gambler, but the system rejected it. However, that window mentioned there were some unique perks to this unique class. Ethan then focused to see what it was about, and when he laid eyes on it, he was surprised. The skill was actually insane. At that moment, his healer companion had arrived with help. She was desperate to check if her savior was still alive. Our MC then let her know he was right there. He greeted Nisui, celebrating that he had finally managed to advance his class. His companion was moved upon hearing that. She couldn't hold back and hugged her savior and companion. All the girl wanted was to thank him for everything. Sui wanted to repay him somehow for what he had done. Ethan asked if she'd really do anything. The girl quickly replied yes, without a shred of doubt. Our MC then apologized for having to ask something like that. His companion's eyes locked onto him, listening closely to his words. Choosing his words carefully, Ethan asked her to take him to that bastard's guild. The scene cuts to the headquarters of the Flame Guild. A black taxi had just arrived at the entrance. The MC was outraged by the audacity of those punks. They wondered if those people had even hired gangsters as security. Wasting no time, our MC asked to make a few inquiries, asking if someone named Hutong lived there. The guard asked him to identify himself. Ethan replied that he was someone looking for Hutong, but the guard got nervous because he wanted to know the guy's name. The MC then identified himself as Hardcore Leveling, but in truth Ethan. The guard was stunned by the level of disrespect from that young man, giving him 3 seconds to get lost. The guards were trying to intimidate him. The secretary's bodyguard then began a countdown. At 1, he wound up to punch him, but Ethan wasn't even a little worried. The taxi was completely dismantled with a single kick. The guard went flying like a bullet, while the rest of the security force went on full alert. The MC walked in through the hole the guard had made at the entrance, and once again asked about Kim Hutong. The guards ignored him and charged in. They had clearly chosen the hard way. In an instant, they were all annihilated. The receptionist then gave the information that the boss was on the 30th floor. So up the elevator they went. Finally, they arrived at the 30th floor. The elevator doors opened. Inside, piles of security corpses. A phone started ringing non-stop. Someone on the line wanted to know what was going on. A subordinate told the boss that someone wanted to meet him, but Kim said to send him away. After all, he was in a meeting with his brother. It was the deep web tank telling the unbelievable story of the SS's rank monster. At that moment, our MC arrived, however. A brawl was about to break out. Ethan's eyes went straight to one person, the scumbag tank who tried to scam him. The musclehead turned to see who was calling him. Ethan introduced himself as the client he had left to die, but his tank still looked a bit confused. Surprisingly, the musclehead recognized him as that punk with the ridiculous hair. To him, there was no way that kid could still be alive. After all, the monster had been a level above SSF. Ethan confirmed that he really was alive, that he would find a way out of the pit of hell just to get him. His brother, seeing this, asked them to act with civility. To a leader, it was total disrespect for someone to intimidate his brother, so he warned Ethan to leave before it was too late. But our MC responded with pure mockery, saying the grown man should discipline his brother properly, though apparently it was already too late, judging by the state of his head. Seeing that, the leader flew into a full rage. From the outside, a huge explosion could be seen. Still on the 30th floor, something was bothering Ethan, because no one with that appearance had been there before. It was a peculiar ability of the leader who was preparing for battle. Our MC provoked him more and more, demanding the money that his brother had stolen from him. But the leader, seeing this, reacted with disdain, ignoring his demand and preparing a skill called Spirit Magic. Ethan was about to be struck by the attack, but midway he dismantled that flashy spell with a mere punch, destroying the Flaming Petal's armor item in the process. The impact of that punch had been devastating, deforming the Musclehead's skull. That dynamic duo couldn't even speak properly, but the leader still tried to issue threats. Our boy just said he was nothing but a low hanker. After dealing with them, Ethan wanted to know where the money was. There was a safe there, and he needed the code. This was a problem because he needed that money to pay off some dangerous people, so he simply said he wouldn't give up a single cent. And that was definitely not what Ethan wanted to hear. MC said he had planned to take only half if they gave him the code, but because of their resistance, our boy would take it all. The safe was made of titanium, but Ethan claimed to have a skill that could open anything. The leader was aware that such a skill existed, so the MC began doing something weird, murmuring ridiculous words and asking the safe to open. In the end, the safe was opened by brute force anyway. The leader definitely hadn't expected that. Laughing maniacally, he said his hands had the same effect as that skill. The leader, seeing this, decided to warn him, saying that money wasn't theirs. But just as he was about to say more, a magical attack came flying his way. The leader thought he was going to die, but the attack missed. Still, it was enough to make him wet himself. Ethan scolded him for his group scamming people. Finally, the safe was open and they could smell all that cash. Our MC then promised to make good use of the money. Mockingly, he even asked the leader if they had something to carry all that dough. Right beside him, he spotted a sack used for cons. There were 716 injured and 0 fatalities in all that chaos, but it was undoubtedly a profitable expedition. The money didn't even fit properly into his makeshift bag. Ethan was someone who couldn't contain his excitement. When overcome with ecstasy, he always went full psycho. However, Ethan felt like he was forgetting something. Finally, our MC remembered something. Apparently, it was something about food. He then thanked himself for remembering to buy ice cream, but it seemed that wasn't it, because he still felt weird. While thinking about it, his phone started ringing. The person calling was Sora. Promptly, our boy picked up. The call was to talk about Hun's condition. Now Ethan understood the bad feeling he'd been having. Without wasting time, our boy ran. Our MC was worried that the timeline would play out the same way, with Hun's death. The scene cuts to Jiga Hospital in Seoul. Inside, the doctor looked confused at the unbelievable condition of his patient. Even with the gamification of the world, that woman couldn't be helped. No one there could do anything for Hyun. She seemed to be someone deeply cherished. Hyun had been doing well not long ago, but now his situation was complicated. The medical team was doing everything they could. At that moment, our MC arrived at the hospital. He burst in, kicking the door open, leaving the staff completely confused about what was going on. The entire situation happening there was absurd. Ethan introduced himself as her guardian. He then began thinking about the reason Hyun had ended up in that condition. In his mind, there was a countdown running. She was about to collapse due to a temporal paradox. But of course, the doctors wouldn't be able to understand something like that. The girl nearby finally recognized Ethan. He then greeted Miss Sora. She commented on his rather unusual appearance. Our MC asked her if she remembered memories she didn't have before. Sora gave a negative response and said Hyun had been fine not long ago, afraid but speaking normally like a regular person. However, after the system window appeared, the appearance of the two had drastically changed. At first, they were excited about leveling up, but shortly after, Hyun started feeling sick, coughing up blood as if there were a bloody fountain. That was when Sora called Ethan. Our MC decided to use all his money to cover the hospital expenses. He began to remember his dreams and how things were a year ago, but then recalled a phenomenon called ARME, which shouldn't exist in a normal temporal flow, for the simple reason that this entity had already died. So it was impossible to save someone who had already died, even by going back in time. Sora broke the silence by asking if Hun could still be saved. However, he replied that he still didn't know. Our hero started to feel powerless. Even with all those numbers in his stats, he was completely useless in that situation. Sora asked him once again if there was at least a chance, because in a gamified world, anything could happen. And because of that, anything might be possible. So at the very least, it should be possible to save one person. Ethan just kept listening to Sora's desperate words, starting to reflect on the possibility of there being a solution in a gamified world, thinking of items and skills that defy the laws of reality. He remembered the deep sea dungeon, his former domain. With that, an idea came to mind. Ethan then thanked Sora for giving him the idea of what to do. Even without memories, she was still helping him. Our hero then promised to save Hun no matter what. He then dashed out like a maniac, telling her to wait without worrying. Our hero arrived like a lunatic at Hyun's room, leaving the hospital staff in complete shock. But our MC had to do something, saying that they needed to be somewhere soon. Without explaining, Ethan grabbed Hyun quickly and ran toward the window of the 10th floor, leaving the hospital staff even more desperate. They jumped out the window, landing on top of a car and causing total destruction. The vehicle's owner cursed him every name in the book for the damage, but Ethan asked the biker to memorize a few numbers. As he was about to ask why, the poor guy was dragged off his motorcycle. Those were the numbers of his phone, so Ethan could contact him later. The two then took off on the motorcycle like they were in GTA, riding off with the poor biker's vehicle. But our duo had no time to lose. The scene cuts to a garden, where someone is watering plants. The young man asked another person what use he could be. Another mysterious figure said it was already vacation time. He was the leader, severely weakened in a wheelchair, wanting revenge for everything that had been done to him, but he warned his client about the target's strength. The scared man said that during vacations, his price was higher. That conversation was happening in the JG Guild, and that person was a terrifying presence. So the leader couldn't just make demands of him. He had to be submissive and apologize. At that moment, a subordinate contacted him saying there was trouble because of a single person. The subordinate explained that the guy was demanding that a girl be treated, and even though they were 30 in number, they couldn't stop him. The casualties happened right in front of the SS rank gate, Ixian port. The most absurd part was that even the healers couldn't raise the girl's health above 5%, and in the end, the maniac stole all their useful items before entering the dungeon. The man was said to have spiky red hair, and coincidentally, he was the same person who had attacked his partner's guild. Now the man was even more curious to meet this individual. There was nothing left to say, so the call ended. The person assigned to do the job was a globally ranked assassin. The target specifications were sent to the one executing the task. The assassin was also informed of the target's appearance, but he asked if there was only one target. He was talking on the phone in the middle of a shootout, but his skills were incredible, managing to handle a chaotic situation while discussing business on the phone. The globally ranked assassin was excited about his new job. Besides, he had already finished up there. The guy was pumped to challenge someone truly strong. The assassin's name was Creed, rank number 1. All he needed to know was whether his target was really strong. The scene cuts to the dungeon where our duo was. They were being attacked by a giant shrimp monster. That was a B-rank monster, and our MC remembered that it used to be pretty tasty. His companion was terrified as the creature lunged at them, screaming like there was no tomorrow. But her partner said it was fine, handling the monster with incredible ease. It looked like a scene between a hero and a princess. Ethan said it hadn't always been like this in the past. Well, he decided to deal with the monster once and for all. The girl was impressed by her hero's performance, though he felt awkward because she kept clinging to his arm the whole time. She then apologized for that, but our boy said he was the one who should apologize. The girl then remembered Ethan saying he wasn't like this before, so she wanted to know why he said that. What kind of person could she have been in the past then? He was left a bit speechless by the question, but then he said that Helm was the kind of person who protected others rather than being protected. Impressed, the girl asked if she had ever protected him. Surprisingly, he replied yes. For Helm, it was weird that someone would go that far for her, but now that she knew she had a background, everything started to make sense. Digging deeper, she wanted to know if the two of them had any kind of relationship, making our boy turn red from embarrassment. What would Ethan, a 33-year-old unemployed guy, even say? Then a long silence followed. Suddenly, our hero changed the subject using a crab, showing a peculiarity that happens when his belly is pressed. But when Ethan looked back to see if she was watching, his companion had collapsed on the ground, while her consciousness slowly slipped away. Her health was also deteriorating more and more, but she tried to stay standing. However, for Hyun, there wasn't much she could do with such a weak body. Ethan tried to encourage her by saying the boss was just up ahead. She then started reflecting on the boss. Our hero decided to speed things up by giving her a sword. The girl wondered if she should really fight using that. Our MC explained to her that the boss fight had to be done solo. Hearing that, Hyun was in shock. In her mind, there was no way to defeat an SA-level boss, but her partner said she had no choice. Otherwise, she would surely die. After all, they didn't have much time. To the girl, Ethan spoke like someone who knew the future. And in fact, Ethan did know the reward for defeating the boss in that dungeon, capable of curing any debuff and condition. Even knowing that, it wasn't realistic for a noob to defeat a monster like that. But Ethan explained that they had at least a 1% chance. But it wasn't just any 1%, it was Ethan's 1%. Well, she didn't really have a choice, so she decided to give it a shot. The person who opens the dungeon door is the one who receives the reward. With that, the door was open, and right away, both of them felt a strange sensation, making the girl question whether she could really do something like that. Our MC asked his companion to relax, but those bubbling eggs were really disgusting. The scene then cuts to a sinister entity murmuring words, calling out to someone who seemed to be her sister, saying the time to wake up was near. Wasting no time, Ethan told his companion to attack first. The demonic eggs were slashed apart. The battle against the Siren Sisters was about to begin. Our MC instructed Hun to stay behind him until he gave the signal. However, at level 15 she wouldn't even be able to scratch a monster like that. But if Hun managed to defeat an XP monster, the story would change. The requirements to summon an XP monster were to take all the sisters' attacks at once. With that, our hero let the 3 bosses attack him, leaving his companion confused, wondering whether he had survived. After the impact, the sisters looked to see the result of the attack. He was doing fine, saying that the patterns in Lucid Adventure were still the same. In that case, if things continued like this, his chances of success would increase. The mermaid sisters were stunned to see that their opponent was still okay. It was unbelievable, even to his companion. The third condition was to do nothing after defeating the sisters. Then we could see one of the mermaids begging her little sister to take revenge, and the key was her tears of resentment, which would trigger the summoning of the secret XP monster. These were insider tips our MC had from Lucid Adventure. The younger sister was then summoned. Although a low-level monster, her strength was over 900, and this was the adorable Pong Pong. She was filled with rage over what had been done to her sisters. Ethan had to act fast to restrain his companion. At that moment, he started talking to Pong Pong, referring to the secret of her birth, because even though her egg had been found, she was way uglier than her sisters. The adorable mermaid Pong Pong clearly didn't like hearing that at all, because her parents told her that she would surely become as beautiful as her sisters once she grew up. Ethan kept provoking, saying her parents only said that so she wouldn't feel sad, making the younger sister incredibly furious. The devil of our MC went on saying he heard that directly from her own mother. During the fight, he remembered that Pong Pong's punches were just as fierce as he recalled, having to die over and over again until he mastered her patterns. The hardcore leveling warrior needed her to get even more furious, because only then could he unleash a final attack. Ethan asked his opponent what she had in her hands. Could it be the blood of her own family? Without realizing it, the younger sister had killed them all. The devil MC began to mess with Pong Pong's mind. With that, she descended into total madness. The younger sister couldn't bear to face that reality. While she was grieving over what happened, an attack struck her. It was too late for the adorable Pong Pong. Hin had seized the opportunity at the perfect moment. Without mercy or hesitation, she struck the target. Everything had gone perfectly, as if Ethan knew exactly how the future would play out. With that, even something so improbable became possible. The monster still hadn't given up, but the moment she charged at the girl, the Thunder Chain sword skill was activated, leaving both Pong Pong and Hyun confused. In the end, the younger sister was finally on the ground, bringing relief to our MC. With the defeat of the XP sister, Hyun received an explosive amount of XP. Reaching level 40, she could now advance her class. A system notification appeared. Personal trait: Columbus was unlocked. Hun was fascinated seeing the notification. She had even gained a new skill. But before they could enjoy the moment, someone appeared. A high-heeled entity walked over, intrigued by something. The creature was relaxed and said she had just woken up. The monster said the duo was different from the people who had come there before. She was right. Our MC had cleared this dungeon hundreds of times, but his opponent didn't know that yet. The abomination said she would turn the two of them into her new mermaid slaves for what they did to her former servants. Hun's personal trait: Columbus grants a 100% damage increase underwater. Since they were in a water dungeon, she would keep that bonus the entire time. The dungeon boss then prepared to attack. Ethan told Hun to stay sharp and to use her special skill right now. She needed to act quickly at that moment. However, she was still unsure how to use the skill, because there was no button to press. Suddenly, a system window appeared saying she had failed to use her ability. As a result, her companion took the boss's hit head-on. The mermaid boss exuded confidence. Hun couldn't accept that she hadn't managed to activate the skill, causing her companion to be seriously injured. She was in shock watching that scene, desperately calling Ethan's name to see if he was still alive. The sound of her desperation was music to the boss's ears. She wondered if the boy was still alive. His expression also pleased her greatly. Knowing the girl was the target, he had taken the hit for her. The mermaid was intrigued by that kind of action, because her opponent didn't even try to counterattack. The boss knew her opponent was strong, and yet he hadn't fought back. She then interpreted that as disrespect, and now our MC was in a complicated situation. Because of that, the mermaid charged at full force. The situation was looking very bad for our hero, but he was more worried about his plan than about his health condition. Ethan was very confident in his knowledge of the game. However, he had realized that theory is very different from practice. The MC should have considered that a beginner player would have trouble activating her skill. The consequence was his heart being crushed and his body burned. Still, the young man was somehow still breathing. Our hero still had the ability to deal with the boss if he wanted to. We then see a damage counter where the MC deals no damage. Hun would have to deal the total amount of damage. Any damage caused by Ethan would count as assistance. Any accidental damage would mean saying goodbye to the grand prize. Those were the requirements for the secret reward. The girl had to deal the entirety of damage to the boss. Everything depended on her at that moment. She was mentally shaken, seeing that terrifying scene of her companion pierced through. But Hyun knew she could do it because Ethan had said so. Yet while she was thinking, our MC was getting destroyed. The siren was becoming more and more intrigued by Ethan's resilience, and surprisingly she was entering phase 2 because of it. The boss was analyzing both Ethan's external and internal resistance. With that, she introduced to the group a small monster, capable of entering a target's body. That tiny creature could perform brainwashing, turning anyone into an eternal servant. The situation had just escalated on our MC's side. That kind of parasite was one of the hardest things to heal from, but unfortunately, that being ended up entering Ethan's orifice, reaching his brain very quickly. Thus, he fell under the control of the fascinating tentacles ability. That seemed to be the end of our hero. That ability could turn a player into a chimera, so a morphing countdown had started. 1 year later, Hyun decided to act, charging toward the siren. Seeing that pathetic attempt, the boss reacted with disdain, sending the girl flying and calling her trash. Our girl bounced across the floor from the attack. Just one blow was enough to leave her in that state. Hun was really scared at that moment, but her will to save Ethan was even stronger. Still, there was nothing she could do in that situation. The boss noticed how scared she was, saying the girl still had a sparkle in her eyes, as if she still planned to fight. The boss wasted no time and threw the parasite at her face. The worm was about to enter her body, and the siren was watching that scene with satisfaction. But the parasite was crushed instantly, leaving the dungeon boss enraged, questioning how the girl could be so brave. Hun couldn't respond properly. She finally said the parasite tasted like shit. With that level of disrespect, the siren decided to eliminate her. In a slow and very painful way, an explosive octopus was then dropped on top of her. The octobomb reacts as soon as it senses fear. Our girl's situation was getting really bad. There was no way not to feel fear in that moment. The dungeon boss mocked her, calling her a coward. The octobomb was about to explode at any moment. Hun's hands were trembling a lot. She wondered how she ended up in that situation, remembering that Ethan used to say she was the one who protected him. That didn't make sense to her since she saw herself as a coward, but she kept thinking about it and how she was pulled out of the hospital, where she would have died anyway. Deep in her heart, she believed she was capable. Memories of when Ethan told her not to give up until it's really over, that he would save her this time no matter what it cost. Hun was also very curious to know what kind of relationship the two had in the past. With that, she found the determination to fight back, but she had to act quickly, as time was running out. The creature was about to explode. Our girl then raised her sword. Her eyes burned with intense determination. She managed to cut the octopus's fuse with a single swing. That made it impossible for the creature to explode. An idea then popped into her mind. She had a rough idea of how to activate her ability. The voice of the dungeon was intrigued by what had just happened. Hyun dashed toward her target without hesitation. But to the siren, that was a pathetic move, since she could detonate the bomb at any moment. So Hyun was caught in a massive explosion. Her entire body was scorched by the flames, collapsing at the feet of the siren boss. She laughed maniacally at the sight. At that moment, the egg was about to hatch. The siren turned her attention to that cocoon. The reaction had been faster than she expected. Ethan emerged from it, saying Hyun had done very well, and the boss immediately realized that the enchantment had been broken. However, she didn't know how it happened. A skill called Resurrection had been activated, making her wonder if he was a healer. The ability had been directed toward Hyun. The system window said she had been blessed by the touch of the heavens. A great light then lit up the entire area. Her bad condition was healed, along with her body. Once again, the girl was on her feet. For the first time, the dungeon boss was nervous. Our MC emerged from the cocoon, saying Hyun was about to turn her into sushi. The girl couldn't believe she didn't have a single scar on her body, but it was still unknown how he had broken the parasite's enchantment. So let's revisit what happened inside the cocoon for a moment. When Ethan gained experience, he leveled up. That triggered the activation of his unemployed class, which allowed him to choose any class every time he leveled up. That's what he meant when the system said he didn't have a defined class. The Easter egg was an opportunity for him to explore various classes. The only restriction was that the options depended on the level, but the player could use all the benefits of the selected class. This included keeping a skill even if he changed classes later. However, none of this would have been possible without Hun's bravery, because Ethan only leveled up thanks to that octopus exploding when it died. With that, the chosen class was Priest. The boss was completely confused, not understanding anything. But to her, her opponent's situation hadn't changed. She believed she could crush them whenever she wanted, so she screamed, telling them to know their place. Fueled by pure rage, the mermaid charged at our group. While activating her servant skill, all the cocoons around began to burst open, summoning her massive marine army. Our group had to react quickly. That was the final phase of the boss fight. Ethan then asked his companion to eliminate all those monsters, and told her not to worry about anything, because the MC was there to support her. The system window said teamwork has begun. Our MC then took on the role of a healer, saying he was now the great hardcore leveling acolyte. It looked like a deep wet version of a healer. He started casting buffs like there was no tomorrow. Hun was stunned by the number of buffs she received. It was without a doubt a massive exaggeration, which made her seriously concerned. At that moment, the system window warned she had received an overdose. With that, our girl was no longer pure, but she was more than ready to deal with that legion of creatures. Meanwhile, our MC was at a level of excitement never before seen in human history. More confident than anything in this world, the horde of sea monsters was about to reach her. They looked like abominations from the abyss, and she couldn't hide her nervous expression. The skill nave of the deep sea was used. A calamity rained down on a target. Here we saw legendary monsters like the Kraken and the Loch Ness Monster. It even had the Pacific Beast Mobjik. The monster shared with the boss the ability to control weaker creatures. The cost of manipulating so many monsters was giving up a few tentacles, but it was worth it because the attack was devastating. Knowing that, it might seem strange to cast such a skill on just 2 opponents. However, Okatanashi's instincts told her to do it, because her opponent wasn't normal, and the way he was behaving was very suspicious. Okatanashi realized that getting rid of that woman was the win condition, or at least the best way to avoid defeat. It was clear that even with that absurd amount of buffs, the girl had no combat experience, so it was crucial that she be taken out. Hun was confident because Ethan was supporting her. With that in mind, she prepared to counterattack, but her sword slipped from her hands. She went into shock realizing that had just happened. At such a critical moment like that, the creature's mouth was already practically around her body. There was no escaping that bite. The attack was absolutely devastating. Even though it looked like the opponent had been defeated, the monster rain didn't stop. Seeing that, it was unlikely anything could survive. After the monster rain, another attack came right after, to secure victory once and for all. That was the very definition of overkill. The sound of that catastrophic attack was deafening. But then something incredible happened. Outside the portal, a very strange reaction took place, making people wonder what could possibly be happening in there. The dungeon had exceeded the maximum supported damage, causing the complete destruction of the dungeon. This made the boss be expelled into the real world. Okatonashi then appeared on top of a monstrous creature, landing right in the middle of the water. She then realized she had ended up in another world, but what mattered most was knowing what had happened to her enemies. A complete silence followed for a long time. She didn't sense anything alive nearby, so the boss got excited at the thought that she had defeated her enemies, which made sense after all. They were only human. But at that moment, our MC appeared, provoking her. Okatanashi tried to react quickly. Without wasting time, she launched herself at our winged MC. She was desperate to see him dead once and for all. The attack was about to hit Ethan, but at the last second, he dodged it. Her eyes tried to track his movement, but her opponent explained that his attribute points were maxed out, so the boss called him a despicable human, while trying to hit him with another attack combo. But our boy said she was aiming at the wrong target, because he didn't plan on laying a finger on her. With that, Ethan used the resurrection ability once again. It was Hyun's job to kill her after all. We can now see our heroine's leg. Her body hadn't been lost after all. The situation was complicated for the boss because she didn't have many tentacles left to sacrifice. So the monster siren began thinking of the best way to deal with them. She sent out a creature to capture her. The creature rushed at high speed toward our heroine. Finally, the little fish got very close to her. Just as the aquatic creature was about to bite the girl, a bright yellow flash lit up the depths of the water. The flash became a massive explosion. Hyun emerged from the center of that intense light, slicing the monster in half. Our girl had changed and now looked like a true warrior. The scene then cuts to the surface, where that sea monster was ejected from the water. Then came a flurry of slashes, turning that fish and sea monster into sushi. The ease with which Hyun handled that creature was impressive. That attack wasn't even a named skill, but the girl had power around the 800 range. The monster siren got irritated at being hit. She instantly repelled the girl's attacks. But Hun wasn't the same anymore. Without losing her rhythm, she struck her opponent again. You could feel the determination and fury in that girl. The boss was disoriented to see her recover so quickly. Realizing things had gotten serious, the siren got ready. She had no choice but to transform. Hung now had to deal with her opponent's new pattern. Fortunately, she managed to dodge that new attack. The battle between the two then intensified. Our heroine prepared a counterattack, driving her weapon into the siren monster's body and slicing across the entire length of it. The violence of that cut was incredible. There was no longer any hesitation in her eyes. Her opponent was now in a tight spot. With no other option, the aberration went all out. Hun was surrounded by monstrous tentacles. With no way to dodge, she was hit from all sides. The blows hit her really hard, but our heroine was determined to win that fight. Her companion behind her provided support. With that, her wounds were being healed. It was time to act then. That was not the time to die just yet. The boss, now in the form of an aberration, got excited thinking she now had the upper hand. Not giving her opponent a chance to react, the monster kept attacking. She then decided to finish her opponent by crushing her. Out of patience, all the monster siren wanted was for her opponent to just die already. Inside, you could hear the sound of crushing, but the creature wasn't satisfied and wanted to be sure the girl was dead. Meanwhile, our MC wasn't worried at all. He was convinced that Hyun would never die with his help, because the devilish healer just kept on healing non-stop. Eventually, Hyun managed to react, cutting all the tentacles, and the boss had nothing left to do at that point. Then the creature started remembering some memories. The MC said those were the memories of the octopus witch. At the end of the intense battle, a system window appeared for Hyun, saying she had cleared the dungeon, unlocking all SSS rank rewards, including a huge treasure chest. She thanked her companion for everything he'd been doing for her. Ethan told her to go ahead and open the chest. Our girl was super excited at that moment. Her eyes were glowing with excitement. When she opened the SSS chest, a brilliant light burst forth. Ethan, seeing that, trembled with joy. The happiness he felt for having saved Hyun was incredible, because our hero wouldn't have to lose her again. Finally, the SSS chest opened, rewarding them with XP potion, Egg of H1, and memories of the deep H1. Hun still didn't understand what all those rewards were, but our NC did, and he was thrilled. The girl stared closely at the rewards. A purple pearl encased in a shell caught her attention. The beauty of that artifact was magnificent. Ethan told her to drink that liquid immediately, because she was still under the death marker. To consume that item, she needed to say the word use. With those instructions from Ethan, she spoke the word loud and clear. A system window opened saying the memories of the ocean had been unlocked. Hun prepared to drink the vial. Her companion had a genuine smile on his face. The liquid was just about to touch her lips. An unexpected light suddenly appeared at that moment, leaving our girl very confused. The potion had vanished from her hands. That left our MC in a state of panic. A mysterious figure had snatched the item from her, complaining about being sent there to deal with two noobs. He then said he'd take that item for himself. Without wasting time, the hardcore leveling warrior lunged forward. The hired assassin acknowledged that his opponent was fast, making him worthy of attention. He threatened to break the precious vial, which would be the worst-case scenario for our group. The mysterious man said he had no intention of breaking the vial just yet, because doing so would get him attacked immediately. So our MC tried to negotiate with the guy, asking if he wanted money in exchange for the vial. The hired assassin gave a malicious smile upon hearing that, and said money wasn't what he was after. The lunatic then broke the vial and said he was insulted, because someone like him didn't need money. Our heroic duo was left stunned at the sight of the shattered vial. The man then said the only thing he wanted was the death of the red-haired man. With his hopes crushed, Ethan burned with rage. That degenerate had just destroyed their only chance. But calmly, our MC reflected that his opponent had maxed out speed stats, and wondered if it might be possible to grab a bit of the liquid and give it to his companion. But the moment he charged in, the vial was strangely intact. The assassin said he was just joking. Our MC felt relieved knowing the man actually had a purpose. However, now his opponent knew that the artifact was extremely valuable. The assassin decided to propose a wager, which left Ethan quite confused, wondering what it could be, and if he refused, the man really would break the artifact. To Hyun, the assassin was luring Ethan into a trap. Our heroine was running out of time, and the MC had to act fast in a moment like this. His opponent then asked if he accepted or not, because he was running out of patience waiting. Finally, Ethan said he accepted the wager, where if he won, the item would be used on his companion Hyun. The man stood silently for a moment after hearing that, and then gave another malicious smile, because the assassin had been waiting for the red-haired opponent to say that. The terms were based on official PvP rules. Our girl was very worried about how this situation would unfold, but Ethan tried to calm her down. With a smile on his face, he said it was all right. But to Hyun, something didn't feel right. She felt a chill down her spine. Their opponent asked if they even knew what the official PvP rules were, and asked again if the MC accepted. Ethan replied with another question about returning the artifact to them, and said he had never participated in a PvP since he was a healer. His opponent believed him, as the boy's class was healer. With that, the assassin underestimated him, challenging him to hit with a third strike. Those limitations would be more than fair since he was fighting a healer. Then we see some background on that assassin, who had met his contractor during a mission to assassinate him, but the mission to kill Mr. H had gone wrong, leaving the rank 1 assassin in a complicated situation. That day, he was asked who had hired him, and was promised he'd be allowed to leave if he answered, and even offered double pay if he switched sides. That brought a smile to his face, because to him, betraying someone for mere money was an insult. So the hired assassin asked to be executed right then. There was nothing more to say there. Mr. H realized that this man couldn't be bought with money, so he decided to approach in a different way, offering something very strange to him. A system window popped up for the assassin, but he insisted that he didn't need anything. Mr. H considered that fact. If money didn't attract him, maybe power could. An artifact that, theoretically, could maximize his stats. The item could steal stats from another player in a PvP duel. But the assassin didn't believe that was possible, and there was no way he could trust the person he had tried to assassinate. But Mr. H wanted him to think of it as a form of payment, an investment, something the assassin could consider accepting or not. An advance payment for the head of the one who had sent him. 1 week after that event, someone had passed on to a better place. To Mr. H, it had happened faster than expected. With that, the assassin Creed swore to serve H from that day forward. Back to the present, where Creed was challenging Etam. The conditions for the bet had been fulfilled. The dual NPC was summoned. Our MC looked a bit surprised seeing that. While Helm was terrified, from above, someone appeared, observing both warriors. The dual NPC, Daikon, asked if they were ready. Hitam had noticed the situation they were in. An official duel happens under system rules. The NPC then asked both participants what they wished to obtain if they won. Creed told Hitam to go first, who declared that he wanted the artifact Memories of the Deep. Then the NPC turned to Creed, who said he wanted all of his opponent's stats, with the condition that his opponent would win if he landed a third hit on him. The group wondered if that was even possible. The NPC asked if the terms seemed fair. Hitam replied that it was more than fair. Showing nervousness, he realized Creed had a special ability called Bet. So without dragging it out, the NPC asked both if they could start now. But at that moment, someone hesitated for a moment. Hitam expressed that he didn't think it was fair to win just by landing a third hit. Disrespecting his opponent, the NPC wanted to remove that condition. But for the hardcore leveling warrior, he could handle his opponent either way. Creed was being underestimated, but to him, the fight would end even faster. However, Edem interrupted again to request something else, a rule he wanted to add, that the only way to win was to reduce the opponent's HP to 0. The eye patch NPC said it would be possible if the opponent agreed. Creed was already out of patience. He accepted and demanded to start right away. The hardcore leveling warrior agreed to begin the match, where the win condition was to reduce the opponent's HP to 0, and that the duel administrator shouldn't forget that condition. He then became intrigued hearing that. The duel had finally begun. Creed launched a supersonic skill called Quicker Than Wind. Never in history had a player managed to react to an attack that fast. Creed also had a passive ability called Supporter Bane, which dealt 100% damage to any support class, so his confidence in that duel was absolute. However, the blade ended up breaking on Atam's neck, leaving him in disbelief at what he saw. At that exact moment, an attack came from above, striking his head. The fury our MC felt was obvious. The force of the strike had disfigured Creed's head. The poor guy had no idea who he challenged to a duel. The hired assassin went flying from the brutality of that hit, slicing through bar counters at an incredible speed. The scene cuts to another location where people questioned what had just flown past. It looked like the body of a limp person, but somehow they realized that pile of beaten flesh was still breathing. However, his condition was so critical that it couldn't even be confirmed if he was alive. The proud Creed felt such immense fear that he considered death an escape route. Fear consumed his heart at that moment. It was like an ant being stomped on by a giant, with nothing to do but wait for certain death. The power gap between them was immense. That was enough to shatter the will of the master assassin. Our MC finally reached the place where Creed's body had landed. The violence of the blow had taken away his ability to speak. Our MC guessed he was begging for mercy. He accepted the plea instantly, but for twisted reasons, Ethan decided to heal Creed, and right away he chose to surrender. However, due to the duel's conditions, that wasn't possible. Creed then panicked, saying he'd give anything for mercy, but Ethan became furious at the attempt to buy him with money, just as the master assassin himself used to feel insulted when people offered him money. The man apologized for what had happened, and the hardcore leveling warrior asked if it was meant to spare him. With that, Ethan used a healing spell on him once more, saying that Creed was ready for another round. Realizing he was about to become a punching bag, he tried to run, saying that this person wasn't even human. However, as satisfying as the situation was, he was out of time. This was without a doubt Creed's lucky day, because our MC had to end the duel right then and there. Our group was running out of time after all. Creed then took a devastating kick, which smashed him into the ground from the impact. The master assassin was left disfigured, buried into the floor. There were people around, witnessing the whole thing, realizing that the man was the insane assassin Creed. The idea that someone could defeat him was disturbing, so Mr. H was contacted and informed of the situation. The man reflected on the one who had defeated him. Things ending like that had always been Ethan's style, pretending to be weak and then showing his true power. Our MC was already used to situations like this. That's why he had summoned the dual NPC, taking advantage of his opponent thinking he had the upper hand. Creed had used that same tactic often. He then begged for mercy, saying Mr. H had taught him that. Now our MC knew who was behind all of this, and that the person was probably watching them right now. To Ethan, it was pure disrespect to steal his strategies using the wager skill. Creed was healed and looked confused. It seemed he had truly pissed off our MC. He was then struck with another brutal punch. The hardcore leveling warrior was furious over such a fraud. Someone using the same methods he had once used. Whoever had sent that trickster was now going to pay. He told Mr. H to keep his eyes open and watch this, because things were about to get very bad for him too. Our hardcore leveling warrior delivered a finishing punch. The legendary HCLW was back. The witnesses watching were stunned. There was no way anyone could survive something like that. Ethan then grabbed one of the phones that was filming him, and with that, he threatened Mr. H, calling him a fraud. On the other side of the line, the man hung up. He sat in silence for a while, thinking about the red-haired boy. Back at the duel site where our group was, the winner of the duel had been decided, securing the prize for the victor. The artifact Memories of the Deep would be returned to Kyun. She, having already used the potion, began to consume the item. The system announced that the effects of Memories of the Deep were being applied to Kyun, cleansing all negative statuses from the one who consumed it. As a result, the temporal paradox was removed. The girl said she no longer felt sick. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she thanked her companion. Our girl burst into tears of pure happiness. Seeing that, satisfaction filled Ethan's heart. It reminded him of nostalgic memories with her. Some straight man tears nearly escaped his eyes. Now that everything was fine, our group wanted to find Sora. But while they talked, something happened. Our group noticed something in the skies, an endless fleet of aircraft and ships in the sea. That military force was likely sent by Mr. H's guild. They were standing by in case the assassin failed. A clever move expected of a guild leader. It looked like the military force of an entire nation. Apparently, all of that was to capture our NC. People couldn't believe such a force had been mobilized, implying that the place they were in was about to vanish. Mr. H seemed to be planning to wipe out the area. The scene cut to where Creed was, not fully understanding what was happening at that moment. He was in shock once he realized what was going on. The area was about to be bombarded. Creed had no choice but to run as fast as he could. It was insane to think that H would also sacrifice him. The bombs were finally being dropped, turning everything below into ashes. The impacts from the bombardment could be seen from far away, making civilians wonder if a war had started. Nobody understood what was going on, but then a news alert appeared on the broadcasts. Days later, blame for the incident was reported. It was said to have been caused by a terrorist named Ethan, age 34. The incident at the Yom Guild building was also pinned on him. The guild leader was there to support that claim, saying that not only did he beat everyone there, he also stole money. Investigating the man's past, they found out he used to be an undertan. He had also kidnapped a patient from the hospital. In the news report, Mr. H was also invited to share his side of the story. What's been happening around Ethan? He claims the guy is a terrorist who planned these events long ago. His goal was to steal the rewards stored in that dungeon. A high-level PK player posing as a subton. Mr. H had his pride wounded after being called a fraud. He even helped the people in that area to pretend to be a hero, thus creating a sense of gratitude among those people. Not a single innocent person had been hurt because of the barriers, which showed all the preparation the Tavik Guild had, as expected from the best guild in the country. Because of that, everyone was extremely grateful to the guild, and Mr. H was more than happy to receive all that gratitude. Our hero was watching all that nonsense unfold. After all, he was the one casting the healing spells, and the scene was obvious for everyone to see. But now Ethan was known as a terrorist. Regardless of that, the MC kept saying that the barrier belonged to him, and that Mr. H was a major fraud. But while he was defending himself, the footage suddenly cut off. You could see a camera being destroyed. Mr. H was absolutely furious, demanding to know who did it. Then he ordered them to go after his family. All his forces had been mobilized. A girl on a ship was excited to meet the healer. After all, she knew he was the one who stopped the bomb destruction. With that kind of power, it made sense he defeated Creed, who had 2 maxed out stats. However, there were the ex-Amaltister, people who had maxed out all stats. A group was considering the idea of sending 3 of those people to help Korea. This was supposed to happen because M had given the order. A mysterious figure was preparing to unsheathe their sword. Their slash was about to hit the red-haired boy. The swing of that sword was impressive. Ada barely pulled his neck out of harm's way. Our MC thought about how it had only been a year since the world was gamified. It didn't make sense for someone this strong to exist in such a short time. It was as if that person had all their stats max. The mysterious figure said their attack had been empty, but you could see the destruction that slash caused, cutting down everyone present there indiscriminately, as well as buildings and other structures. Seeing that happen, Ada became furious, because our hero had gone through tremendous effort to save all those people. However, his opponent was undoubtedly powerful. But the opponent was also surprised by the red-haired boy's abilities. Once again, he had read his attacks. The hands of the legendary HCLW were shaking from the impact, but then he saw a system window appear, which was very strange during the middle of the battle. It was a mission notification to heal all players in need in that area, but it was the worst possible moment. Still, complaining about it increased the risk of being fired. Realizing he'd be forced to do the task, Ethan hoped he'd be rewarded in the end. With that, our hero prepared a healing ability, saving all the players around him in the process. In an instant, all those players were fine, and so the system window confirmed that Ethan had completed the mission. Our MC then announced that it was over. He'd need to level up twice more if he wanted to unlock a unique perk. At that moment, our MC was hit by a fireball, which made him extremely angry. From afar, a group of mysterious individuals was observing the scene. Those meteors were the powerful skill of a certain lady, and that sacred shield stood no chance against such an ability. So the hardcore leveling warrior would have to make a tough decision, whether to block a physical attack or the meteor, because that strike caused both types of damage. At that moment, the system window made another request, to protect the people. But our hero was already planning to do that. He then prepared for the crucial moment, and unbelievably, he was running straight toward the meteor. That left the owner of the ability confused, making her think he had lost his mind for good. In a scene worthy of One Punch Man, Ethan passed through the meteor. The madam couldn't believe what she just saw, but someone was excited about the fact that he jumped into the sky, because those missiles had a tracking feature that made them chase their target until the end. Our hero then noticed the presence of the missiles. A huge explosion could be seen at that moment. Ri was in shock, worried about her companion. Someone watched the scene from atop a ship. To the masked man, it was already over. The crazy girl celebrated, saying that science was superior to magic. But before she could finish her sentence, the poor thing was smacked in the head with a massive punch. Ethan was furious because his clothes had been ruined. The girl then exploded, revealing that she was a robot. Everyone who witnessed the scene went into full alert. The situation had become complicated for them. There was no more room for games now. The one responsible for all of it was a mocking young man. The scene cuts to a library, where H says that if this keeps up, he might be abandoned by his mother, because he had promised to get rid of the player Subton. A subordinate then arrives at the scene, reporting that he found people connected to the red-haired guy. Desperate, H tells him to spit out who it is already. The subordinate says it's a coworker, the only person since he was raised in an orphanage. That complicates the mission since it's hard to find a single person. The scene cuts to another location, where a girl watches the news saying Ethan is a terrorist. To her, it was clearly a massive setup. At that moment, someone knocks on her door, and the scene changes again to another location, where our MC is dealing with that problematic group, challenging anyone who dares to face him. That's when someone says they have no choice. A man all in white asks to leave it to him, saying he'll have to use the power of the dragon, and that the other two will need to give it their all too. They hear that with nervousness, because otherwise, their mother will be furious, disappointed in them greatly. The man in white is then enveloped in dragon verdant armor. Now wearing that armor, the knight radiates confidence, but our MC was ignoring him, because he had just leveled up twice, which meant he could finally ditch the healer class. Upon leveling up, his bad conditions were cleansed, and the class change perk was activated. Seeing he was distracted, his opponents wanted to take advantage. They believed that a combined attack from 3 rankers would surely defeat him. With that in mind, they launched an offensive. Ethan was still uncertain about what to choose. The system told him to be cautious in his decision. He had finally made up his mind, despite the awful state of his clothes. To Ethan, there was no other choice. He chose mechanic, although he was surprised to see a profession called K-pop. His lack of attention to his enemies showed total disrespect. They weren't going to forgive that kind of disrespect. The skill Wraith of the Sea Serpent was used, combined with Blade of Muniquika. That was a trio combo attack. For them, if it hit, it would be over. Finally, our hero selected his profession, but he needed time to transform. To Ethan, attacking someone in the middle of transforming was unsporting. A massive explosion erupted from the impact of the attack. That strike was absolutely devastating. Not even a trace of a body would remain if someone were hit. All that was left were ashes and smoke. But the group was stunned to hear a voice. The MC complained that he chose the wrong class because of the attack, now worried he'd have to use a meme class. But looking back, he had nearly selected K-pop by accident. His companion was confused hearing his murmurs. He could change classes while keeping one ability from the previous one. The obvious choice would be Resurrection and Alchemy. Finally, the system announced that he had chosen Mechanic. With that, a specific piece of equipment was unlocked. He immediately equipped an item, which came with an embedded artificial intelligence system. Because of his maxed out stats, the system unlocked all available construction options. But while he was checking, an emergency warning appeared. The AI dodged the attack on its own. That jetpack was actually quite useful after all. With it, he could auto-dodge incoming attacks. The masked swordsman was surprised seeing that. Hardcore leveling warrior had flown far away. Our boy was very happy with the possibility of auto-dodging. However, he still had to figure out how to protect his companion. His construction choice would be something he could control from inside. So the system offered him all the options based on that directive. To our MC, his construction choice was obvious. What else could he choose but a giant robot? His class system then began building the robot, but he would need to gather some materials in the process. Conveniently, he could dispatch robots to handle that task. The masked swordsman was intrigued by what he was seeing. The red-haired madame also assumed he was a healer. The Green Knight had never seen anything like that in his life. The action figure legion arrived at the location, where they would gather the required materials, getting ready to begin collecting. Their tools then struck the target. For some reason, it's the warships. The effect of those pickaxes turned everything into resource cubes, deconstructing those weapons and transforming them into the robot. The scene was unbelievable. The group now understood that individual was extremely dangerous, recognizing him as a true threat to the mother. The knight used dragonic magic breath. A huge blast of green laser was fired. Our duo was right in the area of effect, but Ethan remained calm the whole time, because the giant robot had been completed. From another angle, it was possible to see the effect of that attack. The malevolent group was thrilled with the result. The attack was powerful enough to destroy an entire city. They breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had finally eliminated the danger. However, it was far from over. The system announced that the battery was fully charged. The evil crew stared at the scene in disbelief. The hardcore leveling warrior activated his robotic armor, gaining an incredible battle form. The armor had withstood that attack. His opponents had all frozen in place. They didn't know how to respond to that. Their leader yelled at them to do something, so a new attempt was made. The group went all in with everything they had, and our MC just stood there waiting. Inside the mecha was Hyun, alongside him. She was amazed by the machine, but our girl noticed a huge attack coming. However, Ethan told her not to worry. The mecha then used Lucky Coin Shield, defending against the dragon's breath. The Green Knight was in disbelief. Losing momentum, the girl used her ability. A massive ice beam was unleashed, freezing the robot's movement entirely, encasing its entire body in solid ice. Hun wondered what they could do now. That attack had indeed been effective. Their enemies wanted to seize the opportunity. The swordsman used Blade of Muniquika. The mecha was still frozen and immobile. While downloading a fire-type skill, he finally obtained Hell Explosion, allowing him to use a fire-based ability. The mecha was then engulfed in flames, melting away the immobilizing ice and repelling his opponent instantly. Our hero was finally back in the game. The battle then intensified. Ethan began downloading another weapon. This was the mecha sword of the robot warrior. Now it was practically a Power Ranger. Our mecha charged into battle. At an astonishing speed while wielding the sword, time seemed to stop at that moment. Our MC had struck the target before they even realized it. That was Mecha Moonlight Slash. A glow could be seen surrounding that monstrous figure. Then someone appeared doing something. Our MC, about to land his hit, was surprised by the figure interrupting the fight, a character claiming that child belonged to him and that he wouldn't let anyone hurt him. The entity claimed to know he held memories from the past and warned him not to interfere. Lulu promised to exile him if he disobeyed, but the hardcore leveling warrior was determined, saying that opponent forgot he was no match for him. A very strange individual. The Archbishop of the Mother was confident. In just a single move, the angel dismantled the entire mecha armor, while claiming that maxed out stats were obsolete to him, because in that world, there were no limits. Lolo warned that he was many times stronger than Ethan, thanks to the power he received. With that, the entity told him to disappear once and for all. Our hero looked closely at that. The ability Humility had been used. The angelic figure said Ethan had ceased to be anything. But another voice appeared at that exact moment. A character with an intriguing appearance introduced herself. The scene then cut to where Ethan's coworker was. The girl fought the police for trying to break into her house. The intruders warned that they were about to break down the door. The crew complained about being forced to do it. Since the girl hadn't agreed to open the door, the gang then demanded she follow their orders. But Sora threatened to call the police. That made the group laugh. One of the intruders then prepared to attack her. Sora was in shock at that moment. Back at the place where our NC was, an intervention interrupted that unbelievable attack. The mysterious girl then snapped her fingers and asked Ethan if he wanted to know who the villain was. The scene cut again to a guy riding a motorcycle, bursting into the location where Sora was. The gang wondered who that person was, but before they could finish their sentence, the guy landed a kick. He went flying from the force of that blow. Sora wondered who her savior could be, but that was a meaningless question to him, because for the guy, her appearance was unforgettable. The scene cuts back to the battlefield. Our heroine is called a witch by the shameless angel. Apparently, the two have known each other for a long time. The angel warns the girl not to get involved in the fight, but in the end, he leaves because he doesn't have permission to fight another divine being. His subordinates are also ordered to withdraw from the battle, and before leaving, the winged being gives one last warning to the witch, that in their next encounter, it will be her end. After all, the little angel will return with permission to face her. The girl breathes a sigh of relief for getting out of it without having to fight. She seems to know the hardcore leveling warrior. Our MC has many questions after being outmatched, and the heroine replies that they'll talk about it later. But first, they need to go find Sora, because the bastards from that guild sent goons to capture her. Before they leave, the girl says there's no need to rush, because she already sent a personal bodyguard, someone with strength equivalent to the hardcore leveling warrior, and over at the location where Sora was, her savior was still chatting casually with her, which left her confused since she didn't recognize his face. But as she kept looking, Sora vaguely remembered him, an old man who owns a restaurant across the street. The guy didn't like being called old at all, but it wasn't the time to be playing Guess the Name. The man's partner was also determined to protect Sora, beating the crap out of those goons without mercy. The blonde guy was undoubtedly very skilled. The big guy, watching all that, was terrified, but it was already too late to back out. The young man's punch had the power to send several people flying, and in the background, the two continued chatting casually. Sora thought she remembered him teaching at some school. While they kept talking, the brawl raged on. The fight seemed easy for the blonde boy, but he ended up needing help from his partner to defend him. There was someone truly strong among the goons. It was Suki, the swordswoman, rank 2. The scared villain acknowledged that his opponent knew something about swordsmanship, and he wasn't wrong. That was Ji-hun, a master swordsman. Ji-hun got irritated that his opponent kept speaking in a foreign language, so the scared swordsman said they should speak with their blades. He was determined to complete the mission, because that mission had been assigned by none other than the great archbishop. He then initiated the fight by launching a flurry of slashing attacks. Ji-hun turned serious as the strikes closed in on him. He then began handling the knife in his hand, dismantling that ability with apparent ease that left his opponent stunned. Before vanishing, only the sound of footsteps could be heard, but soon the master swordsman was behind his opponent. That battle was an incredible display of skill. Sora had never seen anything like it in her life. Seeing he had impressed the girl, Ji-hun asked if she recognized him now, but his blonde companion was already tired of all the talking. Yet before they could leave the area, they saw a huge movement outside. It appeared to be reinforcements. A squad of professionals stood in front of their group. That left Ji-hun very confused. He wanted to know who all those people were. Behind that group stood a sinister figure. Ji-hun was already starting to plan an escape, but it was obvious that the mages would target Sora. Chewing gum, a young man ordered them to capture the girl alive, and casually said to eliminate the rest. Without wasting time, the group charged to attack Ji-hun. The mages also knew what had to be done. Our swordsman hadn't chosen to face all of them, so he told his partner to keep Sora alive. The blonde boy understood the seriousness of the situation. With incredible mastery, Ji-hun vanished again, striking down a crowd of enemies in the blink of an eye. He was finally about to reach the backline, where the mages were located, but the blue-haired agent seemed to have everything under control. At that exact moment, his bubble gum popped. That gum wasn't ordinary. Ji-hun was surprised to have his movements restricted by bubble gum. He began to deduce what kind of ability that was. Probably something with the power to ignore resistances. The mages took advantage of his restricted movements, but the master swordsman still insisted the blonde boy must protect Sora. Our boy then prepared for the mage's attack. The elite strike was about to hit them. Ji-hun grew tense watching, unable to act. The blue-haired agent enjoyed the show. Right before the impact, a great flash of light. But something strange was happening at that moment. Finally, a massive impact occurred. A guy surrounded by green energy appeared, telling Ji-hun that he can't do anything without him. The guy in the cap seemed to be close to the swordsman, because Ji-hun clearly didn't like hearing what he had to say. Once again, the guy in the cap disappeared. The scene cuts to the headquarters of the Gangnam Corporation. Going down to the 13th basement floor, Sora and her fearless protector were there, complaining that Bibi always does this at the last second. Sora was confused, but someone arrived at that moment, hugging her with a strong feeling of relief and happiness. Sora was amazed by Hin's good condition. The two of them then got emotional with joy. The blonde guy grew thoughtful, realizing neither of them had their memories yet. Our MC asked if he was Drip Soap, and asked the blonde guy if he recognized him. The guy confirmed he recognized the HCLW. Hitan then asked about the master swordsman, and at that moment, he appeared irritated about Buddy's delay. His partner asked him why they were there. Ji-hun replied that he was ordered to go there, but then he noticed HCLW's presence. He couldn't believe his eyes. Hitan realized the swordsman had regained his memories. They had a deep connection in the past. He remembered everything they had been through, before that distortion of fate that forced them to fight each other in the end. Still, the master swordsman was overjoyed to be by HCLW's side again. Unable to hold back his happiness, he ran toward his companion, saying bluntly that he missed him so much. That reaction caught Ethan completely off guard. Then our MC Oshu said he needed more space. That reaction from HCLW left Jihan confused. Ethan responded that he was happy too. He just didn't like physical contact. Ethan then challenged him to a duel, wagering one piece of information. Our MC wanted to know where they were hiding. Jihan agreed, calling him stubborn. But if he won, HCL would have to listen to him. The swordsman asked Drip Soup to set everything up. He then threw training swords to both of them. Those were nostalgic training memories for our MC. Jihan remembered that his training sessions were always watched, and the crowd always cheered for HCLW. The rules were agreed upon. The blonde guy asked them to get ready. Finally, without further delay, the duel began. Our MC realized his attack was easily deflected, so he decided to try something more advanced. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the MC, delivering an attack to a perfect blind spot. But the attack was completely dismantled with ridiculous ease. Ethan was stunned that his move had been undone without his opponent even looking at him. Jihan, with a serious look, said HCLW couldn't defeat him, so they should stop right there. Ethan, stubborn as always, kept attacking, annoyed that his opponent thought he couldn't win, because after all, he's the hardcore leveling warrior. Once again repelled, his opponent said he'd have to learn eventually. It was clearly a tough fight for our NC, but he wasn't about to give up. Ethan attacked using a crazy acrobatic move, but the master swordsman sent him flying mid-spin. Ethan only stopped because there was a wall there, but he still acted tough and said he didn't feel a thing. The teleporting boy didn't understand why they were fighting. His friend said it was a long story. 10 minutes earlier, in that same place, someone asked if that was really real. Bibi asked if that was Rayon Armis, but Armis replied that he should recognize her from the past. However, she had no memories of them. Jihan was emotional and burst into tears. Covering his face so the girl wouldn't hear him crying, he said he was relieved. Armis began to feel a nostalgic emotion coming from him, just like she felt around Ethan, so she asked the boy not to cry. The group was also surprised to hear she had been cured of the temporal paradox, thanks to the efforts of the hardcore leveling warrior. The master swordsman was stunned to hear that. He then tried to express all his gratitude to Ethan. Even with his stats maxed out, our MC was having trouble pushing his crying friend away, so out of curiosity, Ethan asked about his stats. Because theoretically, for Jihan to have that kind of strength, his stats must also be maxed. The savior girl noticed they were talking about stats, and said Jihan's stats must be higher than his. Shocked, Ethan asked how that was possible. Then the girl mentioned downloading files from an earlier date, in which she chose this group to awaken them, because they were the people closest to her when she needed help. At that moment, Ethan remembered the guy with the rifle, but the moment he mentioned it, the atmosphere grew heavy. A morbid silence takes over the area. The girl feels the need to explain the situation, starting with the three great powers of this reality known as the land of the game, which is referred to as the Trinity. Even though they're different, these powers are the pillars that sustain the land, and the young woman explains that she belongs to the human side. A year ago, the world turned into a game. It's said that whoever reaches the God class will become the ruler of this world. Ethan asks about the organization Light Dragon. She explains they were the first to take action and are tied to religion. They appeared in the dreams of religious leaders 1 week after gamification. All of them gathered at the place they saw in those dreams, and there was the egg of prophecy. As expected, it was true that the great Messiah would be born, and taking advantage of that power, the organization easily controlled its followers. Their first action was to summon Lalo, thus enabling them to grant abilities to their subordinates, redistributing personal attributes to them. It was unbelievable, but her savior affirmed it was true. With that, it became possible to transfer attributes from one person to another. Those powerful people Ethan faced have become strong that way. Ethan is shocked to learn that they are stealing other people's saved data, and now he wants to know what happens to the people who had their attributes taken. Do those people end up dying? The girl then makes a grim expression and gets ready to speak, and based on the known rank 1 player, apparently, saved data transfer is only possible if the person who lost it is still alive. Ethan, appalled, then asks for the location where that bastard organization is. The group becomes worried about HCLW wanting to attack now. The swordsman tells him not to be so hasty. From his companion's reactions, Ethan knew they knew the location. His saved data friend responds that they don't have the power to face them yet, because their stats are 3 times higher than HCLW, just like the members of that organization. But Ethan ignores everything and asks again where they are located. He doesn't care if he has to force the information out of them, and that's how the two started fighting. Once again, Jihan says that's enough. Our MC is filled with pure rage over this situation. The master swordsman tries to console him, saying the prisoners are still alive. But before he can finish the sentence, something happens. The ground beneath their feet collapses. He had been caught off guard, realizing it was a trap. a well-known tactic of HCLW, setting up a trap and following it with a massive attack. Ji-hun shouts for his friend to stop immediately, but our MC had unshakable determination. The swordsman had no choice but to defend himself. He then dealt with the strike using the exact amount of strength his opponent used, so the worst wouldn't happen right there. Both of their weapons broke from the impact. Ji-hun is furious at his friend's behavior, asking if he had completely lost his mind. At that moment, someone throws something. Ji-hun catches it and asks what it is. He then looks and sees that it's a coin. The MC explains that the 10 cents are because he lost the fight, recalling that in the past he was supposed to earn Moonlight Slash, while Ji-hun would get paid in gold. Ethan admits defeat, expressing how impressed he was with his opponent's performance. The swordsman is very happy to receive praise from his friend. But that clash was a reality check for our MC, because unlike the world he once knew, Ethan now lacks power. Now he has to face opponents with a 1-year advantage and who use hacks. However, Ethan still has his privileged knowledge of the old world. HCLW then announces to his friends that it will take less than 4 weeks to catch up to his enemies. The scene cuts to the entrance of an SS dungeon in the port of Incheon. Inside that hell, a loud noise roars. An abomination of unbelievable appearance was wreaking havoc. Ji-hun asks if he heard right. 2 weeks? It makes him wonder if Ethan has a hearing problem. A 2-week deadline isn't realistic since from level 80 onward, XP gain is pitiful. Ethan becomes curious about the strength of his enemies, so Ji-hun decides to tell him about when he nearly died to one of them. HCLW doesn't miss the chance to tease his friend. The swordsman gets extremely irritated by his friend's hopeless behavior. Ethan becomes curious about that fight and asks about the items. BB seems to understand where Ethan is going with this. The swordsman mentions a legendary tier sword. Ethan asks if he would have lost the fight using the Sea Dragon sword. The question caught the swordsman off guard. Then he starts to think that the outcome of that battle might have been different. Finally, he concluded that if he had been using the dragon sword, he would have won. Our MC was very happy to hear that, coming to the conclusion that they should go after powerful items, and that this would be the easiest way to grow stronger. The whole group was surprised to hear that. Everyone agreed it sounded like a very good plan. Very excited, Ji-hun asked if he knew how to get the Sea Dragon sword. However, Ethan replied that he had no idea where it was, and that it would take at least over a month to find it. But then our MC said he was just joking. He didn't know how to get it. With that, Ethan mentioned the Effid App Dungeon. Everyone was shocked to hear the name Effid App Dungeon, a place where players go after failing to upgrade their weapons. The rest of the group tried to piece it together to make the plan make sense. Then finally the name came to mind, Doppelganger Dungeon, a place where players go to retrieve the sword that the boss holds, a boss capable of mimicking its opponent's form at their peak. Perfect for players who had lost their precious weapons. This way, they could get a copy of their destroyed weapon by defeating the boss. A dungeon that only accepts groups of 6 and can only be cleared once. Ji-hun began analyzing the whole plan. The group would have to challenge the dungeon with the Master Swordsman as the leader. The boss would copy Ji-hun at his peak when he had the Seer Dragon sword. The group then questioned if the swordsman would be able to handle the challenge. Pressed by Ethan, he ended up saying he could handle it. Besides, HCLW couldn't be the leader because he was absurdly strong. If the boss copied HCLW at his peak, they wouldn't stand a chance. The savior, seeing this, was impressed by the unbalanced knowledge of our MC. She then reflected, saying she had hidden the information that HCLW could have god-level stats. The scene cuts to another location on a sunny day. Though surrounded by pigeons, Lala remained atop the building, unable to understand what he was feeling. Then he reflected that it wasn't like him to act that way, as if he had lost his temper upon seeing him. Because of that, an inexplicable sensation took over him, and he questioned whether that memory was really his. But when the monstrous image appeared, he firmly denied it, claiming it wasn't him. He rejected the vision with all his strength, insisting it didn't represent who he was. Yet even when facing the visions, he kept denying the idea, as birds flapped their wings in the sky. Though out of breath, he kept rejecting everything in front of a brightly lit screen. Shortly after, a message appeared, asking what triggered such fear. At first, he admitted that failure was something he imagined often, and that it terrified him. However, the message assured him that his brothers would stand by his side, and that there was someone who had to be eliminated. Next, it informed him that he himself was the origin of the failure, and that he would soon be put into action. He listened to everything carefully. Finally, the promise was made. He would be led into the light, so he could find peace. Thus, he understood the message and nodded toward the paternal figure. Suddenly, an SS-class rift opened with explosive red energy at the port of Incheon. Inside, the rocky environment revealed itself as the lair of a beast that would never become a dragon. In response, a huge, slimy creature appeared above a much smaller man. Right after, it opened its jaws wide and unleashed a devastating breath. However, the small man kept his eyes locked on the creature before him. Surrounded by purple aura, The summoner demanded that the monster reveal all it had, but something tore him apart before he could act. Amid the splashes of blood, the observer commented that such a spectacle was always magnificent. Then he asked who the opponent was, hearing as a response that he didn't want idle talk, though he appreciated the excellent body he had acquired. At that moment, a blue blast pierced through the corpse of the SS-class creature, which carried a hint of vengeance. Consequently, mystical particles fused into the book, sparking curiosity about which hero would best fit that ability. He then exclaimed that he had someone perfect for the vengeful role, happy that he had worked so hard to obtain her in France. Soon, 2 warrior figures materialized, and the name Lancelot of the Lake was announced. After that, the dark successor summoned the hero of the underworld, calling her to the sanctuary of blood and flesh. In an instant, a skeleton emerged from the purple energy that surrounded the place. Little by little, the bony form took on a powerful and feminine shape, saying she had answered the call. At that moment, the Knight of the Round Table, now vengeful, swore loyalty in the name of the lake. Upon this, the master smiled and accepted the vow, asking for help to gather more zombie dragon corpses, but quickly reconsidered, deciding to search for Chun Yuan's remains nearby instead. Meanwhile, in Japan, a bright purple light was shining over Mount Fuji. Thus, an SS-ranked dungeon, the Mythic Pit, was revealed. Soon after, Japan's Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Rumaru Takahashi, asked if he had arrived yet, and was told he hadn't. Irritated, he asked if this was a joke, since the fate of the country was at stake, and there were less than 5 minutes before the dungeon ruptured. At that, one of the men pointed to the sky, exclaiming that that was it. Soon, a helicopter approached, and the soldiers questioned why only one person had been sent for an SS-ranked dungeon. Someone jumped out of the helicopter, and they wondered who could have been sent on such a dangerous mission. With a powerful impact, the person landed enveloped in a glow, stunning everyone present. One of the men recognized the newcomer and exclaimed that he knew him. The newcomer greeted them. Then he stretched his arms and expressed his joy at being back home. The man warned there wasn't much time, but the other assured him that 1 minute was enough and darted forward, ignoring the offer for assistance. As the man tried to catch up, the newcomer stated the others would only get in the way, and asked that they prepare some snacks for him. He also smiled confidently, promising he wouldn't take long. Inside the dungeon, the creature Yamato Orochi, a giant SS-rank serpent, asked who that human was and whether he was a child. He looked at the monster in awe, saying it was amazing and exactly as his grandfather had described. The monster's heads glowed menacingly, saying they were hungry and would devour him at once. In turn, he was surprised to hear the creature could even talk. Then, with glowing hands, he began striking the monster's head repeatedly. The enraged creature threatened the small human. Its yellow eye watched with fury. At that moment, he realized his mistake, underestimating his opponent. Soon, a massive explosion erupted from the ground. A cloud of smoke filled the air. Emerging from the smoke, the man revealed his muscular and imposing form, ready for battle. One of the monster's massive heads glowed intensely. He then delivered a powerful blow to the remaining heads. Back at Mount Fuji, the purple sphere still hovered over the mountain. Over time, the sphere began to fade. With the task complete, the boy stepped onto the ground. He then asked for his snacks, leaving the Japanese officials stunned by how quickly the mission had been completed. Even though not even a full minute had passed, he insisted on the snacks. The officer ran over with them, and the boy thanked him quickly. Then he enjoyed the fries on his way back. He tasted the snacks, commented that they were really good, and wondered what his next destination would be. Then the scene shifted to a traditional building in Tokyo, Japan. Inside, a board meeting of the largest Yakuza group, the Society of Elder Brothers, was in session. The sliding door slowly opened. Then, a man entered the room under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Thus, Tsukiyoshiharu, the boss, asked if everyone was present. Shortly after, he said he had something very important to announce that day. He then gestured with his hand, asking everyone to watch. He showed a small, dark object, and one of the men asked if it was underwear. Immediately, he replied that he had expected that reaction, since the item did resemble intimate clothing, and everyone murmured about how provocative it looked. But in a loud voice, he exclaimed that it wasn't underwear and told them to look closely. Then he tapped his own head. The men were utterly shocked. With that, the boss transformed into a woman wearing the item and wielding a sword, revealing it was a tool from the Church of the Pale Mother meant to become the greatest swordswoman. She explained that she had abandoned her masculinity to use it, but her gender didn't matter as long as she became the strongest. Thus, she announced she would step down from her position as head of the Society of Elder Brothers so a new leader could be chosen. However, one of the men challenged that decision, asking if she thought they'd reject her just because she wasn't a man anymore, affirming that she would remain their boss for the rest of their lives. Moreover, another one, smiling, said he would even go through the transition if she demanded it, while she smiled subtly, scolding him for being foolish. Even so, she thanked them for their loyalty, asking everyone to raise their glasses and drink, and all the men promptly obeyed their leader. Next, the scene shifted to the 13th basement floor, where a group was gathered around a map. There, 3 young men were closely studying the map, wearing serious expressions. At that moment, Ethan pointed to the map, identifying the location as the awakening point. Right after, he pointed to another spot and identified it as the deep sea dungeon. One of the boys asked if it was on the other side. He was trying to remember when he had been to the messy dungeon and recalled going by boat. In the memory, he traveled to 2 islands side by side. Faced with that, the group wondered if there was a newly discovered dungeon in such a place and decided to search. Then Ethan picked up his phone and started tapping on the screen. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock upon seeing something on the phone. Soon he asked Chocobibi if he had ever been there, and heard that most places had already been visited by him. With his finger, Chocobibi pointed to the island on the map, confirming that it was the place. The group then expressed shock upon seeing the name Docto on the screen. Chocobibi confirmed he had gone there on a school trip and revealed that the Docto dungeon belonged to someone. At the same moment, a news alert on the screen confirmed that the Taeguk Guild had purchased the rights to the Docto dungeon, leaving Ethan stunned. Because of that, he predicted that members of the Church of the Pale Mother, including H, would follow them, and he challenged them to come. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man atop a building expressed surprise. As soon as he saw the information on his phone, he was shocked to learn they were heading to take Shima. Without answering a subordinate's question, he decided that this time he would go in person. With that, the blue creature took flight, vowing to capture Ethan and warning that the best fighters from the Pale Mother would be present. Soon, the 3 young men received a message from H, informing them that the target was heading to the Takeshima dungeon. They then stared at their phones with determination in their eyes. While the helicopter hovered over the water, someone said they would explain the next mission. However, K, the fist master, declared it wouldn't be necessary, since he was the best. Happily eating, he offered some to Shunko, but she refused. She then explained she was on a diet. Accepting her refusal, he said he'd eat it all by himself. However, Shunko took the snack from his hands, saying he needed a balanced diet, and he shouted for her to give it back. Kate tried to get the snack back, but she held it up high while he complained about being too short to reach. Shunko proposed that he pay attention to the briefing if he wanted his snack back. Even though he thought it was unfair, he accepted the condition. Takeshima Island, which houses an SS-ranked dungeon, appeared as the mission's destination. The extreme difficulty came from the fact that all the monsters were doppelgangers, creatures that mimic the abilities of whoever they face. These duplicates were dangerous because they replicated appearance and powers, but kept their original attributes if the target was weaker. Despite having only 1 floor, players needed to fight off a horde for an hour before reaching the boss room. He was shocked to learn he'd have to face a copy of himself for that long, and Shunko reminded him he also had to eliminate H the target. He agreed, saying it didn't matter who came, he was the best. But when he asked for his snack back, he found out the pilot had eaten it all. Shortly after, the team arrived at the dungeon located on Docto Island, where a mysterious portal awaited them. Upon entering the SS-ranked doppelganger dungeon, they realized sneaking in was impossible. The group looked around the cave's interior with amazement. They then realized the space was immense. Next, Ethan explained that there was only 1 floor, plus the boss room. He asked if everyone was ready to clear the dungeon and called for the luggage man to follow him. Jahan Lee and the others exchanged confused glances. Even so, Ethan insisted there was no time to waste, and the companion, reluctant, decided to follow. As they walked, Chocobibi wondered if they'd be safe, considering the dungeon's SS rank and the possibility of Taeguk members following them. Even though they came for the Sea Dragon sword, he questioned why the master swordsman remained silent in the face of everything, while the man crouched to rummage through his backpack. Chocobibi remembered that HQLW had mentioned buying specific items for this incursion. Then he pulled out a bag of salt and a bottle of water, wondering what HQLW had in mind when he asked for those. About an hour earlier, in the witch's hideout, someone commented that they had once been to Docto during a school trip. When Chocobibi suggested they leave, Ethan interrupted, saying they needed to make a stop before the dungeon. Curious, Chocobibi asked where and why. Then Ethan revealed there was an easy way to clear the doppelganger dungeon, but they needed a few specific items for it. So he asked Chocobibi to take them there, while someone praised HQLW, and the guide asked where exactly they were going. Shortly after, someone unlocked a shopping cart. The group entered a supermarket, and one of them questioned whether they would really find the needed items for the dungeon there. Inside the store, Sora tried to grab something from the cart, but someone else stopped her and asked her to wait. Chocobibi questioned the usefulness of meat for the mission, while Ethan assured them they'd understand soon, and someone else asked about sausages. Then he stated that organic sea salt would be enough, although one member disagreed, quickly silenced with a wait and see. Ethan showed off a water gun, surprising the group, who debated its purpose and utility. At the checkout, he asked Chocobibi to pay, claiming he'd forgotten his wallet, leaving his companion grumbling. Meanwhile, the long receipt revealed the shopping list: food, salt, and a water gun, leaving the one who paid puzzled by the odd situation. Inside the dungeon, Ethan instructed them to mix the salt with water, while one teammate complained about the task, just as a slimy monster began to crawl forward. Sora was startled by the crawling monsters and warned the others of their presence. Soon, the enemies appeared. Green, crawling doppelgangers filled the darkness. A system notification announced the start of the challenge, requiring them to withstand attacks for nearly an hour. Terrified, Sora watched in horror as one of the monsters began to transform into her. At that moment, HQL Dobby rushed in, asking for space to handle it alone. With a shout, he focused energy into his fist to strike. He immediately delivered a blow to the green doppelganger, which glowed from the impact. However, surprise took over his face. His hand was repelled, and he commented that the monster felt like jelly on the outside but was hard as steel on the inside. One of the duplicates glared menacingly at him. With that, HQL was thrown backward, groaning in pain. Chocobaby ran to him, asking if he was okay. He replied that the pain was intense, while another explained that the monsters were over level 80. More doppelgangers roared and moved through the field. The creatures charged at high speed, surprising Sora and the other companion. Frightened, she warned that they were getting closer. Ethan tossed a water gun to Sora, who caught it and discovered it was an enhanced water weapon. One of the enemies rushed toward her as she wondered what to do with it. Then she asked Ethan what the point of all this was. With confidence, he told them to trust him and shoot the monsters. So Sora and her companion chose to believe him, even with the enemies closing in. She aimed the water gun, still unsure if it only contained salt water. To her surprise, she noticed the contents looked like plain water. Small blue light particles shot out of the gun and hit the doppelganger. With that, the creature disintegrated, and the system registered Sora's first victory, showing 199 monsters remaining. Surprised, she and her companion asked if it was really that easy. In response, Ethan encouraged them to keep shooting without hesitation. Soon, the two shouted that they understood, now filled with determination. They fired the water guns, making the enemies evaporate under the streams. As they watched, one teammate commented on the girls' excitement, and the strategist confirmed this outcome had been expected. The group was stunned by the performance against level 80 monsters, questioning how it was even possible. HQLW showed his injured fist, lamenting that his hands, capable of crushing concrete, had failed, while water guns worked perfectly. Ethan, smiling, raised the bag of sea salt, saying he'd already warned them about its usefulness. They asked if the salt and water mix was really enough to defeat the doppelgangers, wondering if it had to do with personal abilities. Firmly, Ethan confirmed that the pistols contained only salt and water, and that was enough. Surprised, Chocobaby called the strategy a cheat code and asked how no one had figured it out before. Ethan explained that no one would think of bringing balloons or water guns into a dungeon, but in his pursuit of leveling up, he noticed that snails and doppelgangers were categorized together in the guides. Because of that, Chocobaby acknowledged him as a true specialist, while another simply called him a newbie. Suddenly, a voice called out to Ethan. Sora and Ariam celebrated, surrounded by level-up notifications, announcing that all enemies had been eliminated. Ariam shows great satisfaction, saying she leveled up 14 times from that. Sora is also amazed by how much experience they gained just using water guns, and the system announces there are still 50 minutes left in the challenge. Ethan remains thoughtful about their progress. The dungeon floor is covered in green slime, and he comments that the boss room will only open after an hour, meaning there's still time. One of the guys expresses disbelief upon learning they have to wait that many minutes before moving on. Meanwhile, Sora and Ariam recall the items bought at the supermarket, still surprised at how they were used. Sora then seems to reflect and asks a question. She asks Ethan why they bought pork belly. Chocobaby and HGL do wonder if the meat has some special function to reduce the waiting time. With a laugh, Ethan answers that he bought the meat simply because he wanted to eat it. Chocobaby gets annoyed and asks if he thinks they're at a barbecue, but is quickly interrupted. Ethan tells him to shut up and activates one of his skills to build a device. Chocobaby watches as he sets up a portable gas stove, using techniques from his own class. Ethan then declares it's time to apply his master grilling skills. His companion asks if he's really going to take this joke all the way. Ethan invites him to join in, saying not to act like that unless he wants to be left out of the barbecue. While chatting, Ethan says having more meat would be perfect for him, but Ji-hun Lee corrects him, saying it would be perfect for himself, while Chocobaby calls them impossible. Soon, someone asks if they should start grilling, just as the meat is already sizzling on the grill. Meanwhile, the pieces of pork continue to sizzle intensely over the fire. Then Ji-hun Lee cuts the meat, but someone complains the pieces are too small, to which he replies that pork belly needs to be perfect. With that, Ariam and Sora watch the grill and one of them drools while someone comments on the Korean barbecue happening right in the dungeon. After hunting down the doppelgangers, the players sit on the floor to enjoy the meal they bought at the supermarket. As the food sizzles on the pan, the scene feels strange and yet charming. Indeed, Ji-hun Lee eats with satisfaction, and his companion next to him lets out a laugh. Ariam savors the meal, and Sora gets emotional as she highlights how extraordinary that moment is. Thus, HCLW declares the food is amazing, something he only imagined in his wildest dreams in the past. Ethan enjoys it wholeheartedly, remembering that he used to be just a lonely soul. Back then, he used to sit alone in desolate places. Soon, he looks around in silence. His eyes show firm determination. He grips a piece of bread tightly. Then he brings the food to his mouth, chewing slowly. Ethan thinks that maybe he should have taken some time, because that monotony doesn't match the new life he's supposed to live. Meanwhile, the group has fun to the sound of the barbecue. Soon, the microwave beeps that it's ready, and Ethan proudly presents the device while Ji-hun Lee gives a thumbs up. The food continues to be stirred in the pot, releasing an aromatic mist. Ethan is surprised by the warm and delicious flavor of the dish. He keeps eating, puffing out his cheeks with enthusiasm. Ji-hun Lee enjoys another piece, while his older version seems to smile subtly. Ariam eats happily, watched by her future self. Sora, excited, devours the meal under the serious gaze of her other self. Ethan reflects that it's simple moments like these that make life feel lighter. He smiles, eyes gleaming, saying this is all he truly wants. Suddenly, a system message appears in the air, catching everyone off guard. Ethan comments to Ji-hun Lee that he thinks time is up. The message announces that hidden objectives have been completed, and that the portal to the hidden boss room will open in 1 minute. Soon, the portal materializes at the center of the hall, surrounded by intense light. Chocobibi and Sora are shocked, realizing the portal really opened. Then Ethan suggests they move on, and Ji-hun Lee agrees. Shortly after, the older version shows a jolt of alarm. With that, fire dragons emerge, causing Ji-hun Lee to shout for everyone to get behind him. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs. A pair of legs appears, stepping firmly through the debris. Thus, a dark figure reveals itself and declares that they are nothing but worms. Meanwhile, Ji-hun Lee gets ready to attack as a golden barrier shields the group. Moreover, the faces of Ji-hun Lee, Ethan, and Sora reflect absolute seriousness. Then, a man with a flaming hand calls out to Ethan Gong. Soon after, the one-eyed man announces it's time to take revenge for the humiliation he suffered. Because of that, Ethan orders the Swordmaster to enter the portal before it closes. With a smile, he asks them to leave the rest to them. However, the man with the eye patch reacts indignantly, asking if they're really going to let things proceed like this. Then, a system alert appears, asking if he will use the experience box, and Ethan replies that he's going to retrieve his Sea Dragon sword. Meanwhile, Ji-hun Lee expresses concern and asks everyone to stay safe, telling Bibi to escape with the group if things get worse. He then prepares for battle, promising to return soon. At the same time, the man with the eye patch channels energy and forms a sphere of fire. Soon, a massive flaming dragon charges toward the group. Meanwhile, Chocobibi witnesses a sudden explosion. With that, the man with the eye patch shows surprise and rage. Then, Ethan smiles and announces that he'll use the experience boxes to level up right now. He also points his finger and states that he knows the perfect class for the moment. Meanwhile, the opponent becomes engulfed in intense flames. He screams for them to die immediately. In turn, Ethan observes the system in front of the dragons. Then, the system indicates it is loading specific gear for his class, while the warrior smiles. Next, the screen shows existing items being equipped, and Ethan becomes enveloped in a red aura. Soon, a glowing thumbs up shines brightly. At the same time, several flaming dragon heads fiercely charge forward. Finally, Ethan appears flipping a coin into the air, announcing that he's back to gamble. Thus, a glowing purple portal shone brightly above the Dokdo Islands near Olindo. Inside the SS-ranked Doppelganger dungeon, 4 adventurers were gathered as a loud sound echoed. Soon, a powerful explosion occurred, and one of the members commented that Master H was taking action. In turn, Jinpyeong Kang, from the Taduk Guild, found it amazing to witness that up close, but questioned if they should just stand and watch. Then, he explained that they'd get in the way if they tried to help, which was why Master H had ordered them to wait, assuring them the task would be completed quickly. Right after, he pulled out his phone and showed a picture of his dog, saying he couldn't wait to play with him again, which surprised the woman. Still smiling, he commented that the little one was adorable and eagerly waiting for his owner. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped Jinpyeong Kang, who was completely stunned. Someone then wondered if this was the reinforcement team from the Pale Mother Church that Master H had previously mentioned. Immediately, a group of mysterious figures appeared, and someone exclaimed at the impressive squad, highlighting the number 1 swordsman. Additionally, the group included 2 executives with code names. As the newcomers walked by, Jinpyeong Kang asked about H, and one of them replied that he was in battle. Then the stranger asked what they were doing there, and the adventurer from Teduk explained that they were on standby, acting as reserve members. Upon hearing this, the new group's leader reflected and considered that they might be of use. Immediately, Jinpyeong Kang and the woman were completely confused. Meanwhile, the group's leader absorbed mana from a book, commenting that he spent a lot just to fly over there. Soon after, the two began screaming as purple energy started flowing from their bodies. That energy streamed directly into the man, who absorbed it all without hesitation. Then, a system message indicated that 8 guild members had been converted into mana points, and K, standing beside the leader, criticized his cruelty for using them as potions. The group then looked at the 2 skulls on the ground, bathed in intense light. He declared it was better to strengthen the world's best player to ensure planetary peace than to remain a powerless spectator. Meanwhile, the dungeon's atmosphere filled with sparks and an increasingly hot aura. At the same time, elsewhere, Ethan faced the massive fire dragon. With flames in his hands, the man with the eye patch altered his appearance again, commenting on his transformations. Even so, he proclaimed that it didn't matter who the opponent was, as he unleashed his draconic spell, Two-Headed Flame Dragon, his most powerful and unstoppable magic. As his hand glowed, the system notified the activation of the Lucky Coin skill, which would fulfill his wish if heads or tails landed correctly. Smiling nostalgically, Ethan declared that he could take on anyone with the Lucky Coin, regardless of the enemy's strength. However, the system announced that the Lucky Coin failed, applying a penalty, and he, shocked, questioned why it hadn't landed on the right side. Then the system penalized him with 200% damage on the next attack, making Ethan realize that a 50% risk was enormous without luck, turning it into a life or death gamble. Right after, a massive explosion of fire occurred. The man with the eye patch acknowledged that the attack had been perfect, but the opponent still hadn't fallen even after being hit by the two-headed flame dragon. At that moment, he wondered if Ethan had magic resistance items, while his allies called out to him. However, the young man assured his teammates he was fine as they approached to help. With his face completely battered, he claimed he had everything under control. Next, the eye patch man laughed sarcastically. Holding a sphere of fire in his hand, he mocked his opponent, saying he wouldn't get lucky again. Ethan's face twisted in response. Then the eye patch man unleashed his draconic dragon fang attack, a physical blow, challenging his rival to withstand it. Ethan took the hit. The collision exploded violently, scattering debris all around. Now the entire scene was utterly destroyed. Dust swirled around their feet. The eye patch man stared at Ethan in surprise. He then provoked his opponent to keep talking arrogantly, like before. Seeing his bloody face, he challenged him to call him a fraud again. Even so, he offered mercy to hear his rival's final words. Immediately, Ethan's teammates reacted in shock. With a bruised face, Ethan muttered that his skin felt itchy. He then explained that fake attacks irritated him that much, and the eye patch man screamed that those were horrible words. Furious, the attacker roared that he was not a fraud. Meanwhile, Ethan, surrounded by flames, remarked that Heater's fire was way hotter than that. He added that Heart Heater's real attacks were far more devastating. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, he charged at his opponent. A flurry of blows followed, causing heavy impacts. Ethan's allies watched the scene, shouting in shock. Powerful explosions echoed on the ground, kicking up dust and rubble. At that point, the eye patch man was down and visibly wounded. With his face twisted in pain, he looked at Ethan. Then with a smile, Ethan said that he used to have doubts, but now he was sure. Thanks to the experience from the blows, he realized that opponent was the hardcore leveling warrior, believing it could be Heart Heater himself. Even though he looked identical, there was the possibility that Heart Heater was being controlled by the Prison of Light, but the attacks were far too weak. Thus, after trading blows, the hardcore leveling warrior was convinced H was a fake. With an ironic grin, the eye patch man scoffed, saying it was absurd to use that power against someone like him. As he panted, a black shadow spread across the ground. Next, he howled as a dark, powerful aura enveloped him, distorting the air around. With a crazed smile, Ethan mocked the opponent's mana and asked how he had stolen it. At the same moment, Ethan's 2 companions widened their eyes, and the system announced that the mysterious egg in the inventory was reacting to the eye patch man's mana. Then the system declared that the mysterious egg would hatch soon, stunning both of them. A dark, twisted mass appeared behind Ethan, who quickly turned to face it. Meanwhile, that mass cracked apart. Soon, a shadowy creature in Black Dragon Knight mode, identified as H, son of Loslu, emerged. Immediately, it lunged forward, exuding a vibrant and intense aura. In response, Ethan tossed a coin, activating his Lucky Coin skill, which granted his wish if it landed on heads or tails. Then he smiled broadly as the system confirmed that the Lucky Coin had succeeded, doubling the effect of his wish. Next, a brilliant light radiated from his hand as the skill allowed him to draw any sword from the random sword sheath. He announced his choice, the legendary Dragon Slayer, Right after, he brandished the Dragon Slayer, which crackled with electricity. With a decisive move, he promised to show what happens. Furious, he completed his threat against anyone who dared to imitate a Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, the red creature shone brightly, completely ready for battle. Its eyes blazed with fury, resembling a dark dragon. Ethan then struck, landing an explosive blow on the creature. At that moment, it was sent flying backward as the young man prepared for another strike. A large gush of blood splattered across the floor. The creature, now kneeling and gravely wounded, screamed that it was impossible to be that damaged from just one attack. At that moment, it realized it was disintegrating and screamed in desperation. It then understood that the blessing from its mother was being undone. Its body began to fall apart. The person then collapsed over the creature's crumbling remains. Next, Ethan pointed his sword at the eye-patched man's head. He stood over his defeated enemy and declared that he had many questions to ask. So he demanded good answers. The eye-patched man screamed in agony. In despair, he lamented that he could no longer return to his monster form. Immediately, Ethan was surprised by the scene as the enemy kept screaming. The defeated man begged them not to look at him. Soon, Ethan uncovered his true form and warned him, frightening him. With his foot on the rival's body, he heard him plead not to be killed. Then he said he wouldn't kill him and asked if the man thought he was a psychopath like him. Finally, he threatened to cut off a few fingers, promising to return them if he behaved, which made the others scream for help. At that moment, he noticed the arrival of others and wondered if it was already too late. Meanwhile, new figures approached, saying he should have waited. Darkest, watching the scene, remarked that this is what happens when you rush things. Soon after, Ethan reacted with a surprised look. For a moment, he thought they were allies of the enemy, but quickly reconsidered. Upon recognizing the book, he stated that it belonged to Dark. Thus, he concluded that the man was the cheat who stole Dark's data. Right away, he realized they were the sub-10s he had heard about before. The young K then found the enemy interesting and asked if they could start fighting right away. However, Darkest asked K to wait a moment, leaving the boy confused. Next, he asked permission to deal with the enemy himself, offering exclusive snacks in exchange to K. Ethan was shocked to see them arguing over who would fight him. Soon, K decided he would handle the two guys, while someone recognized Choco Bibi. The pink-haired girl accepted the division, saying she would take care of the two girls. Faced with that, Ethan accepted the fight division, thinking this way he could rescue Dark faster. Next, Darkest raised the book, which emitted a strong purple light and gave a command in his name. He then wished for the enemy's obliteration. Then, Leslie looked forward and commented that it had been a long time. Immediately, Ethan was shocked and recognized Leslie as the hardcore leveling warrior. Thus, the Sword Master entered the boss room amid a vibrant red aura. At that moment, he thought he needed to defeat the boss as fast as possible because he was worried about what was happening outside. Suddenly, a voice greeted him, announcing his arrival. Soon, the voice invited him to its hidden throne, saying he was the first to set foot in that realm. Then, revealing itself, the Slime King introduced himself as the Lord of Slimes. The monster declared he would devour him, and the system reported that he was an SS-level monster, a memory mimic. For a moment, the Sword Master thought he could slash it down immediately, but that way he wouldn't get the Sea Dragon sword. Curious, he asked the Slime King when he would transform. Next, the enemy commented on how tasty brains were and decided to peek into his memories. He immediately activated his unique memory-reading ability, enveloping the warrior in light. The Sword Master felt ill and begged him not to read the memories he most wanted to forget. With that, the system informed that the Slime King was now imitating the Sword Master at his peak, based on the memories he had read. Soon, a hand gripped a sword tightly. Droplets of water splashed across the ground. His feet stepped into water, and the Sword Master wondered if that was really water. At the same time, he reacted in shock, murmuring that it wasn't possible. Meanwhile, the blue water splashed and stirred on the surface. Then, a younger version of the Sword Master performed his conceptual magic, Old Olmok. He thought that not even in his second playthrough had he unlocked that skill, unsure whether to feel happy or intimidated. Soon after, a red substance started splashing and bubbling in the water. Next, a massive red structure emerged from the water with a huge splash. Faced with that, he changed his mind, saying he was not happy about it. Upon seeing the turtle ship, he exclaimed that it was cheating. Then, his younger version appeared on top of the ship. The Slime King, in the form of the armored Sword Master, praised him for having such powerful memories. Immediately, the Sword Master prepared for battle, declaring that, in truth, he was happy. With a smile, he said he was very happy to see the Sea Dragon sword. Soon, a strong golden light burst out from the ship. Meanwhile, hardcore leveling warrior Ethan and Leslie commented that it had been a long time since they last met. Next, Ethan, surprised, recognized the name that had been mentioned. Leslie expressed surprise, saying that this wasn't how he had imagined their reunion, while Darkest looked confused. Curious, Darkest asked if they knew each other and demanded an answer, but the warrior remained silent. At that moment, Leslie said it no longer mattered, as it was was in the past and ordered him to attack. Immediately, Ethan reacted in astonishment, murmuring Lazy's name. Darkus smiled, remembering that he worked for himself, and let out a sigh. He confessed to feeling envious, but agreed and told him to go crazy, activating a magic circle. With that, Lazy began to transform, enveloped in an aura. He hoped that this way, Lazy would listen to him better. As the transformation intensified, soon, the warrior let out a loud roar during the transformation, baring his teeth. At last, Ethan reacted with fury at the sight. Then, Lazy, now with a demonic appearance, stared at Ethan. Next, he growled, saliva dripping from his mouth, still in his transformed state. Darkus called him a good boy, but questioned what had happened to him, while Ethan showed signs of irritation. Soon, Lazy growled again, and his eyes glowed intensely. He then charged Ethan with force. At that moment, Ethan realized Lazy's surprising strength, pushing him back even with maxed-out attributes, concluding the summoner must have over 2,000 intelligence. While Darkus smiled, he understood that Ethan was hiding absurd stats, realizing the true power of the number 1 player. He then saw he couldn't face him head-on, since his damage output was inferior, and prepared by gripping his sword. So he decided to draw a new sword with enhanced agility, since if he couldn't outmatch his enemy in strength, he'd rely on speed. Meanwhile, he threw several shining coins, stating he would use them to boost his speed. Soon, Lazy launched a shining punch attack. Several blows landed on Ethan in quick succession. Even so, he watched with wide eyes, fully focused. The system then confirmed that the lucky coin ability had succeeded, increasing his speed 4-fold. With that, he advanced with confidence, certain that the enemy wouldn't be able to react to his attack. Right after, he dashed forward at high speed, swinging his sword at Darkus. The target, however, remained silent. In response, Ethan challenged him to come up with a way to block his unstoppable attack. In midair, he positioned himself above his opponent, ready to execute the lacerate skill. However, Darkus merely gave a slight smile. Suddenly, Ethan had a brief vision and asked him to wait a moment. The blow, however, slashed off Darkus's arm. To his shock, he realized the opponent had intentionally offered his arm. Next, with the severed arm floating above, Darkus began a new summoning in his own name. Watching that, Ethan realized he was finishing the ritual to summon Cerberus. Soon, its hand appeared within a magic circle. Thus, the summoned creature, Cerberus, emerged in its monstrous form. Immediately, Ethan charged, questioning the nature of that beast and concluding it was too powerful to even comprehend. He then realized that, having sacrificed an arm to summon the creature, it had to be an ultimate skill. With that, he prepared to unleash the gambler's ultimate skill in a desperate counterattack. While the monster readied its attack, Ethan concentrated his energy. With his hand extended and surrounded by a golden glow, he declared it was all or nothing. Darkus reacted only with a slight twitch. Ethan's golden glow completely overwhelmed the monster. Next, an intense golden explosion lit up the entire area. Smoke and debris scattered through the air. In the middle of the rubble, he remained standing, sword in hand. He looked ahead with a focused and deeply determined gaze. Beside him, Darkus was also still standing, while several strange parts fell to the ground around him. Then the opponent smiled faintly while looking down. Still, Ethan kept a serious look on his face. After exchanging several attacks, both began to realize something important. They were the same type, willing to risk their lives to achieve victory. The only difference between them was their class, but both were born to be the best, striving for the top with a deep understanding of the game. Soon, Ethan recalled the moment he severed his opponent's arm, and he began the summoning. In turn, Darkus also smiled, remembering Ethan's ultimate attack. With that, he felt great curiosity toward his rival. Meanwhile, Ethan, the warrior who had never lost, felt a childlike curiosity about an opponent of such caliber. Next, Darkus remarked that it was the first time his Cerberus had ever been defeated like that, admitting he was somewhat excited. Finally, Ethan replied that he understood his opponent's feeling, because that condescending look gave it all away. He then said he could already get an idea of Darkus' potential. Soon after, Darkus was surprised when asked if he had been the number 1 player in another game. Curious, he asked in awe whether Ethan had figured that out just from this fight. Then he admitted he had a similar feeling about Ethan, and quickly asked which game he had been number 1 in. For a moment, the other remained silent, while Darkus stated that all the top players from other games he knew had either died or joined him, and that he had already expected this. Even so, Ethan kept an intense gaze. Meanwhile, the game Lucid Adventure had been forgotten by history, as no one in the world remembered its existence. Curiously, one of the characters knew this, while the other was unaware. Given this fact, the difference in their knowledge could decide the outcome of the encounter, and Ethan asked if they had ever heard of the game Lucid Adventure. Right away, Darkus asked if Lucid Adventure was an indie game, admitting he didn't know it. Then Ethan explained that the game no longer existed, but the match everyone played on Earth was based on it. Immediately, Darkus understood the feeling of his opponent, who had discovered the existence of a forgotten game after defeating all the so-called best players. With that, he figured that his enemy must be going insane just imagining what it would be like to conquer that final position, the only one left unconquered. Soon, Ethan declared that was exactly what he was after and then made a bet. Next, Darkest, with a slight smile, asked if that was really a bet. Without hesitation, Ethan confirmed and explained that both would wager exactly what the other desired. He then revealed that his opponent was desperately curious about the game, and that all the information was stored in his saved data. At once, Darkest, surprised, asked if he was betting his own saved data. Then Ethan, pointing directly at Darkest, demanded in return the original owner of his dark magic, and that his friend be set free if he won. With a subtle smile, Darkest expressed that he understood about Ethan's friend. Right after, he commented that they were friends with that boy, while engulfing him in a dark energy. Faced with that, Ethan reacted instantly, filled with rage and shock. Darkest then explained that the boy could barely breathe, since saved data was useless without the original owner being alive. He then accepted the challenge, taunting that it wouldn't be a bad deal even if his opponent lost and ended up beside his friend. Furious, Ethan encouraged his friend to hold on and promised he would save him soon. Meanwhile, Choco BB moved Arium and Sora away from the battlefield, teleporting them in a green flash. Unable to teleport between realms, Choco BB moved them to a safe location, but a swordswoman was already on their tail. Tsukiyoshi Maru, an executive of the Pale Mother Church and a skilled swordswoman, pursued them relentlessly. Soon, the woman stated that although she took no pride in striking down the weak, she had to obey the Archbishop's order and would cut down anyone who interfered with the Pale Mother. Next, she unleashed a powerful attack, the Munechika Blade. Even having just left the basic level, Sora and Arium barely dodged a swift strike that could have sliced them in half, an attack that would have killed them under normal conditions, but both emerged unharmed as the system announced that something was hatching. Suddenly, the strange egg Arium had obtained in the battle against Octonish began moving rapidly. Thus, the egg started to crack, revealing a completely unexpected creature. Soon, the creature broke free from the egg as it emerged. At last, it awakened in a form no one who knew it would have imagined, revealing a red eye. Suddenly, Tsukiyoshi Maru looked back, shocked to see her attack completely stop. Stunned, she couldn't believe her strike had been nullified by rookies. Meanwhile, both girls watched as an egg began to crack. Next, a system message announced that something was hatching, while the object emitted a strong flash. Soon after, the shell split open, revealing a small dark creature. Suk deduced that the pet's ability had defended them, but warned their luck had run out. At that moment, she charged forward, when a mysterious voice ordered her to put away her sword. The two girls were astonished by what was happening. Then, the creature revealed itself as Vinger, the primordial dragon, asking who they thought they were fighting. Ignoring the situation entirely, the swordswoman lunged with her blade in a fierce attack. Furious, she demanded to know if they were mocking her. The dragon called her a fool, asking if she didn't even care about her own life. With that, Suk used her screw attack against the group. Vinger, however, stated that she wouldn't be able to even scratch him. After all, such a shallow blade strike was completely useless against him. Soon she was launched against the wall after taking the hit. Seeing this, Arium and Sora screamed desperately for the baby. Suk was surprised she hadn't been able to cut it, quickly realizing the trick they had used. Even so, she decided that defeating the summoner would be enough to win the fight. Suddenly, Vinger lunged forward, asking how they came to possess that equipment. With his tail, he repelled her blade, leaving her completely shocked by his overwhelming strength. Next, he revealed that she could only fight because of his mana, which was sealed within that item. The wind blasts generated by the strikes were so powerful they forced the others to retreat. The dragon stared at her with a determined and defiant look. In turn, the executive responded with the same fury in her gaze. Vinger admitted he hadn't expected her to withstand his attacks for so long. Meanwhile, the constant clash of blows continued to generate intense sparks. He thought that a mere human could never pull off something like that. On the other hand, Suk realized she was starting to understand his attack pattern. Defeating him seemed impossible, but at that very moment, she found the opening she needed. With her eyes glowing, she knew that was her big chance to strike. She then used her Red Blossom technique and landed a direct hit on Vinger. The small dragon complained angrily about not being able to use even half his power in that tiny body. Desperate, Arium and Sora screamed for the baby when they saw him fall to the ground. Vinger then landed straight into Sora's arms and ordered her not to call him that, for he was the evil dragon. Confused, she simply repeated the words, "evil dragon." Seeing that the girl didn't remember, he said they had a more urgent matter to deal with. Immediately, he proposed that she form a pact to become a dragon knight. Not understanding, Sora asked what a pact was, saying she didn't know anything. The dragon urged her to decide quickly if she wanted to survive, as the enemy was already closing in on them. Vinger ordered her to scream and offer her heart, and Sora agreed, determined to protect Arium. With that, she shouted with all her might that she offered her heart to the evil dragon. At that moment, Suk was preparing to execute another aerial sword attack. Soon after, she once again launched her drill technique at the girls. However, a dark energy began to emanate from Sora, who was still holding Vinger in her arms. That energy quickly formed a shield of darkness around the two of them. Moments later, Suk's attack struck the barrier and caused a massive explosion. The impact smoke slowly began to dissipate throughout the area. On the other side, the swordswoman waited to see the result of her strike. Meanwhile, Ariam watched the scene with crossed arms, apprehensive. Her red eyes stared at the smoke without blinking. Suddenly, she was shocked to realize that Sora had transformed. She noticed how her friend looked completely different as her silhouette emerged from the mist. Soon, a large dark dragon horn appeared within the smoke curtain. Then, a hand holding a cleaver with a red eye was revealed. Sora then said she didn't know why, but now she felt like she could do anything. Thus, she revealed herself as the new squire of the dragon, carrying Vinger on her back. Ariam was shocked to see the Pelagi and realized her friend had become a mother. Even transformed, she complained that fighting with a baby on her back would be extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, the little dragon shouted for her to duck and yanked her hair hard. With that, a blast of energy whizzed right past where her head had been just seconds earlier. Terrified, Sora understood she would have lost her head if he hadn't pulled her in time. On the other side, Suk charged forward again, claiming their choice had been terrible. She mocked them for giving a bladed weapon to someone who had never held one before. Nervous, the girl froze, not knowing exactly what to do. At that moment, Vinger yelled, asking what she was staring at, and ordered her to use the cleaver. Instinctively, Sora raised the weapon to block the enemy's sword strike. The two blades clashed, producing many sparks from the impact. The force of the blow sent her flying backward, making her lose her balance in the process. Suk concluded that although the creature was ridiculous, they could never surpass her experience. On the other hand, Sora questioned the strange sense of familiarity with that fighting style. Even though she had never fought like that, she felt like she already knew those moves perfectly. Vinger then explained that it was the sword memory engraved in her soul. He encouraged her to remember how she used to be in the past, for she had once been a great swordswoman. With that, the little dragon declared that this was her true identity. Suddenly, she remembered that she had had that same dream many times. In it, she became a swordswoman and fought bravely to save someone very important. Then she wondered if that dream was, in fact, a forgotten memory of who she truly was. On the other side, the executive prepared a massive dark energy attack. She stared at her opponent with a gaze filled with pure determination. Next, her sword grew larger, enveloped in dense, pulsing energy. Suk then shouted that it was time to end this once and for all. Seeing the attack, Sora reflected on whether the swordswoman from the dream was really her. Her eyes filled with a new and intense determination at that moment. Then she realized exactly what her past self would have done in that situation. Suddenly, she declared that she wanted to change the form of her weapon immediately. To make that happen, Vinger tore off a piece of his own tail without hesitation. Sora then ate the piece, beginning to fully absorb the power of the dragon. Meanwhile, Suk launched a powerful dark attack in her direction. With the power flowing, she caught glimpses of her past lives as a legendary warrior. She kept chewing as the memories grew increasingly vivid. Next, a cleaver in her hand shone with an intense yellow light. The weapon then transformed into a massive and intimidating dark sword. Now, Sora positioned herself for battle. Wielding her new and powerful sword, her eyes glowed with fierce, imposing, and renewed determination. With a single motion, she unleashed a devastating slash toward the enemy. The light-infused strike hit the target with such force that it shattered the dimension around them. Shocked, Suk watched her own sword crack and break from the impact. The two warriors stared at each other once more across the ruined hall. The executive could hardly believe what her eyes were witnessing. Without hesitation, Sora leaped toward her opponent, ready for a new attack. She then took her stance and prepared to execute her technique. Sora style, Moonlight Slash. As soon as Moonlight Slash was unleashed, the blade pierced through the enemy's chest. With the impact, the woman coughed up blood. Next, the young warrior watched her fall, with the baby still strapped to her back. As a result, her body collapsed backward onto the ground. Right after, she took a deep breath, visibly exhausted from the effort. Seeing that, Ariam ran toward her, impressed by what had just happened. As she got closer, she eagerly asked what technique had been used. Suddenly, Vinger interrupted, telling them not to get ahead of themselves. With his horns glowing, he said it was still too early to celebrate. He then warned that the enemy was still breathing on the ground. The fallen combatant simply gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. Even so, the man couldn't believe she had survived a slash powered by his energy. For that reason, he ordered the girl to end the opponent's life, but she hesitated. He then scolded her for being soft, reminding her it was a matter of kill or be killed. Meanwhile, the wounded woman kept trembling on the ground, unable to rise. Vinger explained that he could finish her off himself, but he wanted his apprentice to do it. With that, he said it was necessary to understand the weight of fighting as a dragon knight. Then he ordered her to pick up the sword and decapitate the enemy, leaving her in shock. Even so, the young warrior held the weapon and admitted that the enemy really had tried to kill her. She thought that if she had failed, she'd be the one dying on the ground, but her body wouldn't move. Sensing her hesitation, Vinger shouted for her to hurry and raise her weapon. In her mind, she knew she needed to act to protect both herself and her companion. With that thought, the enemy tried to reach her sword. The girl feared that if the opponent recovered, she would attack them again to kill. Despite the urgency, her body was completely paralyzed and wouldn't respond. Taking advantage of the hesitation, the wounded woman's hand reached and grabbed her own sword. Vinger then called her a fool as an item was removed from the system inventory. Right after, the fighter's vitality effect was deactivated, leaving her stunned. She screamed as her life force began to drop, and he complained that she was making things difficult. Then, the man grabbed the item and mourned that this would be the last time he helped solve the problem. The young girl asked if the woman was dead, but he explained that he had only recovered his mana. Next, he said he didn't want to see unworthy blood and tossed an item to the girl. She was confused when she saw he had handed her a thong. Vinger then ordered her to wear it if she wanted to become stronger. She questioned what the connection was, and he replied that the item had once belonged to her and might refresh her memory. With the artifact, he claimed she would regain her power to help the companion who was risking his life for her. Hearing that, the warrior realized he was right and remembered Ethan. Meanwhile, Ethan was defending himself from Lazy's bear hunt strike, finding the battle difficult. He then realized the summoner had a much higher intelligence stat than he expected. Angrily, Ethan wondered if his rival was actually taking the bet seriously. Next, Lazy used the demonic technique Shadow Steps, surprising him with his speed. In an instant, he executed the lethal move Bear Heart Rip, landing a direct hit. The impact of the strike violently threw the warrior backward. Soon after, his body crashed hard against the ground amid an explosion. As soon as the dust settled, the summoner apologized for what he had done. He admitted he had used too much force in the blow because he got carried away. While watching the injured boy on the ground, he commented that it must have hurt. Then he bragged about how devastating his creature's punches were. Even while down, Ethan retorted that his opponent had no idea of his true stats. From a distance, the mage shouted at him to get up, reminding him it was a bet. With that, the young man stood up and scolded the opponent for talking too much. He then stared him down, sarcastically asking if he was the top player in speeches. Darkus just smiled and agreed to finish the fight, ordering Lazy to end it. However, the swordsman counterattacked with his blade, apologizing to the creature. His sword then sliced off one of the monster's horns in a swift move. Right after, the other horn was also sliced off with precision. Ethan passed by Lazy at high speed, promising to put them back later. He revealed that his true speed was a trump card saved for a surprise attack. With that advantage, the enemy wouldn't have time to cast, as he could cancel any spell up close. The young man charged in for the final blow, knowing the rival couldn't stop his attack. He realized that Darkus had read his movement and used a spell to create a minimal delay, just enough to dodge. He was shocked to see that the opponent had identified the pattern of his ultimate skill, questioning whether he was the better fighter. Meanwhile, the spellcaster laughed as several energy bones floated around him. With the book glowing, he said this was exactly what he wanted, since they had so much in common, reading movements and hiding techniques. Then, the bone projectiles struck Ethan directly. One of the bullets pierced him, and he realized the opponent had read his approach pattern to use them as traps. While dodging another blow, the conjurer commented on how funny it was that everyone thought mages were bad at close combat. With a smirk, he said thinking like that against him was pure naivete. Immediately, he delivered a powerful kick to Ethan's face. Right after, he bragged about being the highest ranked player across all classes. He went on, saying his stats were 10 times better and that the swordsman was no match for him. He then claimed he could crush him easily with just normal attacks. With that, he unleashed a series of blows without using any skills or spells. Even so, he mocked him, calling him a top player from a forgotten game. Soon after, he was launched far away by a final strike. With the book glowing, the conjurer declared he would make good use of the opponent's saved data. As a magic circle formed, he ordered Hellfire to incinerate the enemy. Immediately, a massive explosion of purple flames consumed the area where the body had fallen. The mage observed the result with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, announcing that the conditions for False Steel had been met. Soon after, the system confirmed that the False Steel ability had been activated. The technique, exclusive to the Gambler class, was extremely difficult to activate during a bet. Once triggered, it allowed the hardcore warrior to draw Dark's Rewind card. Although S was confused, those familiar with the skill knew the duel was not over yet. With that, the massive explosion of flames began to reverse upon itself. The other spectators watched the scene in complete shock. On the other side, Sora and Arium also stared in disbelief. Next, the purple smoke began to dissipate slowly. From within the flames, the fighter re-emerged fully restored, announcing he was back. Seeing that, the summoner was pulled back to reality. With an expression of total disbelief, after the initial shock, he let out a laugh, excited by the twist. With a shout, the warrior soared in his dragon form, ready for battle. In response, the opponent yelled that this was fun, visibly thrilled. Soon after, he began preparing a composite spell called Hell Apocalypse. Meanwhile, the reborn fighter gripped his weapons, saying he had missed them. With a war cry, he readied himself for the clash. Immediately, he charged forward with sword in hand. The force of the charge was so great that it stunned the opponent. With a serious expression, he kept getting closer. Soon after, he landed right in front of his enemy. The mage watched him in silence, waiting for the next move. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful slash at him. With a surprise attack, Ethan landed a cut on the opponent. The impact of the blow was clearly felt. Right after, he spat blood as the wound opened across his chest. Noticing it, the swordsman realized his plan to use time against the enemy had worked. Soon after, he saw the body collapse to the ground, certain that his strength had gone unpredicted. Even while lying on the ground, the conjurer simply remarked that the situation was annoying. Suddenly, his body glowed, and he lamented that his plan to beat the game without dying had failed. Shocked, Ethan realized this meant his opponent had an extra life. Then, a system window appeared above the body, asking if the player wished to continue. Next, a life coin was automatically used to revive him. Soon, a new message announced the arrival of a challenger with 13 lives. With that, the sorcerer stood up and stretched, confirming he had just lost one. Turning around, he asked what his opponent thought of his personal skill. Then he challenged him to continue the battle, leaving the other in shock. Finally, he explained that the ability allowed him to accumulate lives using game points. The swordsman then deduced that the number in the window indicated 12 revives remaining. As he flipped through the book, the mage commented that his technique had some irritating restrictions. He soon revealed that the required points couldn't be gathered in a conventional way. He then explained that each coin cost 1,000 points obtained from human souls. Shocked, the opponent understood that a new life came with every 1,000 deaths. Outraged, he asked if the other had really killed that many people, and he admitted it hadn't been easy. Trying to compare the situation to games, the villain was suddenly interrupted in fury. Overwhelmed by rage, the warrior called him a psychopath and questioned the value he placed on life. With disdain, the other simply asked if he was being judged for collecting souls like items. After the question, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Amid the laughter, he asked why the other was so upset about it. Right after, he shouted that it didn't matter. There's only one protagonist in a story. The statement made the swordsman even angrier. Still laughing, he asked him not to look at him like that. Finally, he claimed to know that his rival also considered himself the main character. With a mocking tone, he said they were alike, since the other also defeated enemies for items. With a shrug, he admitted to sacrificing souls and asked why only he was labeled a murderer. With a confident smile, the warrior fully agreed with the statement. Then he charged forward, shouting that the enemy definitely deserved a beating. He moved quickly toward his opponent. Moments later, he unleashed a powerful cross-shaped slash. The mage dodged, while the swordsman landed on the ground. With a new look, he praised the master-level items and remarked he had never died in such a way. The other then interrupted to ask why he played video games. Finding the question philosophical, the conjurer smiled thoughtfully. He then answered that he plays to win and prove he's the best, beating games in record time. To him, winning is what makes games fun. The swordsman agreed that winning is great and that he too enjoys victory. However, he asked what happens after you beat the game. In response, the rival said he'd move on to the next one, but was called an idiot upon hearing there would be no new game. The warrior stated that the thousands of victims didn't get a second chance in this game. He then reminded him that, after defeating everyone on the path to the top, there would be no one left to praise him as the best player. Upon hearing those words, the opponent remained silent for a moment. He then replied with a "so what?" and was told that even so, he wouldn't regret anything. Without hesitation, he coldly confirmed that he truly had no regrets. With a firm smile, he was told that, for that reason, he would get exactly what he deserved, even if it took killing him 13 times. Next, he was asked if there was a way to reverse the process and bring the victims back. The villain said no, explaining that he burned the bodies to make them look like war casualties, unless someone wanted to see them as skeletons. With that, the idea was discarded, as he had already died once before. With his eyes glowing, the swordsman made a direct promise to his adversary. He soon swore that the man would die 13 times that day, and charged into the attack. Seeing the surge of energy, The other asked if the same technique was going to be used again. He then admitted that the ability was incredible and seemed to ignore any resistance. However, he concluded that after seeing it so many times, he could now read its pattern. Before the attack was launched, he surprised him with an unexpected kick. As he staggered back, the warrior was shocked to have been counterattacked before the technique activated. The rival then explained that the power level of the move didn't matter if he could interrupt it with speed. He soon revealed he had a divine tier item prepared for such situations. The artifact was the Eye of the Sage, which analyzes problems and slows time perception for its user. This implantable divine accessory was forged from extremely rare artifacts. With that, the eye analyzed thousands of scenarios and predicted a high chance that the opponent possessed magic negation. The analysis concluded that with that item, it would be possible to nullify a skill capable of killing even gods. Suddenly, the warrior's system failed to cancel the spell, being overwhelmed by something beyond his level. He was shocked to realize that the auto-cancel had been disabled, something only possible with a divine class item. With no alternatives, he decided he had no other choice and raised his sword high. With determination, he prepared to activate one of his special abilities. Soon after, he used the lucky coin, causing a rain of countless golden coins. The coin spun in the air, glowing intensely across the battlefield. Amid the radiance, he focused entirely on his next move. The golden coin spun rapidly through the sky. Soon after, the swordsman was surrounded by an intense aura of power. With that, the system notified an attribute boost of up to 999%. Then the opponent realized he had truly raised his level to match his own. Even so, he admitted that winning with just the Eye of the Sage wouldn't be enough. Next, a dark energy spear began to materialize in his hand. The conjurer revealed he hadn't expected to use the sacred spear in that place. The weapon was an ancient artifact known to have pierced the side of the Messiah. Despite that, it looked like a common old relic at first glance. However, its base stats were so incredible, they surpassed all of the swordsman's items. The clash between the two initiated a titan-like battle with transcendent stats. In that intense duel, there was no room for even the slightest mistake. Then they exchanged blows in fractions of a second like superhuman beings. Each attack was empowered by multiple skills and countered with devastating retaliation. Despite the epic fight, one of them felt that the battle was slowly being decided. Meanwhile, the spectators noticed that the strongest player in the new universe was gaining the upper hand. Sora realized, concerned, that at this pace their ally would be defeated. Then, both charged at each other at absurd speed. Suddenly, he gripped the sword even tighter. His expression displayed total determination in the motion. He then twisted the weapon forcefully to try and disarm the opponent. Right after, the opponent extended his spear to launch a new attack. As the sword approached, he swiftly used it. The swordsman barely managed to parry the overwhelming strike, to Sora's despair. With the impact, the indestructible sword began to crack. In an instant, the weapon was completely destroyed in his hands. Without his main equipment, he watched in shock as the tip of the spear passed by him. The next strike hit his armor, shattering it as if it were made of wood. With that, he wondered in disbelief what kind of weapon that was. Taking advantage of the opening, the rival leaped to deliver the final blow from above. The spear pierced the warrior's body with deadly precision. He reacted with a look of deep pain. The attack went through his chest, also breaking the protective armor. Next, he was lifted by the spear like a trophy. The enemy then bragged about the power of the weapon that pierced the Messiah. Then he declared that the opponent's universe would die with him as a fitting end. He claimed that this was the perfect closure for the old god of a forgotten world. Even wounded, the fighter replied that the fight wasn't over, as he still had other weapons. He then decided to risk everything, hoping one of his items would work. Suddenly, countless swords and weapons appeared floating around him. The other watched, surprised, noticing that each weapon was of unique level or higher. With a smile, he admitted that the more the warrior struggled, the more he wanted to take it all for himself. In a sudden motion, he violently pulled the spear back. Right after, he tossed the weapon to the side. As the spear flew away, the swordsman's body finally dropped to the ground. Soon, all the weapons he had summoned were directed at the sacred spear. However, they shattered to pieces upon colliding with the power of the divine weapon. Calmly, the opponent commented that it was easy, as none of those were better than the previous ones. He then guessed with a smile that the opponent had already used his best items in the fight. While the warrior trembled in pain, he heard the taunt about it finally being over. Ignoring the words, he picked up a new sword that was lying nearby. Then he shouted for the rival to shut up and charged forward wielding the new weapon. His fury contrasted with the conjurer's calm and indifferent expression. With the Eye of the Sage activated, the mage observed the new sword carefully. Even so, the strike was easily dodged, and the swordsman was hit again. With that, he slid across the ground, unable to stop himself. Still not giving up, he got up and advanced once more to attack. Once again, his effort was in vain, and he staggered to the side. The blood dripping from his mouth revealed the severity of his wounds. Meanwhile, the ocular artifact glowed intensely as it analyzed the situation. With his body nearly at its limit, he prepared for one last desperate attack. With a mocking smile, the opponent laughed and asked what that ridiculous weapon was. He then questioned if his inventory only contained mediocre items. Soon after, he stated that the gap between them was far too great to be closed by willpower alone. While claiming that a lousy item like that wouldn't even scratch him, he was suddenly stabbed in the hand. All at once, he looked down, surprised by the dagger releasing a strange energy. He then realized, shocked, that he could no longer move. He asked how such a bad weapon could have a paralysis effect. Then he heard the confirmation that yes, it was a low-grade item, but one designed specifically to defeat him. Though Ethan confirmed the item was of poor quality, he made it clear there was more behind it. He then revealed the weapon was created exclusively to defeat Darkest. Even so, the antagonist recognized a breach of the rules and began to wonder if it was a faulty artifact. With some sarcasm, the warrior asked how it felt to be struck by something like that. Yet, upon feeling the impact for the first time, even with his maximum immunity, Darkest was visibly shocked. Immediately after, a powerful energy struck him directly. That way, he understood that the weapon paralyzed and ignored defenses, revealing its true danger. Taking advantage of the opening, Ethan delivered a kick and mocked if he truly believed he was the only protagonist. Even while down, the opponent responded, telling him to keep dreaming as the dagger slipped beside him. Then the warrior stepped forward and slapped him, demanding humility from his rival. Right after, he advised him to remember, there's always someone stronger, so never underestimate others. He added that to be treated like a human, one must first learn to live like one. After those words, Ethan's blow sent Darkest flying. In response, the villain called him incompetent, but didn't even finish the sentence before another strike came and another shout for humility. Despite the accusations, the protagonist fired back, reminding him how he had treated lives like mere game points. As he prepared to speak again, he saw that Darkest, still on the ground, began to laugh. Then he said he finally understood what kind of game Ethan had been playing. Next, he launched into a verbal attack, calling him a failure and mocking the admins as useless. Declaring he was no longer interested in such a terrible game, he triggered the other's fury by insulting Lucid Adventure. Still, he just called him annoying and declared he was quitting the fight. Surprised, the warrior confronted him, asking if that was a confession or disguised regret. Unexpectedly, the villain announced to Dakin that he was surrendering, shocking everyone. In disbelief, Ethan asked him to wait a moment. However, Dakin officially accepted the surrender. Thus, she declared hardcore leveling warrior the victor of the battle. Right after, she demanded the promised reward, to which the defeated one agreed, making a purple cube appear. Revealing that the reward was the protagonist's friend, he told him to retrieve him. At that moment, the boy's body was expelled from the creature. Desperate, the hero shouted his friend's nickname upon seeing him. Then the purple slime fully retracted from his arm, freeing him for good. The warrior ran and managed to catch the boy midair before he fell. Now with his feet on the ground, the enemy asked if the bet was over, claiming the conditions should return to normal. Therefore, he pressured Dakin to declare the end of the PvP, demanding an explanation for the delay. Even Ethan joined the plea, but quickly realized she was stalling for time in his favor. With a calm gaze, the mediator remarked on their rush, already aware of Darkest's plan to kill him the moment the bet ended. Still, she began to declare Ethan's victory, buying him a few precious seconds as mediator. Then she paused before announcing the end of the match, perhaps out of mercy or rage. As soon as she declared the fight over, a purple aura fully restored the villain's powers. With everything recovered, Darkest stared down his opponent, now at full strength. Watching anxiously, Ethan realized that Dakin had bought him only a few seconds. However, Darkest had already leaped into the air, aiming directly at him. Even so, that short window of time was enough to save the life of the hardcore leveling warrior. Suddenly, an attack from the core intercepted Darkest's strike at the last second. With a faint smile, the young man asked the newcomer why he hadn't shown up before he died. In silence, the mysterious warrior simply stared back at him. But then, he smiled and assured Ethan that he could finally relax. That's because he proudly announces himself, making it clear that the master has finally arrived. As he touches the ground, the protagonist recognizes him as the #1 ranked player. Thus, he immediately understands the reason for his immense strength. The Sword Master takes the opportunity to remind him that he had warned him about the incredible players of this universe. In response, Ethan smiles and comments that he awakened his own powers less than a day ago. Intrigued, the villain asks if that's the opponent's partner, saying he's seen him before, but not nearly that strong. Right after, he deduces that the warrior used a sword technique to deflect the attack, but emphasizes that the number of enemies makes no difference. Calmly, the swordsman asks Ethan if there's anything he should know about the opponent. However, the young man replies that there's nothing in particular. Confused, the swordsman receives the explanation that Darkest's power is so absurd that any detail becomes irrelevant. Without wasting time, the swordsman uses telepathy to ask Bibi how things are going on the other side. She replies that she already cleared the boss room, but she's in danger for only barely escaping from the Fist Master. Upon hearing that, the warrior offers to handle the threat and requests immediate teleportation, which is promptly confirmed. Unexpectedly, he vanishes via teleportation, leaving Kei unsure of what just happened. In the new setting, the Fist Master shows surprise as he recognizes his opponent, recalling that he had crushed him before. However, the swordsman declares that he's there only for revenge. Suddenly, a core attack pierces through the enemy's chest. Right after the strike, Ethan asks Choco Bibi to take care of Dark. Then he requests Bibi to send them back, since the Fist Master has been defeated. She agrees, warning them to be careful and asking them to ensure the safety of Arms and Sora. Then the duo disappears through a green portal, while Darkest merely watches them without reacting. At that, the swordsman finds the enemies in action strange, thinking he would follow them, but the antagonist simply replies that there was no need, since they would return to die anyway. Not understanding, the swordsman asks why Ethan no longer has any items, hearing that they were all destroyed. At that moment, Darkest approaches his spear and demands that he be given a new weapon. In the blink of an eye, he charges at them at high speed. In a rush, Ethan yells for his ally to act quickly, as the swordsman notices that the enemy's spear has an item-destroying enchantment. Frustrated, the swordsman grumbles about how important his sword is and threatens to kill Ethan if it breaks. Even so, he decides to toss the weapon in his companion's direction. With the sword firmly in hand, the young warrior thanks him quickly. Right after, the two exchange a look full of determination, ready to face the worst. Without hesitation, Darkest attacks from above, but the two reposition themselves to intercept him. In a synchronized motion, they execute a double slashing attack together. At that moment, the clash between swords and spear generates a devastating energy collision. Next, a massive explosion consumes the center of the arena in a bright flash. As the dust begins to settle, the villain emerges unharmed, wielding his sacred weapon. He then admits that the two are skilled, considering his spear destroys items with just a touch. Even so, the antagonist shows surprise upon seeing they blocked it using only aura and perfect timing. While both are panting, he acknowledges that it was pure technique and harmony between the two. The sword master tries to catch his breath after the enormous effort. Beside him, the other warrior breathes heavily, equally exhausted. Next, all three prepare for the next clash with total focus. Even with all his resources, Darkest reflects that he has never felt so pressured before. At last, he admits he's at a disadvantage and that unless he gives everything he's got, he will be defeated. Suddenly, the two charge toward him, ready for another direct confrontation. However, the villain faces them and calls out his own name aloud as a command. Right after, he orders the shadows of darkness to breathe once more. With that command, he summons all beings imprisoned by dark magic. Then, several monstrous creatures emerge from the shadowy aura surrounding him. The first to appear is the Nameless Lancer, an SS rank war machine. Next comes the Zombie Empress, a bizarre hybrid between Lancelot and a dragon. Then the Hyper Muscle Golem rises, a grotesque fusion made from the remains of defeated bosses. Lastly, the Sharp Fairy Archer completes the group, a lethal precision shooter. Faced with that formation, Ethan realizes the imminent danger each creature poses. Therefore, he understands that absolute precision in every move will be necessary if he wants to survive. Suddenly, one of the entities raises its weapon and prepares an energy attack. Startled, he recognizes it's a ranged attacker about to fire. The pair narrowly dodge the beams slicing through the air, feeling a momentary sense of relief. Even so, the warrior wonders what the next move should be as he advances with his ally. Soon after, the Hyper Muscle Golem charges forward with surprising speed for its massive size. At the moment the monster prepares to strike, Ethan believes he can cut it with the Ren technique. Meanwhile, his companion notices a delay in the creature's movement but warns about the other monsters. Despite that, the two are already preparing to retaliate against the titanic enemy. Without hesitation, Ethan charges in alone to execute the Rend ability, ignoring the risks. Surprised, the swordsman calls out to him, but the young man only shouts for him to shut up and handle the rest. Taking advantage of the opening, the Nameless Lancer pierces Ethan with his spear, while the Empress strikes his ally. With the blow, the warrior's body is seriously injured, and he begins coughing up blood. Desperate, the swordsman screams, realizing the sacrifice was to save him. The Zombie Empress acknowledges that using the conceptual magic was her only option, even without guarantees. As a final act, the swordsman unleashes his battle cry, activating his ability, praying that it works as the enemy charges for the final strike. Suddenly, a conceptual magic floods the arena with a vast sea of truth, catching Darkest off guard. Right away, he realizes it's a defensive ability and questions its origin. He then understands that the technique is shaped from a personal heroic trait, but notes the absurd mana cost to sustain it. Soon after, the violent waves of that illusory sea begin dragging him away with overwhelming force. Unable to resist, the villain is completely submerged by the magical current. Meanwhile, the swordsman feels a momentary relief upon seeing the ability succeed, knowing it will hold him back briefly. but it won't be enough to defeat him. He concludes then that the spell will buy only a short pause, as the opponent will soon find a way to neutralize it. However, a sudden pain surges through his body, shocking him immediately. Next, the nameless lancer pierces him without warning, revealing the monster managed to endure because of its aquatic origin. With that, the warrior internally laments not having the strength to keep fighting. At the same time, elsewhere within that illusory sea, Sora and the rest of the group appear, not understanding where they are. Arms quickly notices that he doesn't feel the weight of water, but rather a sensation of warmth and comfort. Suddenly, a bright light begins to shine before them, revealing a presence approaching. Step by step, a mysterious figure walks slowly toward the confused group. Soon after, a warrior surrounded by radiant light draws near and calls out Arm's name. Without hesitation, she declares that now it's his turn to use the wind to his advantage. While reflecting on the warrior's words, he wonders if it really is his turn to use the wind in his favor. Soon after, the glowing figure gently smiles and extends her hand, with a bright gleam in her eyes. Thus, both of them slowly float toward each other, enveloped in a colorful radiance. Then their hands meet in the air, clasping firmly. With that contact, an intense light bursts around them, completely filling the space. Abruptly, the scene shifts to a young girl in a wheelchair, wondering if the image before her represents who she truly is. As she watches the scene closely, she feels this as a forgotten memory from her own past. Then, a voice reveals that it is indeed a lost memory, a fragment from a time that had been erased from her. Surprised, she asks how it's possible to have a past she can't remember, while being carried through the snow. The voice confirms it, revealing a hospital and stating that this was the true setting of her former life. Soon after, it explains that her only genuine happiness was born during her final moments, on her deathbed. That happiness came from the time she spent within the game known as Lucid Adventure. Faced with this revelation, she asks in confusion what exactly Lucid Adventure is. The voice then reveals that this was the universe where she existed as Arms, and instantly the memory returns. Immediately after remembering, a massive explosion erupts right in front of her eyes. At that moment, she hears the blast as a guildmate shouts that they're surrounded and under attack. In the midst of chaos, the panicked allies demand orders, but she hesitates, unsure of the responsibility. Then her past self raises her voice and asks everyone to calm down and pay attention. Right after, she warns that panic will only lead them straight into the enemy's traps. With a dagger in hand, the girl from the past declares she'll personally handle the main gate. Next, she orders the others to split into groups to guard the remaining entrances, surprised at her own leadership. Excited, the guild members promptly obey and head toward their designated positions. Meanwhile, her former self moves forward, determined to face the battle alone. Seeing it all, she wonders if that fearless warrior was really who she once was, finally understanding what Ethan had been waiting for. In the memory, monsters appear en masse after bringing down part of the wall. Terrified, she watches the enemy charge as they fire in all directions. Yet her past self advances decisively against the horde without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, she appears completely fearless, showing no sign of dread in the face of imminent danger. Shortly after, she activates a powerful ability that slashes through multiple enemies with a single motion of her blade. Then one of the monsters has its head pierced by a precise shot. As she watches everything unfold, the intensity of the battle reflects clearly in the observer's eyes. Moments later, a bomb is ignited on the battlefield. This results in a devastating explosion, throwing the young warrior far back with the sheer force of the impact. The blast also causes an entire building to collapse, dragging everything with it, including the young warrior. As she hits the dust-covered ground, more chunks of concrete fall dangerously around her. Wounded and on the ground, the former Arms silently mourns the guild they worked so hard to build. In that moment, the present-day version wonders if all of that was truly worth risking her life for. Suddenly, an enraged scream echoes through the ruined city, instantly recognized by the Arms of the past. As the shouting continues, the image reveals Ethan leading a group of warriors across the battlefield. With sword in hand and a determined expression, he confronts the enemy and asks if they have any idea how much effort was put into all this. He then yells for them to get out of the way, while a mysterious voice remarks that he was once known as HCLW. Upon witnessing Ethan in combat, Arms finally realizes they had belonged to the same guild. Worried, her former self warns him to be careful and avoid being surrounded by the enemy. At that exact moment, a new and powerful explosion erupts near Ethan's position. Horrified by what she sees, the past Arms cries out in denial, fearing the worst. Amid the thick smoke, Ethan reappears with a sarcastic remark about the explosion. Relieved, the young woman realizes he's still alive among the rubble. Ethan then explains that the monsters explode when damaged, and she starts wondering who could be attacking like that. He then asks if she's okay, even though his own body is clearly covered in injuries. Even so, Arms sees that he's still concerned about her safety, ignoring his own pain. Suddenly, a gigantic monster sneaks up behind Ethan. With a scream of terror, the present Arms warns him, seized by an instinctive anguish. At the same time, a look of pure panic overtakes the young Arms' face, accompanied by a solitary tear. Ethan also turns around, completely stunned by the creature threatening them. Meanwhile, the monster grins menacingly, ready to strike them both. In a burst of courage, the former Arms shoves Ethan hard out of harm's way. With that gesture, her present self understands the risk she took just to save his life. Moments later, the monster's claw brutally pierces Arms' body, drawing a scream of pain from her. As she bleeds, the current version feels in her own skin what the former endured, realizing there was no fear of pain. Seeing the scene, Ethan runs toward her in desperation, shouting her name with fury burning in his eyes. Overcome with rage, he delivers a devastating blow to the creature that wounded her. While a healer tries to assist the fallen young woman, she reflects that she would never let her friends get hurt, because that would be worse than dying. At that moment, she understands that the guild and its members meant more to her than life itself. She then realizes the emotion she felt seeing her companions' faces wasn't just happiness. She also remembers the weight of regret that lingered in her heart. That bitter feeling hovered like a shadow under the night sky of that memory. Then, the memory shows the determined expression of one of Arms' companions. She recalls the deep sorrow of no longer being able to accompany them on that incredible adventure. She also felt the pain and guilt of not being able to keep her promise, to see that universe through to the end. On top of that was the burden of having taken advantage of others' kindness just so they could carry on her legacy, even if it meant doing so in her absence. Soon after, the image of the memory gently fades into a clear, open sky. Next, two silhouettes appear running along the wall of a castle. Arms recognizes the scene and recalls the insecurity she once felt, the constant fear of conflict and misunderstandings. That hesitation was fueled by the absence of someone who could act as a mediator between them. Amidst tears, she remembers the moments when she argued, apologized, hated, and also loved. Even so, she chose to embrace all those complex and painful emotions. Arms endured it all because more than anything, she wanted to keep journeying by their side. She deeply wished to continue that journey with her friends, all the way to the end. Back in the present, her hands clenched tightly in the air, as if sealing a decision. At that moment, the figure of light smiles and says it knows how long she waited for this moment, and encourages her to speak aloud what she desires. Overcome with emotion, Arms shouts that she wants to keep traveling and see that universe to the end, together with her friends. The figure then states, with both sweetness and firmness, that this time she will definitely succeed. As long as her wish is to move forward, the people she loves will be with her until the very end. Soon after, the figure thanks her for all the wonderful time they shared. With tears streaming down her face, Arms tries to ask its name before it disappears. The figure asks her not to cry, as it is excited about the grand adventure Arms is about to embark on. Right after this final flash of light, the scene shifts abruptly, returning to the battlefield. A bloodstain silently spreads through the murky waters. Wounded, the Swordmaster laments that his sacrifice wasn't enough to stop the enemy. Suddenly, he notices something strange moving in the water, and is startled by what he sees. Then, a dark energy envelops the entire group, while the current drastically shifts direction. In horror, he realizes that Oldomuk's mana flow is being drained. Desperate, the swordsman realizes he has completely lost control of the magic field. At that moment, Darkest understands what's happening. Ethan created an ocean of mana that siphons energy from enemies. Impressed, Darkest smiles confidently and decides to strike back. Without hesitation, he begins flooding the arena with his own mana in an attempt to overpower the energy sea. Immediately, the currents turn against the group, carrying away the energy they had stolen. The Swordmaster realizes what's happening. Their mana is being drained back. With his energy restored, Darkest raises his voice arrogantly and declares that he'll end them all right there. With a grand gesture, he summons a colossal whirlpool made of pure mana, intending to crush his opponents. The vortex grows menacingly, swirling with fury as the opposing group is launched into the air, left vulnerable above it. Darkest then reflects, silently, that no one had ever resisted him this much before. Even so, he considers their stubborn resistance utterly useless before his overwhelming power and divine tier items. Soon after, the mana vortex intensifies violently. Suddenly, a blinding light shines at the center of the whirlpool, catching everyone off guard. Meanwhile, the villain's allies wonder in confusion what that mysterious light is. However, the enemy himself reflects that this is his mana-absorbing sea, which prevents the use of any abilities. Therefore, he concludes that it should be impossible for anyone to activate a technique there, yet the light only grows. At that instant, the light pulses stronger as the word departure echoes from the center. Soon, a pillar of blue light bursts violently from the water. With this impact, a colossal ship called Santa Maria emerges from the depths, leaving everyone stunned. Frozen, the antagonist can only think how absurd it is for a ship to be there. On the deck, the trusted swordswoman displays a smile and declares that there is no place that their ship cannot reach in that world. Meanwhile, the two warriors gasp for air, trying to recover. Still in disbelief, the blade bearer watches the scene above. Beside him, his battle partner shares the same astonishment. The other members of the group remain speechless at the sight. Even HQLW keeps his eyes fixed on the vessel, stunned. Even the man with the stern expression faces the situation with determination. From atop the ship, the guild's navigator calms everyone, asking them not to worry anymore. She then proclaims loudly that the leader of Guild Zara has returned. Faced with that, the snorting opponent declares it's all exhausting and challenges her disrespectfully. With a frown, he says he hates cringe lines like that. Right after, the ship speeds forward across the sea of energy. With her eyes fixed on the horizon, the commander remembers the encounter that brought her there. In the memory, the luminous entity says the time has come to use the wind to her advantage. With her hand extended, she thinks that the journey to the future, once interrupted, now resumes as the Santa Maria shines brightly over the water. With that, the front of the ship crashes forcefully against the liquid surface. Then the leader of the journey firmly declares that their voyage begins again at this very moment. Thus, the gigantic vessel rests atop the dark waters. He then questions the sudden appearance of the ship, recalling that Arms had been fleeing moments earlier. Soon after, he wonders if she had gained some new special ability. Still, he decides that it doesn't matter and activates the Sage's Eye to analyze the target. Next, the analysis reveals that Arms' ability is a conceptual support power. Because of this, the Necromancer orders his servants to breathe again, reviving them with his dark energy. As two figures rise, he states that he won't need to fight personally. The eyes of the newly revived creatures glow in response to the command. From that, he concludes that Arms is just noisy and that his servants will be enough. Then, with a final command, he sends his allies toward the ship. At that moment, droplets of water float gently through the air. Soon, Arms appears on deck, holding a flag with the turtle emblem. Her expression, in turn, is one of pure determination. Surprised, Ethan questions if that is really the true Arms. At the same time, another ally cries with emotion at the scene. Arms then says they can enjoy the reunion a little later. Right after, she shouts to load the triumphant cannons that rise onto the deck. As the enemies advance, one of the servants reacts in surprise to this sudden threat. In response, the cannons begin to charge with intense energy, preparing to fire. At that instant, the weapons launch powerful mana blasts at the approaching enemies. However, the sorcerer had considered her ability weak and ordered his servants to keep going. After all, his creatures were stronger than players and wouldn't mind a mediocre attack. Therefore, he believed the strike wasn't even worth dodging. That conclusion wasn't arrogance, but a rational analysis made using the Sage's Eye. However, that decision ended up being completely wrong. As a result, the superhuman creatures are entirely obliterated by a single shot. At that instant, the summoner turns around in shock, unable to comprehend what hit him. As blood drips from his ear, he realizes the attack also wounded him. Despite that, Arms' ship remains still on the water. The allies are also stunned, as the attack was far stronger than they remembered. However, only she knew how much more powerful she had become. Thus, she reflects that she can feel the change in her power. After all, she received far more than just a simple memory. Grateful, she promises no name that she will never forget it. Then the explanation reveals that Arium recovered the data of Arms, the guild master, and also of No Name, the Nightmare Queen, merging both of their powers. Amidst system alerts, the Necromancer calls his defeated servants pathetic fools. As they sink, he reflects that companions always end up getting in the way. Therefore, he concludes he should have realized that from the start. With a cynical smile, he decides he should have handled everything himself. Finally, the mage activates an ability to consume his servants and absorb their stats. Channeling the new energy, he then declares that he is superior to everyone. Soon after, he launches his dark power toward Arms' ship. From the deck, the warrior notices the maneuver and questions his intentions. Even without knowing the plan, she declares they must attack first. Next, the dark attack speeds toward the ship. Without hesitation, Arms gives the order for her cannons to fire. With that, the mana shots crash directly into the incoming energy. The resulting explosion lights up the sky with the clash of both powers. As he watches, the spellcaster smiles in satisfaction, praising her reaction with a comment. Right afterward, he reveals that he just acquired a new ability. In a snap, a beam of light cuts through the air and destroys part of the ship. Arms and her companions watch the scene in total shock. The top of the mast, in turn, is destroyed and crashes violently into the sea. As the ship rocks, everyone struggles to maintain balance on the deck. At that moment, Ethan accuses the enemy of stealing the ability, shocked by how fast he learned. A shadowy silhouette floats in the air, radiating overwhelming power. Then he reveals his final form, the demigod mode, surprised he has to use it. Suddenly, an intense glow appears at the bow of the ship. Then, the opponent appears instantly on deck, face to face with Arms. The charge is extremely fast, aimed at striking directly. The heroine then braces for the impact with a firm gaze. However, Ethan and Ji-hun Lee leap forward to block the strike. Both firmly declare that no one is going to hurt Arms. In response, a faint, confident smile appears on the warrior's face. Next, the three companions charge together to face the enemy. The antagonist waits for them, ready for battle in his demigod form. His gaze reveals intense focus for the imminent fight. The narration then explains that it was a battle they had to win no matter what. Soon, Ethan unleashes a powerful strike with his flaming sword. Even so, willpower alone wouldn't be enough this time. The eye of the sage analyzes every movement with ruthless precision. Suddenly, both energy attacks are deflected midair. The demigod then moves between the blows with astonishing speed. Moments later, the two are simply crushed. Ethan and Ji-hun Lee grit their teeth, overwhelmed by the pressure of the enemy's power. The opponent advances between them, overpowering both with ease. A wicked grin then appears on his face as he revels in the advantage. Even so, a new energy begins to rise from the ship in response. Shortly after, the vessel releases a powerful shockwave that envelops the entire deck. In a firm voice, Arms declares that they still hold on to hope. Her body begins to transform, revealing a new silhouette underneath. As a crown of light forms, she adds that this is the hope for miracles. Soon, Arms stands imposingly on the deck, clad in full armor. Empowered by that strength, Ethan and Ji-hun Lee charge again toward the enemies. The energy then completely surrounds the swordsman's body, strengthening him. Likewise, his companion is also enveloped by the ship's aura. However, the empowering effect around them begins to crack. Suddenly, both rush forward with incredible speed. At that moment, Ethan smiles, comparing them to naive children. Meanwhile, Ji-hun Lee mocks the enemies, calling them dreamers who believe in the power of friendship. Then, the three warriors face off in a new battle formation. With that, the villain grips his spear tightly, preparing for the clash. He leans back, gathering his dark energy for an attack. Without wasting time, he launches his weapon, creating a massive assault. The flaming aura around Ethan erupts at full force. At the same time, his ally gets ready. Suddenly, the two move with astonishing speed. Together, they launch a coordinated assault. Arms then smiles, remembering that sometimes the impossible does happen. At that moment, a vision shows the three combining their strength in a devastating final attack. The narration explains that, on rare occasions, friendship can overcome everything. Their combined power then collides directly with the enemy's spear. The energy clash creates a massive explosion of light and force. As a result, the antagonist is hit squarely by the attack. He quickly realizes that this is the end for him, because in the end, unbelievable miracles really do happen. Soon after, a system notification confirms that the sacred spear has been destroyed. The divine item shatters, completely reduced to dust. At that instant, the villain asks himself, in disbelief, how he could have been defeated. Then his body is slashed by a beam of light. Right after, his enemies run forward. Ji-hun Lee smiles, saying that was a walk in the park. Sora is also impressed by the incredible teamwork. However, Ethan warns them not to let their guard down, as the enemy will revive 11 more times. Both react in shock at that absurd ability. Suddenly, a dark energy begins to gather at the center of the deck. Then, a system window reports that the enemy is using a life coin to resurrect. With that, his body starts to regenerate amid the pain. Moments later, he lets out a scream of agony as the energy consumes him. His entire body then explodes into a mass of dark power. Ji-hun Lee watches the scene, remarking that the opponent has completely lost control. Meanwhile, the three heroes grip their weapons tightly, readying for battle. The vile creature clenches its teeth with force, releasing all the power it had stored. Soon, its face glows with the dark energy overflowing from its body. An explosion of power bursts from him, reaching a colossal scale. Ethan realizes, shocked, that the enemy's power has increased 50-fold. From the center of the light, the being finally reemerges in its new, empowered form. Even so, Ji-hun Lee smiles and tells them not to lose hope, because he believes they can win as long as they stay together. At that moment, Ethan teases his companion for his cliché lines. Arms confidently declares that it doesn't matter how many times they have to repeat that. Soon after, the dark entity charges at high speed toward them. The two forces then brace for the imminent clash. The impact of their powers results in a devastating explosion. However, just before the collision, an unexpected silence falls over the battlefield. Ethan realizes he can't move and wonders if it's an enemy ability. Still, he concludes it's not, since the opponent had already lost his composure earlier. However, the being now seems strangely calm, with his eyes closed. When he opens them, glowing blue, he accuses them of having committed a grave sin. Next, the floating entity asks why they dared to pursue his lambs. Soon, a system window warns that a higher being is observing them, making resistance impossible. After that, another notification informs that the being nullifies the effects of all abilities. With that, a wave of energy cancels all of the group's enhancement spells. Ethan then complains that he can't even move his own fingers. The deity smiles with glowing eyes and commands them to kneel before him. Immediately, one of the warriors is forced to drop to his knees. Soon, all three are forced to worship him, for he is the beginning and the end of that world. Finally, he declares they are like lost children in need of guidance. Even paralyzed, Arms and Ji-hun Lee glare at him with fury in their eyes. At that moment, Ethan suspects that Darkest is possessed by the father mentioned by the light dragon. Thus, he finally understands that the entity is the god the witch spoke about. Then, the divine being announces that he has decided to give the three of them a chance and will forgive their actions. The condition for forgiveness, however, is that they become his servants and worship him. Next, the system announces that the higher being is granting his blessing to them. With that, a notification informs them that they cannot refuse the offer. Orange realizes he is forcing someone else's data onto her and refuses to accept it. Ji-hun Lee also tries to resist the control but realizes he's unable to. Ethan, on the other hand, defies the entity and commands his own body to move. Even as the system repeats that resistance is futile, he shouts that he must do something. With a sudden movement, his hand manages to move and shatters the system window. To everyone's surprise, Ethan stands up, though trembling from the effort. The god watches him in astonishment, noticing that the human managed to resist. With a clenched fist, he curses at the entity directly, calling him a bastard. Right after, he mocks the idea of worship and gives a defiant gesture in response. A new notification announces that the higher being's blessing has been denied and the data dissolves. In reaction to that attitude, the being becomes enraged and considers it a grave blasphemy. Then the god asks if Ethan prefers to be a heretic rather than a lamb under his wings. As a response, the entity breaks the boy's finger with an invisible force. Immediately after, he warns them to remember this moment well, because according to him, a god without mercy is like the apocalypse itself. Even so, Ethan smirks with disdain and says he's not interested in his speech. The god then calls him a heretic and warns that the apocalypse will soon come for him. Then, the entity vanishes in a flash of light, freeing the three from his control. Ji-hun Lee gasps, still recovering from what happened. Soon, Arms also realizes with relief that she can move again. Ji-hun Lee then asks how Ethan was able to move, and he replies that he just tried out of sheer rage. With that, Ethan complains that the bastard dared to break his finger. The narration explains that thus, the god of that universe disappeared with his followers. With the mission complete, Ethan's group escaped the dungeon using BB's magic. The scene then shifts to the Miso Corporation building in Gangnam. Next, the story moves to the 13th basement floor. There, Leela greets them with surprise, commenting that they finally returned. Soon she asks them to wait, noticing something feels different about all of them. Then Choco BB asks to lay Dark down on the bed, where he notices the boy looks to be in terrible shape. The narration then explains that all they can do now is wait for his soul to stabilize, since no healing would work. Soon after, BB says she'll be right back and vanishes in a green flash. Leela then smiles and remarks that even though it was just one trip into the dungeon, they did more than save Dark, because somehow they all seem to have made incredible progress. Next, she points out that Sora unlocked a new class during the journey. Ji-hun Lee also managed to obtain his own unique and exclusive weapon. Arms, in turn, finally recovered her lost memories. Meanwhile, according to her joke, Ethan only managed to pick his nose. She quickly stops joking and wonders aloud, stunned, how all of that was even possible. Suddenly, Leela notices that Ethan's renown has increased and asks if he met the god. Ethan then confirms the encounter, which leads her in disbelief, asking how he came back unharmed. In response, he explains that he just offended the god, who left with hurt feelings, which makes her irritated. Even so, Ethan swears to her that he's not lying, while Leela stares at him suspiciously. Soon, Leela acknowledges they've all been through a lot and suggests that everyone get some rest. She then leads them, opening a door that looks like a cell door. As she comments that the inside isn't that bad, Ethan asks if he can change the door. An overhead view reveals a small, simple room. Ethan then sits at the edge of the bed. Shortly after, he falls back, exhausted. Lying down, his gaze fixes on the ceiling. The lights shine softly above him. A memory hits him then, reminding him that he died and came back to life on that hectic day. He also recalls changing classes, saving Arium, and appearing on the news. He also thinks about reuniting with the Swordmaster in Arms. He remembers putting an arrogant bastard in his place and rescuing the student. With a satisfied smile, he recalls challenging the self-proclaimed god just for being awesome. After that reflection, he turns over in bed to sleep. Suddenly, his eyes widen with a new and sudden realization. Ethan then remembers how hard he worked to climb his way to the top. His imposing form as a warrior stood out at the top of the staircase. However, a new concern arises in his mind as he faces the future. He then realizes that this was not the end, but just the beginning of everything. Meanwhile, the divine entity watches him from above with a thoughtful, superior expression. The two stare at each other in a clash of wills, one full of rage, the other calm. Back in the room, Ethan reflects that the situation is really tough. After all, in the face of that power, he could barely move his fingers. Despite that, he rubs his face, confused by the feeling that begins to arise. Through his own fingers, he's surprised to realize he feels euphoric. This ecstatic sensation is the same as when he was waiting for a highly anticipated game. With a smile, he compares it to the thrill of playing Lucid Adventure for the first time. His heart races, recalling the excitement at the beginning of his journey. Even knowing it sounds crazy, he can't wait to find out what his next mission will be. Facing the new challenge, he thinks it'll be fun and that he'll overcome it. And in the end, he decides he'll climb to the top again. Like the hardcore leveling warrior, with a determined smile, Ethan begins to mess with his phone. Meanwhile, atop a building, the city glows under the night sky. Leela reflects, stunned that he's already awakened his divine renown, and decides it's time to act. Elsewhere, a group prepares to face the divine. A crowd is seen praying to an angelic figure of light, for they intend to oppose this force by founding a new guild. The next morning, the sun shines over the same city building. Jihan Lee stretches, just waking up. He's soon surprised to see Ethan already awake and greets him. Ethan then asks if Choco Bibi can take them to other countries, and he guesses so. When asked if they could go to Macau, Jihan Lee is stunned and wants to know why. Ethan confirms with a smile, explaining that he needs to win the grand prize for his game. A system window then displays a request from his boss to conquer regions in gambling games. To do so, he calls Bibi, because the first thing he needs is absolute luck on his side. Inside the Church of the Pale Mother in China, a speaker asks the crowd if they believe. Then he shouts that salvation can only come from the Pale Mother. Soon, the congregation responds in unison that all must be grateful. The religious leader then asks who protects them from the hell they live in, claiming it is the Pale Mother. With that, an intense light illuminates the faithful, who react with great emotion. He then asks everyone to watch the little lamb presenting himself to the Pale Mother. He explains that the boy lost his family and his health to monsters, leading him to give up on life. The speaker then angrily questions what kind of cruel reality this is. Shortly after, he declares that the child suffers the consequences of his parents' neglect for not believing. Even so, he says the Pale Mother takes care of her lambs, moving the congregation. That is why he continues, saying she has sent her holy light. Finally, he concludes that the light was sent today for that poor soul. At that moment, a hooded figure watches the speaker as he gestures toward the family. The mysterious presence then slowly walks in the direction of the boy in the wheelchair. With great fervor, the speaker shouts the name of the Pale Mother to the sky. Immediately, the congregation responds in unison with cries of praise. Meanwhile, the figure moves swiftly behind the child. Soon after, it whispers something into the boy's ear, who falls silent. At that moment, a blinding light in the shape of an angel bursts in the middle of the church. Faced with the vision, all the faithful look upward with expressions of pure astonishment. With that, the boy in the wheelchair slowly places one foot on the ground. Then he stands up smiling and begins to run, leaving the chair behind. The child runs through the main hall with surprising agility. Seeing the scene, the boy's mother looks at the hooded figure, shocked and emotional. In ecstasy, the speaker raises his arms and shouts the sacred word once more. The crowd follows him, shouting the same word in religious fervor. The entire church celebrates the miracle as the child runs and the stranger watches. With a radiant face, he continues running joyfully through the space. Suddenly, his bare foot trips over a part of the wheelchair. Before he falls, the hooded figure moves quickly and catches him firmly. Surprised, the boy looks up while being held by the mysterious visitor. Abruptly, the figure reveals a disturbing smile with completely empty eyes. The scene then shifts to the illuminated nightscape of Macau. Soon, in a casino, a slot machine announces a jackpot. A nearby couple reacts in surprise, and the woman asks if it's him again. Her partner doesn't understand, and she explains that it's his 7th win in a row. Seated in a chair, the man named Ethan laughs calmly as another machine beeps. Next, he tosses peanuts into the air, reflecting on how life is. The gambler then eats them and concludes that life is a grand and competitive gamble. As another machine rings, he states one must win or lose in style. After hitting the jackpot once again, the man remarks that it was too easy. After that, he inserts his card to withdraw the winnings, thinking it's enough. Then he decides to stop for the day, after 3 days gambling in Macau's casinos. As he turns to leave, he calls someone with a simple hey. Then he says it's time to go, while a girl invites her partner on a cruise. Bibi says goodbye to some women while the companion asks if he's having fun. As they walk, the young man with honey-colored hair complains about the boredom of waiting, but the other says it was easy and he's already figured it all out. He explains that this casino wasn't shut down after the payouts, unlike the others, thanks to his special ability. He recalls using his vision and knowledge to determine the game's value, making victory guaranteed. That's why he keeps winning money. to irritate the management and uncover the casino's hidden phase. When he sees a security guard opening a door, he wonders how long he'll have to keep pressing for a reaction. As the two pass through the door, an older man politely calls out to them. The casino manager comments that they're leaving early, and the player smiles, thinking he finally got a bite. He confirms they'd won enough, and the manager then says that in that case, he has something to offer. With a smile, the man offers a special machine for guests, asking if they'd be interested. The young man asks if it's a slot machine, and the manager confirms that the bets are 10 times higher. Even so, he declines the offer, saying he's already tired of slot machines. The manager then understands and suggests a special table game for invited guests, but he refuses again, claiming he needs to catch a flight, and starts to walk away hurriedly. Desperate, the man grabs his arm, asking to show him the real grand stage, but the other insists he can't. The manager insists it's a stage exclusive to VVIP members, making the player ask what that even means. As he pulls him, the host explains the place is for influential people, but he made an exception for him. With a smile, the challenger thinks he can smell an opportunity for massive prizes. Soon after, he pats the manager on the shoulder and finally agrees to the offer. Then he wraps an arm around the man's shoulders and asks to be taken there immediately. Already inside a golden elevator, the curious one asks how much longer until they reach the destination. He notices they've been descending for a while, but the elevator seems stuck on the 6th basement floor. Seeing that the panel doesn't change, he concludes they must be heading to the hidden floor. A look of expectation and determination appears on the player's face. Shortly after, the elevator finally stops in front of the closed doors. Outside, the elevator doors remain closed for a moment. Then, the doors open and the group steps into a brightly lit hallway. The three of them walk in silence down the corridor toward the light. Suddenly, the young man turns with a curious expression on his face. The view reveals they've arrived at a massive circular room with several numbered doors. Next, the manager uses a panel to open door number 3. While waiting, the observer notices that the location's security is extremely tight. Soon after, the host invites the two of them to enter the door that opens with an intense light. Before leaving, he wishes them a good time inside, as the young man adjusts his glasses. BB, on the other hand, stares at the space ahead with a shocked expression. Suddenly, an image of a man being impaled by a robot appears before them. A screen confirms the participant's elimination, making the player realize it's a life or death game. He's shocked that real lives are on the line, while the system announces the defeat of all heroes. The announcement says that the heroes and coins will be carried over to the next round with a bigger prize. Finally, a message wishes good luck to the VIP guests for the next game. He clenches his teeth, outraged that they dared to play with real people's lives. At that moment, a woman in a bunny costume appears and introduces herself as GM Bunny, the hostess. She then welcomes them to the hero battlefield and offers to explain the rules. Bunny asks them to look at the tablet the young man is holding. The hostess explains that the game is played through the tablet and that when you select a hero, something happens. She goes on, instructing that the tablet must be used to bet coins on heroes. Next, she explains that in the game Dungeon God, 100 heroes appear in 50 random rooms. In this game, VIP guests become gods to help the chosen heroes clear the dungeon. The goal is for the heroes to clear the rooms one by one until they reach the final boss chamber. However, Bunny warns that during the process, a hero may end up fighting another. Additionally, she mentions that they will also have to face terrifying monsters. In the end, one hero will defeat all others, and the guest who supported them will win the game. With a smile, the bunny reveals that each coin used in the game is worth $10 million. Shocked by the value, the young man immediately asks how many coins he can buy. The explainer details that the coins are also used to switch heroes or provide additional support during the match. With that, the strategist realizes in frustration that the more money one spends, the greater their chance of winning. Bunny then announces that the winner takes all the coins from the round, hoping they make the right bet. Finally, she informs them that they have 5 minutes to review the rules before the game begins. He sighs, thinking it's ridiculous, a death game with real people, and wondering how humans could do such a thing. However, when he looks at the mission screen, he realizes he can't just quit now. Reading the details, the player understands that the absolute luck trait is crucial to his plan. Because of that, he becomes determined not to waste this opportunity no matter what. Even hating the idea, he accepts that he has no choice but to play this absurd game. Moments later, a system message announces that the fun is finally about to begin. Bunny then enthusiastically asks them to power up their tablets and take a look. A new message states that the profiles of the available heroes for the round have been updated. While reviewing the list, the strategist suddenly stops, thinking he recognized one of the faces. He then confirms it's Yuppie, and wonders why his friend would be involved in this betting game. In a state of shock, he realizes it's not just Yuppie among the participants. Upon checking the other profiles, he's surprised to conclude that many of them are from Lucid Adventure. Elsewhere, a hooded person prays silently, hoping to find someone dear. Alone in front of a statue, she wonders if she'll ever be able to find that person. The boy then continues with his head bowed in silent prayer. Suddenly, a vision shows a spherical monster attacking several people. The face of one of the victims glitches like a distorted digital image. The massive creature continues its devastating assault on the people present. The monster's reflection appears in the eyes of the hooded figure, who watches the scene unfold. With a pounding headache, the individual is tormented by fragmented, confused memories. The creature then raises its arm to deliver a final blow to the survivors. Next, a blinding flash takes over the boy's vision, and he reacts with wide, startled eyes. In the vision, an explosion of energy disintegrated the spherical monster. Then, the creature's remains dissolved before the survivors. Far from there, the hooded figure remained kneeling in prayer. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped the hood he was wearing. Before him, an angelic entity appeared, floating amid the radiance. The hooded figure then raised his head, surprised by the apparition. The being of light asked if he had been looking for him. Next, the entity extended its hand, claiming to be the one he had been seeking. With that, the celestial being introduced itself as his only salvation. The entity then asked if he didn't remember something. While asking about the time they had spent together, confusing memories began to surface. After the revelation, the hooded one bowed to the ground in reverence. With tears in his eyes, he finally said he had waited for his Lalo. The celestial then gazed at the boy with a serene and understanding look. Finally, he asked him to stand, as there was a task to be fulfilled. The encounter took place in the center of a vast, gleaming cathedral. Standing tall, the boy promised he would do whatever was asked of him. With that, the entity turned around to begin its journey. The being of light then walked alone down the long corridor of the great hall. Soon after, the doors at the far end slammed shut. On the other side, he maintained a serious and determined expression. Suddenly, a green-haired woman laughed, finding the situation intriguing. She then questioned the Dragon of Light about using others for his tasks, but was ignored. Next, the Celestial explained that the entire strategy was meant to hunt a single human. Another angel reacted with disbelief, but the leader warned them about the target's disastrous potential. The angel in the red suit then asked why they should waste energy on this. A female angel advised letting them be, as they would all die anyway. Once again, the Dragon of Light insisted that this matter was none of their concern. With conviction, he stated he was merely doing what had to be done. The angel in the red suit then doubted he could stop Zero's plan. Finally, he reminded them with a smile that, in the end, they had all been defeated by Zero. He then explained that, because of the past Zero had shaped, half of humanity was already doomed. Next, the green-haired angel admitted that, for the first time, she actually liked something Zero did. Soon, she remarked that they would reap the rewards of someone else's labor, scoffing at the target for being just a human. Lala then replied that they made him laugh. He went on to say that the others still didn't understand human potential, even after such a humiliating defeat. As the boy walked alone, Lala's voice explained that humans are the only factor capable of affecting the outcome on the planet. For that reason, he concluded, they are the most fearsome creatures in the world. Elsewhere, the gambler reacted in shock upon seeing something on the screen. Bibi then approached, asking why he was so surprised and whether he had recognized a familiar face. Startled, he recognized Constant on the screen and soon realized that there were other familiar faces too. He then suggested it couldn't be a coincidence and seemed like a trap, but the other simply replied he didn't know. In his thoughts, the strategist agreed with his friend, finding it very strange to see 7 familiar faces from a previous game now acting as pawns. He then recognized Heart Heater, but quickly remembered he had already unmasked an imposter, questioning everyone's identity. At last, he lamented being forced to bet on one of those heroes without even knowing if they were real. In his thoughts, he convinced himself that the employer had brought him there, questioning who they were and what their true intent was. He then realized that the mission was a secret game with special rules, forcing him to redefine what a bet truly meant. Bibi heard his partner mumble about an intelligence battle and interrupted him, confused. With determination, the player concluded to himself that betting meant fighting against the system's very rules. Then he turned to ask his companion a question, and the other agreed to listen. The young man asked if he could teleport him to the place they had seen on the screen. Shocked by the request, Bibi wanted to know why he would want to do such a thing. Soon after, he realized that his friend planned to join as one of the heroes, which was confirmed with a smile. Even so, the light-haired young man warned him about the risk of it all being a trap. The challenger replied that the world of bets is full of traps, and courage is needed to win. A woman then appeared in a hologram, offering to help inspect the area's mana. Bibi pondered that if he could recognize the mana, he might be able to go, but his ability didn't work inside dungeons. Suddenly, A flash lit up in his eyes as he reacted in surprise. Startled, he turned around and revealed that the mana from the screen was the same as the one in the room they were in. With that, he concluded they were inside a massive dungeon, which made the strategist realize the plan. The gambler then deduced that since they were in a dungeon, their ally could use the teleportation skill. With hesitation, BB confirmed that he could, but there was a condition. He then explained that he would need to use a search teleport, which would take him to a random location. Even though he didn't like the risk, BB admitted that this was the only option for now. With a grin, the gambler claimed his luck would be enough, just as a voice announced the start of the game. On the screen, the host announced that the event would begin soon and hoped everyone had placed their bets. Bibby then commented on his companion's confidence while the host prepared for the countdown. In response, the young man retorted that his insolence hadn't changed either. With a confident smile, the host began the countdown for the game. As soon as the game started, he bid farewell to BB before disappearing in a flash of light. Once the system activated the teleport, the player reappeared elsewhere, landing successfully. He then adjusted his glasses and confirmed that he had arrived at the location shown on the screen. The young man looked around the clean room, deducing that it was one of the starting points. Suddenly, the sound of a creaking door put him on alert. As the door opened with a blinding light, he wondered who his opponent would be. The entrance fully opened, revealing only a blinding light coming from the other side. With that, he thought fighting there would be troublesome, hoping he could talk to his opponent. However, the hall remained empty and silent, leaving him confused in the center of the room. Not understanding, he questioned why no one had come yet, and if maybe he was just too intimidating. Suddenly, a terrible stench made him stumble as he tried to understand what was happening. He then screamed in desperation, complaining that the smell was unbearable. Shocked, he wondered what kind of ability could be strong enough to bypass his resistance. Soon he realized it wasn't an ability, but a real smell, and he could only think of one person capable of that. Hidden, Yuppie was surprised that someone had resisted his Archangel Flatulence card. He then explained that the odor was destructive and not even high-level players could withstand it. With a wide grin, he found it interesting that his opponent was different from the others. While staggering, the challenger asked what kind of idiot would use that in a battle, but Yuppie said it was working. Next, the summoner raised a new card to finish him off, summoning an elite training dummy. The activated card brought a training scarecrow into the arena that had evolved thanks to a skilled tamer. Immediately, the creature charged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks at the opponent. While stumbling, the young man shouted that his adversary was completely insane. Then, the dummy delivered a fast strike that he found unbelievable. With a grin, he was surprised that Yuppie had trained such a simple dummy to this level. The creature's attack then struck the ground, shattering it with the impact. Soon, the fragments scattered all over the hall floor. Suddenly, Yuppie didn't understand what the young man was doing right in front of him. The challenger then smiled and commented that he was still as ridiculous as ever. With that, the other finally recognized him, surprised to see the hardcore leveling warrior. Yuppie then asked if he was there for the same reason as he was. Shortly after, the veteran briefly explained everything that had happened up to that point. The white-haired youth found the situation complicated, and the other asked how he had gotten there. With that, the summoner revealed that he needed the dungeon's reward, which confused the listener. Yuppie explained that he needed the prize to save someone from a time paradox, something his companion already knew about. In his mind, the gambler saw an opportunity and asked if he planned to kill the other 99 participants. His companion replied that it wouldn't be necessary, as the explanation had made him realize that this was a repetition-tight dungeon. Surprised, the player admitted to himself that the other was also a game expert. With that, Yuppie explained that there were many paths, but only one led to the boss room. The dungeon then kept resetting until someone finally discovered the correct route. The strategist understood that the casino had used the dungeon's properties as the basis for its game. Meanwhile, the ally pointed out that the real problem was the identity of the boss. Startled, the challenger immediately asked who the final enemy was. Yuppie then admitted he didn't know, since he had never managed to reach the boss. Even so, he stated that the enemy must be strong, while the other pondered the existence of only one correct route. With that, the gambler understood that the game was a test of luck and the perfect chance to prove his skill. Suddenly, the creak of a door made them both stand up, sensing someone approaching. Yuppie turned around confused, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, the other reacted in shock, realizing the situation was repeating itself. Then, a man in a suit with a bloodied arm emerged from the door. The observer recognized him as the lone shark, but warned his ally, considering he might be real this time. Right after, he reminded him that even if real, the lone shark wouldn't recognize them without their saved data. In his thoughts, the enemy decided he had to kill them both for her, while the challenger noticed something was wrong with him, and so Heart Heater rushed into combat. Soon, he was already in front of Yuppie and the opponent. Suddenly, he struck a powerful blow that hit the adventurer directly. With the impact, the boy's glasses shattered, and he felt the full force of the attack. In an instant, everyone was running, While Yuppie smiled, he activated a card that drew the swordsman's attention. He shouted not to kill him, but the other ignored him with contempt. Then he revealed it was all just bait before launching his attack on the opponent. The villain simply observed the scene with a calm expression. Indignant, the adventurer questioned why the other would play around at such a serious moment. At that moment, a red hand grabbed the enemy's ankle tightly. Right after, he was violently dragged to the side. The impact caused a massive explosion in the area. Still against the wall, Yuppie admitted that it hurt. The swordsman just laughed and said he had it coming. Suddenly, Heart Heater struck the former ally. Even so, the young man believed he could still reach him through reasoning. So he approached and called him by name, trying to identify himself. Then he asked him to calm down and listen, even if he didn't remember the past. He insisted he think carefully, and asked if he didn't recognize him. He continued, revealing he was the VIP client of the hardcore level warrior mission house. He clarified that they weren't best friends, but also not sworn enemies. Then he recalled that he used to borrow money back then, and that, as a consequence, he would end up having a finger cut off when he was late with the interest. As Heart Heater seemed to react, the swordsman asked if any of those memories sounded familiar. Yuppie laughed at the situation, but got a sharp response telling him not to interfere. Next, he claimed he wasn't the only one, as there were others Heart Heater liked. He mentioned Sora and Dark, certain that it might help him remember. Even so, Heart Heater remained silent, showing no reaction, until he called him former boss, leaving the adventurer completely confused. Surprised by the word boss, he reinforced the loyalty the other had toward Dark. With that, Heart Heater murmured to himself the names he had just heard. Then he remembered his promise to protect Dark, as it was a request from her. Getting closer, the swordsman explained that since they were friends of Dark, they were now allies. Next, he extended his hand and asked if Heart Heater would help him in the fight. The former mercenary just stared at him and slowly raised his own hand in response. However, suddenly, he attacked his former ally, causing an explosion as soon as he slammed him to the ground. Yuppie started laughing at the scene, while the adventurer, irritated, asked what was so funny. With sarcasm, Yuppie replied that there was nothing funny about the situation. As Heart Heater advanced, Yuppie questioned how he could be so strong without his abilities. Demanding, the swordsman wanted Yuppie to say what he knew, but in response was told to just kill him already. And so, from the ground, the swordsman shouted desperately not to do it, calling Yuppie an idiot. Immediately, Heart Heater released a massive wave of power in their direction. The force of the impact hurled the adventurer and Yuppie violently away. The two looked back, shocked by what had just happened. As they slid across the ground, Yuppie was impressed by Heart Heater's strength. With that, he warned that the former mercenary would destroy the entire dungeon at that rate. Soon, the swordsman realized the blow wasn't meant for them, but rather an attempt to destroy the environment. He understood that his former ally's plan was to hide, since Heart Heater instinctively knew how to fight from a disadvantage. Then the dungeon began to collapse around them, so Yuppie reminded the adventurer of his earlier question and stated he would kill anyone to save the one he loved. Ethan observed him in silence, processing the shocking declaration. Amid the rubble, Yuppie asked if the swordsman still intended to explore the dungeon by his side. Knowing that his answer would determine Heart Heater's future, the adventurer began to question whether he could trust him. Suddenly, a system window appeared, and the swordsman tried to understand what it could mean. The system informed him that his decision to trust Yuppie would affect the game's path. With determination, the swordsman declared that he trusted his ally and would save the person Yuppie was trying to protect. Yuppie, in turn, agreed and confirmed that he would place his faith in that promise. Thus, the two formed an alliance while Heart Heater watched from afar. With that, the former mercenary concluded that his enemies were strong and that he would need to strike from their blind spots. With a trembling hand, he decided he would kill them. He then charged forward, determined to defeat them so he could help her. In a flashback, he began to question where he was, unable to remember anything. Confused, he tried to recall who he was fighting for and why. As he moved forward, his body faltered as if his data were corrupted. Soon, a glowing figure appeared and promised to fulfill his wish out of pity. Then it began listing the conditions of the deal they would make. Suddenly, the ex-mercenary's arm was wrapped in a flaming dragon aura. The condition was simple. He could only find her if he accepted to follow her, and that memory returned to him. With that memory, he shouted that he had come to the new world to reunite with her and would destroy everything in his path. He then unleashed a gigantic fire dragon, not caring who or what was in his way. Surprised, the swordsman and Yuppie couldn't understand how something like that could happen. They soon realized that Heart Heater had used draconic magic, even though his data hadn't been saved. Before them, the immense fire dragon lit up all the ruins of the place. On the ground, two blue items began to glow intensely. Heart Heater rushed quickly toward them. Suddenly, both emitted a flash so bright it lit up the entire area. In an instant, webs rose from the ground and completely trapped the ex-mercenary. Completely immobilized, he looked upward, not understanding what had just happened. And so, while the swordsman stood in shock, Yuppie could hardly believe Heart Heater had fallen so easily into his trap. He then announced with a grin that his trap card had been successfully activated. Next, he revealed that only he knew how to deactivate the magic web. Although he acknowledged the trap, the adventurer believed Heart Heater could destroy it without much effort. However, Yuppie explained that this was an enhanced version, impossible to break at the moment. With the opponent captured, the swordsman asked what they should do next. While Heart Heater struggled, Yuppie suggested knocking him out but was asked whether there was another option. He then mentioned an item Heart Heater had asked him to hold a long time ago. He pulled out a card and explained that it could help him recover his lost memories. The swordsman was surprised to learn there could be an item so important to Heart Heater. Yuppie approached and ordered the ex-mercenary to open his mouth, but was met with a furious glare. Suddenly, he forced the prisoner's mouth open with a pinch. From a distance, the adventurer questioned what he was doing. More forcefully, Yuppie squeezed the ex-mercenary's cheeks, who started to complain. He then threatened not to let go until he opened his mouth, warning that he might lose all his teeth. The swordsman grew irritated, not understanding the logic behind that action. Soon after, Yuppie flicked a small object straight into the ex-mercenary's mouth. The item hit its target perfectly. Yuppie watched closely while the adventurer observed from afar. Heart Heater swallowed the object by force. His hand clenched tightly, shaking with anger. His eyes flickered for a moment before closing completely. In an instant, he fainted and fell to the ground, deactivating the trap. Yuppie celebrated upon seeing that his plan had worked, while the swordsman asked what had been given to Heart Heater. Then he showed the card and revealed that the item was nothing more than a simple piece of candy. He explained that Heart Heater had given him that candy in the past, asking him to find more of the same. Though he found it odd to receive such a specific request for an item from the real world and not the game, he ended up keeping it. While Yuppie found it strange for an NPC, the adventurer concluded that there could be some hidden meaning behind the candy. Suddenly, he recalled asking a similar question while searching for the flame dragon plate. In a flashback, he remembered the day he called Heart Heater to his office. He then commented that it was odd for such a cold man to like sweets so much. Heart Heater simply agreed, admitting it was indeed a curious combination. He showed a box of candy and confirmed it didn't match his image. He revealed that he had received the gift from someone, but didn't hesitate to call that person an idiot when the swordsman guessed it might have been from a girlfriend. Then he offers a candy, but gets a direct refusal for not liking things that sweet. And so, the swordsman insists on knowing who gave the gift, but Heart Heater changes the subject to talk about interest rates. Irritated, the adventurer scolds him, while the ex-mercenary reaffirms that nothing could be more important than money. Back in the present, Ethan remains silent, processing all those memories. He then looks at Heart Heater lying on the ground and starts wondering if the ex-mercenary is smiling. As Yuppie confirms it, the swordsman asks if the candy could really have been a gift from a girlfriend. Suddenly, a dark circular panel appears on the floor, emitting a strange sound. The scene shifts to a suffocating boy, desperately begging. Soon after, the man yells for the boy to wake up, leaving him completely confused. With glowing eyes, he screams the name Fengshen in rage. Then he attacks and claims there was no point trying to talk to Fengshen at that moment. He explains that, at that time, the boy could only hear him and nothing else. In another memory, Constant gives him one last chance and asks how the boy obtained the lucky coin. Fengshen, full of anger, snaps back that it was a skill exclusively his. Constant, however, doubts the answer before launching his next blow. With that, he chokes the boy again, claiming that Fengshen was no longer useful. His eyes shine intensely, so threatening they seem to consume all the surrounding darkness. Fengshen writhes on the ground, feeling the excruciating pain of the attack. Suddenly, a green light envelops him and makes him vanish, leaving everyone stunned. Constant, confused, wonders if that could have been a teleportation skill. At that moment, Bibi appears and remarks that the man hadn't changed at all. Then he calls him pathetic as always. Crouched, Bibi looks at him and finishes by calling him a dishonest weasel. Though mocking, Bibi says Constant is still pathetic, while calling him a dishonest weasel. But the young man remains silent over the man's body. Then, confused, he asks if the name he heard was really Constant. So Bibi calls him an idiot and asks if he forgot his own name. Soon after, the man stands up and stares, saying they must know something. Next, he asks where the red-haired man is. However, Bibi replies that he has no idea and wouldn't tell even if he did. At that moment, one of the men in the group charges at him, saying that unfortunately, he has no choice. Meanwhile, another comments with a lollipop that his ally is still as stupid as always. Right after, he puts the lollipop in his mouth and says nothing has changed. Thus, Choco Bibi uses spatial magic, one of the game's abilities that became more effective in the real world. Through this magic, he simply changes the direction of one of his enemies' charge. However, since the laws of physics in the real world are different from those in the game, The result of the collision between the opponents was simply devastating. In this way, the laws of physics end up acting as a huge bonus for Choco BB's skill. Consequently, the 5 enemies fall defeated to the ground. Then, Constant watches in shock, realizing that all of them were defeated with a single attack. Soon after, the spellcaster warns him not to think for even a second that he can win. Moreover, he states that under normal circumstances he would have already ripped out his heart. He then reveals that Constant is only alive thanks to Ethan's request, who knew how lethal his skill was in the real world. With that, he suggests that he stand still or he will die, while carrying the wounded man. At that moment, skill cards begin to float around Constant. Right after, the mage declares that he will confine him using his teleportation magic. As a result, the ground around the target is violently pulled upward. Finally, the rocks come together, forming a stone dome over him. Meanwhile, the magic user believes the attack knocked him out, but his companion realizes something is wrong. In the next moment, the man is startled to see the dome crack, questioning how he resisted the attack. Soon after, the stone prison shatters, revealing Constant using the bodies of others as shield. At that moment, a dark aura surrounds his body as he stares down his opponents. Noticing this, Choco BB's ally realizes in horror that he used people as human shield. Immediately, the bodies of the defeated rise under the necromancer's control. Because of this, the mage watches from afar, finding the situation increasingly irritating. Next, he prepares his spatial magic, shouting that he told Constant to stay still. However, to his surprise, the magic is reflected, and now Constant is the one surrounded by a dark aura. Shocked by the scene, BB wonders how the spatial mana was reflected, calling Constant a weasel. At last, the man reflects that his opponent, even without memories, is already able to use lies to disrupt the flow of mana. With that, he unleashes a new wave of his dark energy over the bodies. Then the controlled ones charge forward, and the mage realizes they are being manipulated by his lies. Thus, Choco BB announces that, since his mana doesn't work on people, he will use it on other objects. Soon after, he teleports a wall of debris toward the attackers. However, one of them gets ready to punch the wall speeding toward him. With a single punch, he shatters the compressed wall, to the conjurer's astonishment. Faced with this, sensing the imminent danger, he decides he must dodge the attack at all costs. However, he discovers he can't teleport and panics. Frightened, he wonders when he fell under Constant's lie. Paralyzed, Choco BB cowers in fear before the situation. Meanwhile, the enemy's eyes reveal the power of his lie taking control. As he's unable to move, the controlled bodies approach him. In an instant, one of them lands a powerful punch on the mage's face. The blow knocks him out, and his lollipop falls from his mouth. In the past, he remembers that he always had doubts about Constant, though he didn't despise him. However, his suspicions became certainty after a guild hunting mission. At that time, one member claimed there were no deer in the country, but the other insisted he was serious. Confidently, he told them that in Gorion, there was a forest with deer near his father's summer house. At that moment, the listener remembered staring at him, questioning whether he was really from Gorion. Still, he continued saying they had captured a deer that was still alive and almost mentioned his sister. However, one of the companions quickly asked if his sister was pretty, but the response was that he wasn't her type. While the others joked around the campfire, the story continued to puzzle the ally. So he wondered why the mention of a house in Gorion with wild deer sounded so familiar. Suddenly, BB recalled hearing that back in 8th grade, though he couldn't remember the boy's name. Moments later, the memory brought back the name, Jin, confirming they had gone to the same school. At that moment, he remembered that Jin's family was wealthy until his father's business went bankrupt, which forced him to change schools. Although they weren't close, he never expected to encounter an old classmate inside the game. With that in mind, the man decided he would talk to him at the first opportunity. The memory took him to a day when he was near the black market gathering intel. From a rooftop, he was merely observing the movement below. Suddenly, he spotted Constant and found his presence odd, since he had no reason to be there. Almost at the same instant, the one being watched turned around as if he sensed he was being observed. Then the stalker remembered running up to him outside the shop to ask if he was from Gorion, and also what his reason was for visiting the black market. However, he noticed that the reunion didn't seem to make Constant happy at all. Instead, the young man gave a visibly forced and uncomfortable smile. Even so, the expression on his face was incredibly strange. Soon after, dark energy began to pour from the individual's mouth. As soon as the energy enveloped him, BB realized his memory had been erased. Therefore, he understands now that his memory had been altered by the opponent's ability. With that, he finally understands why he had no clue about that figure's past. At that exact moment, his mind relives the memory of a massive explosion in the middle of a crowd. It was that atrocity that led to the dismantling of the famous Zara Guild. In this way, BB explains that he simply recovered the fragment of his memory that had been erased. When he awakened his character profile, other memories also returned. Back in the present, the enemy attacks the mage with a powerful punch. The blow throws him backward, dragging him violently across the floor. Soon, he remains on the ground, gasping and wounded after the powerful strike. Immediately, Constant and the bodies under his control surround the fallen one. Angrily, Chocobibi declares that the only reason he won't kill that bastard is because of Ethan. Then he unleashes a massive wave of energy at the enemies. All the bodies controlled by the rival are struck directly by the energy. Shortly after, they all fall to the ground, completely defeated. Meanwhile, the conjurer floats, requiring a huge amount of mana to maintain his active mode without divine power. In this way, the manipulator realizes that his opponent's current mode allows him to transport objects without magical equations. Soon after, he panics upon realizing he's being poisoned by carbon dioxide. With that, the mage fills the room with the gas in an instant, bringing his opponent crashing to the ground. No one would be able to withstand that strike, and the boy trembled on the ground while being watched. Then, the magic user comments that his special mode is really exhausting. Next, he tells Constant to go to sleep like a good boy, as he was already defeated. The aura around the mage begins to fade, revealing just how exhausted he is. With the battle seemingly won, he lets out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a system notification warns that the merciful VIP has used their help chance. Because of this, the spellcaster reacts in total surprise, not understanding what that means. At the same moment, the system announces that 10 coins were used on hero number 51. A random support chest then appears, to the mage's complete indignation. The notification explains that the chest can grant support items ranging from normal to unique level. Immediately, the system announces that Hero 51 acquired a unique support item that will activate right away. Even irritated, Chocobibi quickly recognizes the item as a laugh echoes from the ceiling. In another scene, a muscular man charges forward with his axe, shouting that fortune favors the brave. Soon after, he becomes annoyed, not believing he encountered such a weak opponent. However, someone only smiles confidently before the clash. With that, a single fast and devastating blow completely defeats the opponent. Looking at the dirt, the defeated man complains that he's in the wrong room of a very complicated dungeon. Right after, he smiles and says he's excited to reunite with his little strawberries. Meanwhile, Ethan watches as Yuppie tends to Heartheater, who is unconscious. So the little one asks if they should take him, and his companion immediately agrees. With a smile, he says the injured one won't be waking up anytime soon, so the other will have to carry him. Soon, the hunter questions why he should do that, saying that a Yuppie like him must have a useful item. However, the ally complains, saying he didn't want to use such a valuable item just to carry someone unconscious. Even so, he pulls out a few cards and warns that the other now owes him. Next, the artifact is activated and explodes in a cloud of smoke. Surprised, Ethan asks what kind of atrocity that was, since the item was so valuable. With that, Heartheater appears inside a mascot costume, a full-body armor item. Right after, the little one explains he can control the costume, while the other just hopes the injured guy doesn't remember anything. Because of this, Bunny announces that the game is nearing its climax with the competitors racing toward the finish line. With that, she explains there are only 10 heroes left and wonders who the winner will be in the end. Next, she reveals that a VIP member participated, but the organization deemed the action fair. Soon after, she introduces the guest as Hero 101, Ethan, who had a wonderful performance. Even so, Bunny clarifies that he didn't directly eliminate any players. Instead, the boy used a rule to disqualify inactive opponents, leaving her eager for the outcome. Meanwhile, the group walks through the dungeon, and the leader complains about how large the place is. With that, he says he's getting fed up and asks how much farther they have to go. Then, Yuppie replies that they're not far from the boss and tells him to look ahead. Before them appears the dungeon spring, a resting spot that can also trigger a trap. Because of that, the hunter deduces that an item like that only shows up before the boss, confirming they didn't take the wrong path. Next, he says he'll drink from the spring, but his ally questions why he would take the risk. Even so, he ignores the warning and washes his face in the spring, remembering the chance is only 5%. Confident, he boasts about his luck in being the chosen one. At that moment, the system announces that the trap was activated and the spring sentinel has awakened. Soon after, Ethan emerges completely, screaming in rage. In response, Yuppie laughs and says he really is a lucky guy to pull that off. Then the spring sentinel, an S-level elemental monster, calls them intruders. Right after, the creature grabs the invader, questioning how he dared to defile the spring. With that, the little guy mocks that the monster got mad just because he washed his face, and the other tells him to deal with it already. With a smile, the summoner says he loves the water attribute and invites the creature to work for him. But the elemental replies that it has no mercy and orders them to return to nature. Next, the creature launches a powerful water attack in their direction. Because of this, Yuppie prepares and announces that it's time to start the game. With that, he commands his cute heater to charge into battle. At that exact moment, The companion braces himself, preparing for the impact. Right after, he jumps swiftly. Fluffy Heater leaps into the air toward the water monster. Surprised, the water elemental yells for the attack not to be so fast. Even so, the summoner smiles and orders his companion to use the final move. Fluffy Heater charges forward with a shout, surrounded by an aura of energy. He then uses the secret combo Boing Boing Assault, and the monster is stunned by the speed. Meanwhile, the summoner brags about his secret move, while the other yells at him to stop being an idiot and get him out of there. With that, Fluffy Heater strikes the elemental's crystal core directly. The core cracks on impact, causing the creature to scream in pain. Soon after, the monster explodes in a jet of water that launches Ethan far away. In response, Yuppie sarcastically says, "Welcome back," but the other just tells him to shut up. Then, the drenched one shakes himself off to dry, and his partner asks him to do that somewhere else. Still laughing, Ethan comments that it was crazy, but at least he's clean, and his ally congratulates him. He reflects that it was the first time he activated the fountain trap thanks to his trust in luck. Then he concludes that his super luck is way too powerful and swears he'll clear the dungeon to get it back. Shortly after, the summoner opens the door to the next room, which glows intensely. As they enter, the little one wonders whether they'll find a human or a monster. With a smile, he looks at his companion and says he can't wait to find out what awaits them. At that moment, a voice echoes, declaring there's a human in the room. Just ahead, a blonde-haired figure smiles at them enigmatically. The stranger then reveals he didn't expect to find Yuppie and a hardcore warrior at the same time. Because of that, Ethan realizes the man has memories from the past, yet still asks who he is. Then the man in the red suit smiles and asks if they really don't recognize him. Soon after, he turns to the short one and asks if his face looks familiar, but he says no. So the blonde pretends to be heartbroken by the lack of recognition. After that, he lets his hair down and asks if that would help them remember. With a theatrical gesture, he introduces himself as the former host of the Land of Combat. Both are shocked, and the hunter shouts the name of the god of war. As he tries to understand how that's even possible, the god says he's gotten taller and asks if the ponytail threw them off. He then asks Yuppie if he knows how much he missed him, but the other says he can't say the same. With that, Ethan worries that he might be with the Church of the Pale Mother, since fighting an ancient god would be a challenge. So he asks whose side he's on, and the other simply repeats the question. The god of war thinks for a moment before tying his hair back again. Without answering, he charges at the group at high speed. At the same time, the god of war dashes through the air and challenges them to guess whose side he's on. With that, a leak creates a shockwave that erupts at the sight. Even so, Yuppie's Fluffy Heater prepares to attack again. Next, the mascot charges at the enemy, who appears surprised. In the next instant, the god compliments the pet's new look, calling it cute. With a smile, he notices that Yuppie managed to defend and counterattack even without using mana. Soon after, he decides to test him with a new kick to see how he reacts. The strike results in an explosion that destroys the ground around them. From the force of the attack, Fluffy Heater is defeated. Meanwhile, the opponent hovers calmly in the air. Looking at the fallen body, he realizes the summoner was just a decoy. Suddenly, Ethan attacks from behind with gigantic red energy swords. These energy swords rush forward to crush the opponent. Immediately, the swordsman prepares for the strike with his weapon glowing intensely. He then brings his attack down with full force on the target. At the last second, the enemy dodges the violent blow with agility. The attack is identified as the powerful God-annihilating sword. Soon after, the technique merges with the sword of the creator god, creating a brilliant flash. With that, the god of war unleashes a powerful annihilation ability against them. In the next moment, a massive explosion sends both heroes flying. Shocked by the overwhelming power, the two stare at him in disbelief. Right after, Yuppie is violently thrown by the force of the blast. He crashes into the ground with a devastating impact that creates a massive crater. Then he appears lying on the ground, severely wounded and covered in blood. Even with difficulty, he tries to lean on the rubble before collapsing again. At the same time, Ethan is also pushed back by the force of the attack, surprised that his ability was repelled. Angrily, he thinks that no technique in Lucid Adventure could ever surpass his. Soon after, he is also knocked to the ground by the counterattack. The ground around him completely shatters with the impact. Then, the god comments that he took care of the little one and congratulates the other for holding on. Next, he advances and says he's surprised he's still alive in Lucid Adventure. Furious, the warrior replies that the game they're playing isn't Lucid Adventure. Soon, the god of war stands up and clarifies that the name of this game is Game of Earth. Then he explains that Lacerate is no longer the strongest skill in this new game full of potential. With that, he reveals that he was able to forge a move of his own that surpasses Lacerate. The new skill is called Annihilate, leaving the opponent shocked at the idea of a command that could surpass it. Behind it all, the command system was the fundamental engine that activated the abilities in Lucid Adventure. Even if the sensations were realistic, everything was still based on game mechanics. That way, each ability functioned like a type of macro command. Immediately, the system would execute the command, releasing the energy without requiring effort from the player. Consequently, some players began to question whether it was possible to use any skill simply by knowing the commands. Therefore, the fact that Ethan had used Lacerate meant that he had done the impossible. Soon after, the game turned into reality. Thus, everything from Lucid Adventure was brought to Earth as a new game. Within this new game of Earth, the system had evolved drastically. With this evolution, the possibilities for commands expanded exponentially. That meant a player could, theoretically, create a skill even stronger than Lacerate. Realizing this, Ethan understands that his only option is to defend with Lacerate itself. However, he quickly realizes that the enemy's attack damage is greater and will surely hit him. Suddenly, small creatures appear in the air, catching the opponent by surprise. Happy, Ethan recognizes the creatures and is glad to see that Yuppie is still in the fight. Because of that, the opponent laments having to use his most valuable card as a flash fills the scene. Without delay, Yuppie reveals he activated Emergency Resurrection and then uses March of the Cuddlies. Soon the creatures unite, forming a barrier to protect Ethan from that devastating attack. The opponent, however, smiles, admitting he already expected something like that from Yuppie. Thanks to the March's effect, Ethan realizes they'll likely survive. Moments later, the attack collides with the barrier, causing a massive explosion. Luckily, he manages to land safely on the ground. Then he immediately faces the opponent, remembering that the Cuddly series nullifies physical damage. The enemy smiles again, confessing he knew those creatures would be entertaining. Next, he states that the ranked players on Earth are monotonous and don't excite him. Irritated upon hearing the word entertaining, Ethan can't hold back and calls the opponent an annoying punk. Immediately, he recalls that this guy does everything for fun and starts thinking how to use that to his advantage. Seizing the moment, Ethan asks if he wants to hear something even more fun. Confident, he boasts about being the greatest expert on the game and notices his opponent immediately stops to listen. Noticing the interest, he offers to share his secrets, but imposes one condition. Extending his hand, he proposes that the opponent become an ally the moment his skill is activated. Then he provokes him, asking if he doesn't want to discover the game's secret contents. Fortunately, the skill works, and the system soon confirms that the target is interested in the proposal. Watching everything, Yuppie supports Ethan, saying that if he refuses, he'll never uncover those secrets. Impressed, Yuppie can't hide his smile at his partner's boldness, who is now negotiating with the enemy by offering fun. Because of that, Ethan presses for an answer, asking directly what he thinks about the proposal. At last, the opponent reflects on the invitation, showing a clearly thoughtful expression. Suddenly, the opponent starts laughing loudly, leaving Yuppie surprised by the outcome. In the middle of the laughter, he admits that Ethan really managed to spark his curiosity. Because of that, Ethan smiles victoriously and begins to invite him to join his team. Immediately, the opponent remembers how much fun he had spending time with them in the past. He then fondly recalls the last combat tournament, which was an unforgettable experience. Realizing this, Ethan nods excitedly, noticing he hit exactly the right spot. He then asks if the opponent doesn't want to feel that same thrill again by their side. The adversary smiles, but suddenly changes the subject and starts talking about Earth. Next, the God of War comments that Earth is an incredibly beautiful place, recalling how he looked up at the sky on his first day. In that moment, he completely understood Zero's feelings and why she wanted so badly to come to this world. He explains that he was a god, but only as a character within a story written by the father. He was, in truth, just someone very simple, someone who lived believing his predetermined life existed only for entertainment. Despite being a god, he realized he didn't even have a name of his own. However, the person who brought him to this world was the one who gave him, for the first time, a name. Because of that, Ethan's attempt at persuasion fails, and he grows frustrated that his plan didn't work. The God of War then smiles and asks how he could betray someone who had been so kind to him, just to have fun with that boys' group. Next, he asks Ethan if he doesn't agree, as he materializes a weapon in his hand. Surprised, both he and Yuppie are shocked by the weapon and the crushing pressure that fills the air. Then, the God of War reveals he is now wielding Vanquish through conceptual equipment. With that, he asks Ethan to clearly see what his true intentions are. Ethan takes a step back, struggling to endure the immense pressure weighing down on him. With no other choice, he decides to strike first, unleashing a powerful blow with his sword. However, the opponent smiles and says that's the best he can do. Immediately, the enemy's weapon clashes with the attack, shattering it completely. Shocked, Ethan realizes his Lacerate ability was completely nullified. Right after, the God of War charges toward him at high speed. With no time to react, Ethan is struck by a devastating punch to the chest. The impact is brutal and decisive. Next, the opponent attacks from above, unleashing a blast of energy with his weapon. Ethan screams in pain as he's hit directly by the overwhelming power. With the force of the blast, his body is violently thrown far away. Then, the blast causes a massive explosion at the site. Watching the scene, the God of War maintains a calm and satisfied expression. Even so, Ethan heals himself, explaining that he activated Resurrection multiple times to survive. However, he admits he's taken too much damage, and that Resurrection is no longer enough. Exhausted, he feels he no longer has the strength to even stand. Right behind Ethan, the wall begins to crumble with a strong tremor. Next, large chunks of rock break off and fall around him. As the dust settles, a huge hole in the wall is revealed. Faced with this, the God of War turns, confused about what's happening. He soon sees a group of figures and deduces that they are the remaining players. Amid the rubble, Ethan lifts his gaze, completely out of breath. With that, the group of players is fully revealed. Immediately, the God of War glares at them and accuses the hooded boy of being a puppet of Lalo. He then warns the boy to stay quiet, saying he'll take down the target himself. Constant watches the scene with a look of total surprise. He soon starts to wonder what strange feeling he's experiencing. With his heart racing, he looks directly at Ethan and feels like he's seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, Ethan yells, asking Choco Bibi why he took so long. Constant is completely shocked, not understanding how this is possible. He immediately questions why his heart is beating so fast in the presence of that boy. Faced with this, the God of War agrees with the situation and prepares to attack. At that exact moment, he charges at them at high speed. With weapon in hand, he declares he's going to end everything once and for all. Meanwhile, Constant panics, repeating to himself that he's confused. He soon feels something inexplicable start to burn deep inside him. Lying on the ground, Ethan thinks he'd rather die than ask that punk for help. However, he realizes he can't just die there, so he swallows his pride and desperately screams for Constant's help. Hearing the cry, Constant reacts in shock, covering his face with his hands. Ethan's voice and face make his memories begin to shatter. At that moment, the image of the hardcore leveling warrior appears clearly in his mind. Meanwhile, the opponent rushes toward Ethan, mocking the situation. Smiling, he says it's already too late for any help to arrive. However, Constant activates a hidden ability from his necklace. Suddenly, a powerful blast of energy called Tongue of Judas hits the God of War head-on. Surprised, the God of War turns with the attack and stares at the newcomers with irritation. Right after, he smiles, questioning how they are able to use that kind of mana. Wasting no time, Constant steps forward and presses the device on his neck again. Thus, he activates the Body Trickster ability, leaving Ethan completely shocked. Perplexed, he stares at Constant, calling his name in total disbelief. Next, the boy touches his own necklace and makes a promise that he will protect Ethan, positioning himself firmly in front of him. At last, with a confident smile, he addresses him as hardcore leveling warrior. Meanwhile, Constant shields Ethan from the enemy staring at them from afar. Furiously, the golden-haired man declares that he will protect him, finishes the ally with a dark smile. Faced with that, Dean mocks the relationship between the two and notes that the power being used is effective against him. Then the Protector activates a device on his collar with a simple tap. Soon, he charges at high speed, surprising the enemy who didn't anticipate the move. Dean then wonders what kind of price is being paid to use such a dangerous power. Thus, the attack continues with a fast and intense advance. Suddenly, his strike cuts through the air with an explosion of energy. The villain is shocked to realize that the opponent vanished, even though he was sure the attack had hit. As red feathers float through the air, the enemy expresses his displeasure. Then he floats in the air, revealing his wings and laments that it would be his favorite blazer, while smiling calmly. Seeing that, the warrior glares back with a look of pure intensity. At last, he clenches his teeth and decides he has to do a better job. Immediately after, he shouts that he'll do anything to protect his friend while gathering immense energy. With that, he releases a powerful burst of power toward his opponent. Dean is startled by that mana and questions whether the other is even human. Then he concludes that the power his rival wields is a true nightmare. An explanation reveals that the combatant's attribute, liar, forces targets to believe in his lies. Because of that, his ability was so strong it could deceive not only humans, but even gods. That power came from nightmare mana, an energy that didn't obey the game's rules. This way, he could extract infinite power, which became even more destructive with his ability. However, the cost was the gradual collapse of his mind, and the enemy realizes he can't defend himself. Faced with the danger, the opponent concludes he has no other choice. Thus, he decides he'll have to use a flash to retreat this time. Soon after, Dean vanishes in a beam of light. After the confrontation, the man in black is left panting. Far away, Lalu appears and surprises the one who retreated. She says she was hoping not to be seen, and he asks why she interfered. Lalu then asks what he's looking for. With a smile, the retreating man replies that he changed his mind because the situation looked fun. She says that's nonsense and that he just wanted to evaluate them, then asks for his impression. With that, Dean admits that, frankly, he was disappointed by what he saw. Then he says goodbye and vanishes in a flash. Meanwhile, Ethan gets up exhausted amid the rubble. He watches the Protector walk away and feels frustrated for having survived only thanks to the help he received. At that moment, the ally turns toward the injured one's displeasure. Soon, he runs to him shouting that he missed him so much. Then the Protector calls him his dear friend with a huge smile on his face. Furious, Ethan tells his friend to get lost and punches him in the face. While holding his cheek, Constant comments on the emotional punch, making the other question his logic. He laughs and says he was called, but the boy denies it furiously while Yuri watches the warm reunion. Even so, the stubborn one insists on what he heard, making his companion kick him to shut him up. Immediately after, he realizes they're being watched and averts his eyes. Next, Ethan points to the angry group and says they have business to settle with Constant. With that, two members of the group glare at him furiously, asking how he dared to use them as bait. The leader then agrees that the guilty one deserves a beating, and the target accepts it gladly. Thus, the furious group starts beating him, while Ethan encourages them to go even harder. Even while being hit, the one on the ground smiles and says he's truly happy. He thinks he can barely believe he reunited with Ethan, and hopes this isn't just a dream. A moment later, the situation calms down. Then, the strategist asks each person how they ended up in the underground betting arena. Fengshen and Chota explain they came to make money. Meanwhile, Bamboo Spearman and Oz were searching for items to change classes. Yuppie wanted to find an item to heal his friend, but everyone was hunting the same monster for their own goals. It was a creature that every Lucid Adventure player knew. It was the Golden Goblin, a mythical monster that grants the wish of whoever captures it. Except for Constant, all of them entered the death game against their will after following the goblin. The observer reflects on the Golden Goblin, sensing that something is wrong as his ally remains tied up. He ponders how the creature managed to appear to multiple players at once. Moreover, he remembers the enemy, Dean, mumbling about an entry command before walking away. Yuppie snaps him back to reality, asking why he's so deep in thought and urging him to move on. In front of a massive gate, the group prepares to clear the dungeon and finally escape the place. While thinking he came for the absolute luck attribute, the impatient one pressures him, and Ethan agrees to proceed. Suddenly, a system notification informs the player that he has received a private message. The message says that the merciful VIP has a proposal for him, which makes him curious. Next, the system reveals the shocking proposal: to kill all the other heroes to win. In disbelief, the protagonist questions if the game really expects him to murder everyone just to achieve victory. With a scornful smile, Ethan tells the system to shut up and stop spewing trash. Right after, he makes an offensive gesture toward the notification window. He then yells an insult at the so-called VIP while reinforcing his gesture of defiance. A new message informs that the merciful VIP is furious with his response. Confused, Yuppie asks who he's gesturing at, since there's no one there. At that moment, the place begins to shake violently, catching the curious one off guard. As the previous message shatters, the system announces that a monster is being summoned. Ethan is startled and asks if this might be the dungeon's boss monster. Soon, golden hands tear through the dimensional barrier that opens in front of everyone. Then, an imposing golden figure emerges in a blinding flash of light. The entire group watches in astonishment as the creature continues to materialize. The creature then lands with a powerful thud that shakes the ground. Surprised, the party members seem to recognize the identity of the being. In front of it, the redhead confirms without a doubt that he knows that monster. He identifies it as the Goblin King, the golden ruler and boss of all goblins. With a furious glare, the sovereign asks who dared to ruin the sacred betting game as he stares down the intruders. Without hesitation, one of the companions shouts for everyone to attack the monster. However, the group leader interrupts everyone and asks them to wait a second. He then turns to the Golden King and asks if the creature doesn't recognize him. The goblin questions whether he's lost his mind, demanding respect for his royalty. Even so, the challenger insists that the other look closely, but the creature begins to refuse. Suddenly, the king interrupts himself and studies him more carefully. With that, he recognizes the red hair and insolent look of the visitor. Shocked, the golden being stammers as he finally realizes that this can only be the hardcore leveling warrior, and the redhead confirms he's right. Then, the king bows in a sincere apology, which is accepted without delay. The others look on in astonishment, not understanding why the monster bowed to their friend. As he laments not recognizing him sooner, Ethan says it's okay. He then allows the sovereign to rise, and the creature thanks him as he gets up. The companions remain completely confused by what's going on. As soon as he stands, the king hears a question about the betting arena. He then comments that he didn't know someone like him enjoyed that kind of thing. Awkwardly, the goblin begins to explain what really happened. He says it all started shortly after arriving at a place called Earth. One day, a mysterious individual took over his home and turned it into a repetition dungeon. Then, the invader ordered him to use his ability to lure people into the place. With that, he confesses he had no choice but to comply with the demand made by the Dragon of Light. Upon hearing this, the warrior confirms he suspected Lalu was behind the mess, while the others are shocked to learn about the Dragon of Light. As he stares at the enemy, the Goblin King says he was already expecting this moment. Faced with the revelation, Ethan understands that the Dragon of Light is behind all the chaos. In front of the group, he explains that the Golden Sovereign is just the face of the dungeon, while the dragon is the one running it. Then he states that they are the only participants remaining. With that, he asks how the winner will be decided, since they have no intention of fighting each other. Immediately, the monarch accuses him of trying to form an alliance at that moment. Soon after, he reinforces that this is a death game with only one way to win. According to him, the winner will be the last one standing after eliminating all the others. The king argues that everyone present was drawn in by their own desires. After all, they know that the grand prize is reserved for a single victor. The redhead realizes that the dungeon amplifies greed and desire within the participants. Even so, he warns that not even the golden creature could suppress everyone's desire. Then he asks him to look at the faces of those who realized the prize was at risk. They were all already burning with the urge to compete against each other. Yuppie smiles as he reflects that only one person can win the grand prize. Soon, he worries that he won't be able to save his friend if it's impossible to complete the dungeon as a team. The greed of the participants is triggered by the aura of greed, the passive ability of the goblin ruler. Unable to disobey the Dragon of Light, he was forced to make everyone fight each other. The strategist then recognizes the aura and blames the true villain for the situation. Next, he fears everyone will lose control, considering the purple-haired companion especially dangerous. Meanwhile, the host incites them to fight for the desire in their hearts. Under the aura's effect, the group begins turning on one another. Everyone's eyes glow red, overtaken by sudden hostility. With that, they rush into a frenzy to begin the battle. As they spread through the arena, BB shouts for everyone to wait. He yells for them to calm down, reminding them they're near the end, but the observer only watches. The strategist knows no one will listen now, but he understands his plan needs to work. To do so, he can't let any of them die, since that would prevent him from gaining his absolute luck. With his fist clenched, he prepares to act and summons Choco BB. The fighter reveals he has already bet on saving everyone and instructs his partner to knock them out. Soon, the ally activates a green aura while being attacked by two other participants. The redhead then shouts that he'll make them all come to their senses by force. With a manic smile, he charges into the fight. Then he crosses his arms and punches both opponents at the same time. The impact of the blow sends the two enemies flying back. Meanwhile, the teleportation ability is activated. At the same time, he's already after the other two companions. Their eyes meet for a moment during. He approaches with a determined smile on his face. With a sweeping kick, he slides in and separates the two fighters with the impact. Suddenly, teleportation magic is used again. While holding a green sword, Yuppie accuses the redhead of attacking first. Then he warns that he won't be as easy an opponent as the others. With that, he grips the hilt of his glowing sword, ready for combat. At the moment of the strike, the strategist suddenly asks him to stop. Yuppie then asks, with a nervous smile, why he interfered in the fight. With a dagger at the rival's neck, the redhead coldly warns him to stay out of it. Constant insists he needs to protect his friend, but hears that the other hates anyone who interferes with his plans. His companion promises not to move as he watches the two. Then the swordsman accuses the leader of having planned to eliminate everyone from the start. Without answering, he simply stares at the dagger in the other's hand. Soon after, he admits he was impressed, as he could barely follow Yuppie's speed. The opponent accuses him of hiding his power and waiting for the right moment to betray them all. Even so, he smiles and states that he has no intention of leaving him, acknowledging that the redhead keeps his promises. As he brags that not even the other could resist the dagger, the others wake up behind them. Chota and Fengshen, knocked out, complain about the unexpected blow, holding their sore faces. Yuppie is shocked to realize that everyone is alive, not understanding how they survived such strong attacks. He soon notices that the other two, Spearman and Oz, are also standing and completely fine. With the dagger in hand, the swordsman realizes that maybe the other never intended to kill anyone. As the sword retracts, the strategist questions whether everyone simply accepted the blow for no reason. The swordsman then asks why, and the other challenges him to guess the reason. With a smile, he explains that he intervened to stop the redhead from killing everyone, diverting his attention. The leader then smiles and assures them he has a plan, even though everyone had lost their composure. A memory reveals that before entering the death game, the redhead had to make a bet. He needed to conquer the Macau Casino to obtain the absolute luck trait he so desperately wanted. That's why betting on himself in the game seemed like the easiest option, given his confidence in his own abilities. Even so, he didn't want to kill anyone in the process, even if victory demanded it. So he came up with a brilliant idea to get around the situation. A draw. Back in the present, Yuppie reacts completely shocked by the revelation. Chota and Fengshen are also confused by the very idea of a tie. The strategist confirms the plan, explaining that his goal is to make sure no one wins this round. He then promises to get money for Chota and Fengshen as soon as they get out of there. To Oz and Spearman, he offers class change items he can acquire using his shortcuts. Finally, he turns to Constant and tells him to simply forget it. The redhead then stares at Yuppie, recalling that he was once a member of the Zura Guild, led by a girl named Arms. Yuppie confirms she disappeared suddenly, but the other reveals that, in truth, she died. He explains that he brought her back to life after a timeline reset using an item that removes paradoxes. With that, he offers to share the recipe for the item, leaving the swordsman shocked by the proposal. He asks if he can trust him, and the strategist assures him he'll be able to speak with Arms in person once they leave. Moreover, he offers to craft the item for him, since he also possesses the creation skill. Yuppie smiles, repeating the name of the item to himself, Memories from the Depths. Wondering why he hadn't thought of it before, he drops his dagger to the ground. He then pulls something from his pocket and holds it out to the redhead, asking him to take it. Confused, the other asks if what he's offering is a card. Upon looking at the newbie Slime Zone card, he questions if the item has any use. The swordsman explains that it's just a basic map, but it holds great meaning to him. That's the place where he made his first friend, and that's why he wants the other to keep the card. With a big smile, he says it's the greatest symbol of trust he can offer. The redhead thinks Yuppie is a hopeless idiot for not giving him something more practical. Even so, he gives a small, satisfied smile. The Goblin King then asks if they're just going to stand there doing nothing until time runs out. Meanwhile, the gamblers watching grow furious at the lack of action from the participants. However, there was nothing they could do since no one else wanted to fight for victory. The entity Lalu was also frustrated by the situation, as divine intervention was forbidden. With that, she could do nothing but watch as a mere spectator. In the game where no other actions were taken by the participants, time continued to pass slowly as the Golden Sovereign observed. Thus, all the remaining players withdrew from the match, with the redhead lying on the ground. The result was a draw without a decisive winner. Soon, the system announces that the dungeon has been reset and everyone will be taken back to the entrance. The strategist then celebrates, as the match is finally over and he won the bet he made on a draw. Next, a screen congratulates VIP guest 101 for correctly guessing the outcome of the round. With a confident smile, he watches as the announcement tells everyone not to be surprised. After all, he just won $52 million, to the host's astonishment. The host sighs and announces there's a problem. Some VIP guests are not satisfied. Suddenly, the door begins to be struck violently from the outside. Moments later, the door shatters, and the host warns that they've decided to handle it themselves. Then two furious warriors appear, and she says the strategist will have to deal with them personally. She explains that the staff can't intervene and that the prize will be held until the issue is resolved. Steve Kingston, ranked number 5, yells that this is complete nonsense. Right after, John the Pink, ranked 7th, accuses the other of ruining the game. He then reveals that he brought androids for emergencies but never expected to use them here. Choco Baby suggests they teleport out, but is stopped by a firm gesture from the redhead. When he asks why, the leader tells him to be patient because he wants to test something. A notification confirms he has completed the mission and acquired the absolute luck attribute. Seeing the perfect opportunity, he stares down the man in pink, who demands he hand over all his winnings. Steve Kingston then charges his weapons and threatens to cut off one arm and one leg from each of them. The redhead calmly walks forward, pretending not to understand what they're saying. With a defiant smile, he provokes the two and tells them to just shoot already. Angry, the attackers unleash a hail of bullets in his direction. As the projectiles close in, he smiles, eager to find out if he can dodge them all. And in light of this, the narration questions the definition of luck, a force that brings both good and bad. Next, it asks how the absolute luck the protagonist acquired would affect his game. Thus, the question becomes how that would influence the gameplay of such an individual. To him, his definition of luck in battle is a little different. The concept is interpreted as the misfortune of all his enemies. Both opponents react with expressions of pure rage. The enemy prepares his weapon, knowing that the lucky one can dodge the first strike. However, there was no way he could avoid the next burst of bullets at that range. The young man ran straight into the trap just to test his absolute luck. With that, his ability is activated to trigger a small misfortune in the enemies. Amid thousands of rounds, 2 defective bullets explode and destroy the shooter's hands. Luck then favors the brave and grants a single opportunity. Even so, that chance does not necessarily lead to success. Success only comes when someone knows how to take advantage of it. Luck alone is not the answer to everything, but he knows how to use the chances he gets. Using his ability, BB executes the teleport. The scene shifts to the Miso Corp building in Gangnam. Soon they arrive at an underground hideout where the companion exhales in relief. The young man looks around and asks where everyone is. Suddenly, the elevator doors open, revealing Ji-hun Lee and another person. The newcomer glances at his phone and questions what is happening to the world. With that, he looks at them sideways, slightly surprised. The protagonist then asks where they were and if they looked for the item he requested. Ji-hun Lee explains they went to the convenience store, which makes the other furious for nearly dying. Even so, the ally offers him a cheese sausage, but the offer is rejected with a shout. Right after, he tastes the sausage and admits it's good, while his companion confirms he already knew. The young man then asks about Sora and Arms, and is told they're taking care of Dark. Sitting at the table, the ally says Dark is safe, but the country is not, leaving the other confused. He then asks if the guy doesn't read the news and shows him the phone screen. The narration explains that after the protagonist defeated H, their guild declined, leaving the title of strongest in South Korea vacant. Because of that, the narration reveals that the power of the guilds represented the strength of a nation, and neighboring guilds invaded the West. In addition, dungeon breaks became common near the 38th parallel. This led to the deaths of many soldiers, but there was no proof that the North was responsible. Meanwhile, Dokdo in the East Sea became the center of a territorial dispute with Japan and Russia. Thus, critical problems once contained by the strongest guild emerge all at once due to H's absence. Hearing the report, he comments that the situation is terrible. Suddenly, Arms bursts through the door and calls out to everyone. With a smile, she announces that he finally woke up. Right after, Sora appears supporting the other and confirms the news. The young man is completely shocked to hear that. Then his expression changes to a smile of pure joy. He runs toward them while shouting excitedly. In the process, the crutches fall to the floor. He grabs him in a tight hug, laughing and calling him a cheeky brat. Then he looks at his friend's condition and mocks how beat up he looks, unlike how he used to be. With a smile, he assures him he can relax because he's here to help. Awkwardly, the one who just woke up asks what's gotten into him and says he's making him uncomfortable. Then the other reveals that he has no idea how much he missed his piggy bank. Ji-hun Lee comments that he was pushed like a monster, and someone tells him to get over it. While pinching the boy's cheek, he's scolded for mocking other people's feelings. Now seated, he's asked to explain what happened, but he replies that he doesn't know either. With that, his friend insists, asking if he doesn't remember how he was kidnapped or what they did to him. He explains that he only learned from Sora what's going on in the world, believing he's been unconscious for 2 years. Even so, he promises to share everything he remembers from before, 2 years ago, when Earth was still normal. His memory takes him back to a day when he was on his way to work. There he saw something like a shooting star in the sky in broad daylight. The experience was bizarre because he felt like he made eye contact with the object. At that moment, he was completely shocked. Right after, the entire world changed before his eyes. He had shrunk and become his lucid adventure character, with all his memories flooding back at once. He immediately assumed Ethan was hardcore warrior, and tried to contact him right away. But his phone battery died, and moments later, monsters appeared out of nowhere. Then the system announced an opening event with a special mission available. A mission window popped up just as a monster was summoned in the middle of the crowd. Everyone panicked in the face of that surreal situation. Most chose to run instead of fight, and in the chaos he was pushed to the ground. Lying down, he saw the shadow of the monster approaching to strike. The creature quickly charged at him. Luckily, he had also regained his powers and attacked with a deadly move. While landing, he did his best to understand the situation. He was trying to grasp that the world had suddenly become a game. That's when a mysterious divine light appeared before him. That same light fell on him and completely overwhelmed him, and that's exactly how he lost consciousness. Unaware of how much time had passed, he believes he woke up because he was extremely thirsty. That was when he realized he was imprisoned inside some kind of capsule. Once he got out, he had no doubt that he wasn't in a good place. Looking around, he examined the environment he was in. He saw he was in a room filled with thousands of capsules identical to the one he had escaped. He ran off without knowing where to go, only wanting to get out of that place. As he ran, he noticed people like him, of all ages, barely breathing inside the other capsules. He continued running frantically through the dark hallway, until suddenly he saw something that left him in shock. It was his relative Lucas inside one of the capsules. He still had enough energy to shatter the shell with a single punch. However, before he could strike, someone stopped him by grabbing his arm. The man held him firmly to stop him, and he couldn't do anything. Then he was questioned about how he had awakened, and the man decided to keep him as a special specimen for Lalu. Soon, a being named Lalu appeared and agreed with the decision, stating that the boy's saved data would serve him well. He appeared out of nowhere, extending his hand over the boy's head. The being then did something strange, keeping his palm suspended above him. That's when he felt something being pulled from his brain, and his vision blurred. He collapsed to the ground completely unconscious. That was the last thing he remembered, with no memory of what happened afterward. He concludes by saying he woke up there, without abilities or attributes, and had never felt so powerless. In the end, he laments not being able to do anything to save the people in that room, having survived alone. The two women present watch him with serious expressions. Meanwhile, Baby and Sora also listen to the story in silence. Jihan Lee laments, believing Tempest must also be suffering, while the other one grows angry in silence. He realizes the blame was theirs, as the narration explains that the worst issue was the increasing number of missing people. Over 1,000 individuals went missing annually just in South Korea, relentlessly searched for by their families. The truth was that the Church of the Pale Mother was kidnapping these people to extract their lucid adventure data, and the government was covering it all up. Hardcore Warrior was furious, not because he was a just person. His rage came from the fact that he had been a victim of something similar and couldn't tolerate others going through the same. He then asks if the other remembers the location, and the reply is that he's trying his best. Despite the effort, nothing comes to mind, and he simply apologizes. Faced with this, the warrior suggests using spatial magic, but Baby explains that he already tried and the traces were gone. Frustrated, he realizes that even knowing who the villains are, there's no way to locate their base. Restless, he insists that something must be done, until his phone rings with a restricted number. Confused, he wonders who it could be and answers the call. A mysterious voice on the other end greets him, calling him Ethan Gong. He's surprised and asks who it is and how they got his number. The woman on the other end says she's a fan. She then suggests stating the details for an in-person conversation, but claims she can help him with what he's looking for. A voice on the phone told Ethan she could help him, but the details would be discussed in person. So he asked suspiciously how the person knew what he was looking for. He found the call too convenient and refused the meeting, suspecting it was an enemy. Right after, he demanded that the person identify herself before anything else. The woman on the other end then apologized, saying she hadn't managed to properly express her admiration. Next, she assured him she wasn't an enemy and would provide clues about the Church of the Pale Mother. Even though he was surprised, the young man listened as the woman instructed him to go to the Hanging Park parking lot and look for a green car before hanging up. Annoyed, he explained to his friends that a fan wanted to meet him, but he found the story unbelievable. One of his companions agreed it was suspicious and asked what this so-called fan wanted to do. He replied that she offered clues about the Church of the Pale Mother, but it sounded like a scam. Upon hearing the church's name, Dark reacted with wide eyes. Immediately, he drew everyone's attention by saying Ethan's name. The other then asked what had happened. Dark declared that he would meet the fan in his place but was stopped, being warned that it was a trap. Even so, he grabbed the phone out of his companion's hand, saying he was desperate. He explained that thinking about his family made him desperate to act. With that, he begged for permission to do whatever it took for them. Then he stated he would go alone if they didn't let him. With a look of agony, he continued pleading for a chance. The other remained silent, just observing the situation. Suddenly, he pulled the phone back and asked Dark to let go. As he stood up, he told him never to make that face again. Then he gave his friend a light pat on the head, saying that expression was disgusting. With a smile, he decided to go to the meeting, but warned that the favor wouldn't be cheap. Later, at the Hanging Park parking lot, the night was dark. Upon arriving at the location, he mentally prepared for the meeting. He then began searching for the green vehicle the woman had mentioned. After looking around, he finally spotted the car parked in the distance. Cautiously, he approached and knocked on the driver's side window. As the window began to lower, a voice from inside the car told him to get in. As soon as he entered the car, the woman greeted him, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. She then confessed that she truly was a fan, and he thanked her awkwardly. Next, he got straight to the point, asking who she was and what she wanted. The woman commented that he was just as direct as the rumors said and agreed to get to the point. With that, she introduced herself as Suji Jeon, a P3 rank player from the PU. The young man was surprised that a member of the International Players Union would seek him out, but Shuji explained it was about the Church of the Pale Mother. Being frank, she revealed that the PU had been keeping him under surveillance. This made him ask, concerned, whether he was being watched in a good or bad way. Suji reminded him that he had provoked and defeated H-Liv on TV in a crushing manner. She went on, explaining that H had strong connections with PU executives, and that's why they now saw him as a threat. Hethan then deduced that she was there to help and asked if she opposed the current leadership of the PU. Looking out at the city, Shuji confirmed his suspicion was correct. Soon after, she invited him to work together, stating that she needed him. The young man summed it up. He was being followed and she needed him, and Shuji confirmed that she had been watching him from afar and wanted him desperately. However, she became flustered and clarified that it was just a business proposal before telling him to forget what she said. He said he understood the situation, but questioned the risk of trusting someone he had just met. Suji agreed that it was a fair point and to earn his trust, decided to share a secret piece of information. With that, she revealed that in 1 week, there would be a contest to determine the best guild in Korea with a spot in the World League at stake. She then explained that to gain influence and information, he would need to create a guild and represent South Korea. In disbelief, he asked if she was really serious about him having to found a guild. Even so, he decided to postpone his answer until he could confirm whether the contest would really happen, and Shuji said she would wait for his call. Back at Miso Corp's underground hideout, he stepped out of the elevator and announced his return. Ji-hun Lee greeted him with an offer of ramen, but the young man refused so he wouldn't gain weight at that hour. Soon, Dark asked how the meeting went, and the other replied that he wasn't sure, but he didn't think she was an enemy. As he sat down, he revealed that the woman was affiliated with the PU, suggesting divided opinions about the church, while Dark asked what the PU was. Curious, Dark wanted to know if he had gotten the location of the base, and it was explained that, according to the visitor, they would first need to found a guild. He then turned to Arms and asked if she wanted to keep the name Zara Guild, leaving her confused. He justified the question by saying it was obvious. After all, she was the master of the Zara Guild. Arms, however, questioned why that would be obvious and stated that she would not be the guild master. Surprised, he asked who else could lead them, and the friend beside him agreed that once a master, always a master. With a smile, Arms said that hardcore leveling warrior could be the leader. Immediately, the boy reacted, shocked at the idea of being the guild master, claiming he didn't have the profile of a leader. He argued that he always acted like a lone wolf in the game and didn't have the leadership skills needed. Because of that, he insisted the guild was Zara, and that it made no sense for him to be the master, since he preferred taking orders. Arms then disagreed, explaining that the new guild wouldn't be called Zora. She reminded them they weren't in Lucid Adventure anymore, and that the current members were different. To the group's surprise, Ji-hun Lee agreed that she had a good point. With a smile, he recalled that he too had once been a guild master and asked if they thought it was because of some special skill. Right away, Arms enthusiastically confirmed that hardcore leveling warrior was more than qualified for the role. Ji-hun Lee added that he should experience the struggle himself, but promised to give him all the support possible. Even so, he asked them to stop with that nonsense, repeating that he didn't have the profile of a leader. Dark then told him to stop pretending, since he was the one who saved that world. Completely flustered, he shot back that he only did it because he had no choice and questioned why he was even responding. He shouted that the idea was stupid, but in the end, couldn't refuse the request from his companions. After accepting the burden for the team, he lay in bed to reflect on yet another hectic day. As he stared at the ceiling, he recalled the journey to reclaim Absolute Luck, where he reunited with old friends, but Dean wasn't an ally. He remembered being overwhelmed in battle by a superior command, but one specific phrase from the opponent wouldn't leave his mind. The phrase said that this world was not part of Lucid Adventure, but of the Earth game. Thinking about the Earth game, the young man wondered who had turned the planet into a game, and for what reason. He then pondered what it meant to be the owner of Earth, and what a player would need to do to become the final winner. After that, he returned to planning the foundation of the new guild, imagining recruiting his old Lucid Adventure friends to complete the team. While deciding on the Vice Master and the guild's name, he also planned to contact his former companions before the contest. Soon, morning arrived quickly in the city. Despite his exhaustion, he couldn't sleep and remained lying in bed. Suddenly, his phone rang and he figured it was Suji-Jong calling so early. When he answered, the voice on the other end introduced herself as Suji-Jong. She then screamed in desperation that they had been deceived, leaving him confused. Shuji told him to turn on the TV to watch the news. She explained that the enemies acted first and moved up the contest that was supposed to happen in a week, leaving him stunned. On TV, a news anchor announced that due to a security crisis, the Player Association would hold an election to choose the country's representative guild. The anchor explained that while some promising guilds had already been selected, additional registrations were welcome by rule. He then announced that the guilds Beiko and Chinsang were already registered, and interested parties had only 1 hour left to sign up. Suji shouted on the phone that the enemies had discovered their plan, making the boy wonder if their conversation had been bugged. Panicking, she stressed the 1 hour deadline and asked how long it would take him to get to the Player Association building. Soon after, Suji changed her mind and asked if he even had enough members to form a guild. While the boy looked at the clock, 8:02. He then realized the situation was terrible, because in reality he had less than an hour, and he concluded that he needed to create a guild and register before the deadline ran out. Thus, the commissioner announced in a speech the urgency of the contest to protect citizens, with registration open until 9 a.m. Right after, he explained that the winner would be selected by score and popular vote, encouraging everyone to participate. As he stepped down, reporters surrounded him with questions about the political pressure behind the decision. Shortly after, the man confirmed over the phone that, although it hadn't been easy, he had pulled strings to make it all happen. On the other end of the line, a shadowy figure thanked him and promised to handle public opinion. Then the same man warns that the plan will fail if they can't stop a specific player. With a smile, the voice on the other end assures him that barrier specialists were sent to Seoul to handle the situation. Meanwhile, the light-haired boy bursts into the room, desperately asking if the others saw the news. In a panic, he shouts that everyone will be doomed if things keep going this way. At that moment, Ji-hun Lee asks what he means, while the others keep calmly eating at the table. Outraged, the newcomer can't believe they're eating in a situation like this, but his companion invites him to calm down. In response, the young man shows his phone and reveals that the guild registration deadline changed to 9 a.m. today. Immediately, both Ji-hun Lee and Dark react in shock and question the reason for the change, since they thought they had an entire week to prepare. Then in despair, the other says they need to win in order to get information, until Arms asks everyone to listen to her. Calmly, the leader explains that they need 5 people, that Baby can teleport them, and that an hour is plenty of time. After her statement, the boy realizes she's right. With that, he panics, asking where their teleporting friend is, while the other complains he's not answering. At that moment, the one they were looking for appears brushing his teeth and is immediately scolded for being late. Without thinking twice, Ji-hun Lee charges at him and asks what he was doing at a time like that. In the middle of the chaos, the most frantic one grabs his friend to drag him somewhere, while the other still doesn't understand anything. Seated at the table, Arms smiles and comments on their amazing friendship. Once everyone calms down, the group gathers in a circle to begin the simple process of guild creation. The first step requires the guild master to declare their intent, so the group's leader tells the system to create a guild. Next, he formally introduces himself and declares that he wants to found a guild with everyone present. With determination, the boy announces that the name of the new organization will be Lucid Guild. Immediately, a bright light shines and the system confirms they've met all the requirements. Soon the system states that the guild is being created and that a guild stone will appear at their base. Finally, a notification confirms the successful creation of the Lucid Guild and displays its profile. At that moment, Dark and Arms note that the guild stone is identical to the one from the Lucid Adventure game. Standing before the stone, the master sighs in relief and says they'll be able to recruit more people after registration. Right after, he looks at his phone and sees he has less than 50 minutes left, thinking he needs to hurry. Suddenly, Sora calls him and he turns to her, surprised. With a smile, the girl congratulates him on becoming a guild master, but says she feels bad they're not celebrating. Awkwardly, he thanks her and reminds them that they have more urgent matters. Next, Baby walks over and agrees with her, saying they need to celebrate properly. Then he suggests that the new leader sing a song for them when he returns. Immediately, the boy rejects the idea of singing, thinking it's ridiculous. Watching the scene, Arms smiles and comments that he doesn't get it. The warrior explains that this is Bibi's way of showing appreciation and says she's excited to work with him too. With that, the young man insists they stop, saying none of that is necessary. Soon after, Ji-hun Lee approaches and says that's not the right response, he should say thank you. As the other teases him for being a shy master, he tells him to shut up. Finally, Dark steps in and says they'll celebrate properly, but later, despite the conversation, the leader says they can count on him, but complains that they already wasted a minute on that. Seeing it's 8:11, he thinks he needs to get moving and thanks Bibi for being by his side. Then he looks at the stone and remembers they need to protect it, since the guild will disappear if it breaks. With determination, he swears he'll crush the Church of the Pale Mother step by step. Bibi then calls him to go, and he agrees without hesitation. As he prepares to teleport, the mage confirms the destination, the Players' Association in the Gamebuk district. The magic works by connecting spaces, but he needs the coordinates of both locations for it to function. Fortunately, Bibi confirms he's been to the association before and easily finds the destination coordinates. However, at the moment of teleportation, the view of the destination distorts completely. He's startled to realize that the mana connection was forcibly cut and concludes it must be a barrier. With that, the teleportation energy around the master dissipates, and he's left not understanding what happened. Worried, he asks if Bibi is okay, but he only warns that they've fallen into a trap. With difficulty, the conjurer explains that there are layers of barriers preventing teleportation in the area, at least 10 of them. He apologizes to the shocked group, informing them that he can't teleport them there at the moment. Trying to find a solution, the leader asks if he can be taken somewhere nearby, but the mage keeps trying to find coordinates. In the end, he concludes that the entire Gamebuk district is surrounded by barriers that must have been prepared in advance. Desperate, the young man looks at the clock and laments that his time is running out. In that instant, he realizes that his enemies knew about Bibi's ability and that he only has one option left. Standing by the elevator door, he decides that he's going to run all the way there. Before leaving, he tells his companion he'll send him a list of contacts to reach out to. On the other end, Bibi confirms he understands, referring to the contacts they got in Macau. Inside the elevator, the boy reflects that it's obvious the Church of the Pale Mother is behind the blockade. Seeing his own reflection, he concludes that only they would have the power and money for such a feat. Even so, he believes that won't be enough to stop him as he steps out. Already on the rooftop of a building, he decides he's going to jump between buildings. He then climbs to the edge of the rooftop with his phone in hand. The map shows his estimated arrival time, already accounting for rush hour traffic. With the route in mind, he calculates that flying through the air will get him there in time. A determined look appears on his face as he gets ready. With that, the boy runs at high speed across the rooftop. As he reaches the edge, he pushes off hard, ready for launch. Finally, he hurls himself into the air, soaring above the city. He lands with impact on the roof of another building, kicking up dust. Wasting no time, he dashes forward at full speed. With that, he jumps between buildings, using the walls to gain momentum. Thanks to his attributes, his speed surpassed that of a regular luxury car. Suddenly, a fast attack comes his way, catching him off guard. He reacts in the next instant and destroys the projectile with a single kick. With a serious expression, he remains in a fighting stance. As soon as he lands, his path is blocked, and he asks who's there. A woman with a massive weapon appears and comments that he's more handsome in person. She then says he won't get past her and tells him to turn back. Refusing to comply, the young man tells the woman with braids to shut up. With a sigh, she warns him that she did give a heads up as she prepares to attack. Through her communicator, the fighter identifies herself as number 11 and requests support from numbers 8 and 19. On the other end, a voice asks if they need to capture him alive, and the answer is negative. The voice confirms she can kill him if she wants, and the woman surrounds herself in a powerful aura. As the attack approaches, the target grows irritated that they're attacking a civilian in the middle of the city. Calling them bastards, he confidently states that nothing will work against him. With a defiant smile, he flicks a golden coin. He then clenches his fist tightly, activating the coin's ability. Immediately, a massive explosion occurs in the distance, destroying the attack. The woman with braids staggers back in shock, completely thrown off by the force. Stunned, Yucha whispers that it's impossible to believe. She saw the unthinkable happen. The enemy dodged the blow without even moving a muscle. Before she could react, he simply passed by her and continued onward. His very presence radiated a pressure she'd only ever felt from her master. Through her communicator, the fighter reports in desperation that she lost the target and asks for others to stop him. Meanwhile, the redhead continues his path, leaping from one building to another. Hearing a sound in the sky, he stops and looks up, unable to believe it. Knights mounted on fire and ice drakes appear, shocking him that such forces were hired. With disdain, he laments that all that planning is being wasted on the wrong cause. One of the enemies shouts that he has permission to kill and orders a full-force breath attack. Immediately, the ice creature gathers powerful energy in its mouth. At the same time, the flame drake prepares a searing lava blast. Together, the two unleash their fire and ice breath attacks on the city. In a building, employees see the attacks approaching and scream for help in panic. Outraged, the young man grows furious, questioning whether they'd kill innocent people just to get him. Refusing to allow it, he crosses his arms and prepares his moonlight double slash. With a single motion, his attack slices cleanly through the fire and ice blast. The strike hits the flame creature directly, causing it to crack from the impact. In the sky, two energies slashes cross and defeat the creatures. Next, the serpents fall lifeless onto the street among the cars. Sang-sik Lee, an employee, vividly remembers fire and ice falling from the sky. He recalls that everyone was saved thanks to the heroic act of a red-haired man. Meanwhile, the hero continues his path, jumping between buildings. Despite the delays, he finally spots his destination with just 5 minutes to spare. Flying through the city, he finally sees the place and exclaims that that's it. Meanwhile, an employee questions the need for such a short deadline, but his superior scolds him. Sternly, the older man says they simply follow orders without asking questions. Suddenly, both look up and see a figure falling from the sky, leaving the younger man confused. In panic, the superior shouts that it's a person, and that they're coming straight toward them. Mid-fall, the redhead starts yelling that he's arriving to register. With a determined face, he keeps shouting that he came for the registration. Thus, he lands with a crash on the desk, adding that he came for the guild competition. As he gets up, he asks if he's late, and the shocked employee says no and points to the document. While getting ready to sign, the receptionist nervously asks for the name of the guild. With a victorious smile, the newcomer announces that it's the Lucid Guild and that they'll be the best in South Korea. Then, the man asks Ethan to fill out the form, surprised that someone showed up before the deadline. While thinking that he shouldn't reject the registration, the employee checks the time on his phone. Soon after, the boy writes the name of his guild on the form. However, the staff member's experience suggests that the higher-ups don't want to accept new entries. Then he hands over the completed form. The official in turn reads the details, confirming the name of the guild and its master. At last, the young man thinks with relief that he almost didn't make it in time. However, the man asks if the guild doesn't yet have 20 members, and he questions the relevance of that. Faced with the doubt, the employee says the registration can't be accepted, leaving the boy outraged. Even as he tries to argue the rule, the other interrupts him with slaps, yelling that no such requirement exists. The official then shouts at him to stop, saying the condition was in the form's terms. After that, he points to a note at the bottom of the document, leaving him speechless. At that moment, he realizes he was tricked and that the clause was added on purpose. Distressed, he looks at his phone and sees that he has less than a minute. With no alternatives, he finds himself out of time and out of options. In desperation, he wonders if this is really the end, but then he remembers the promise he made to Dark that this was their best chance. Next, he recalls that the plan was the best way to find and crush Lalo. As the timer runs down, he panics. Then, a voice announces that all members of the Lucid Guild have arrived. Surprised, he asks how his companions appeared so quickly. As he looks at the group, he reflects that he didn't want to be the leader, but in the end, everyone helped him. Right after, he points at his allies and announces their arrival to the confused official. With a smile on his face, he asks if there's any more excuse to reject the registration. Soon after, an announcement confirms that guild competition registrations have closed. Already inside a train, a news report reveals that 3 guilds will take part in the event, including Beiko. On a passenger's phone, the article mentions the Chinseng Guild and the newly formed Lucid Guild. The contest is then scheduled to begin at noon with the 3 listed guilds. At the Lucid Guild base, located inside Misocorp, a voice expresses curiosity about the recent events. Shortly after, he asks someone how all of that was even possible. At that moment, he questions Bibi about not being able to teleport, explaining that he ran because of it. Right after, he asks how it was possible to recruit and register all the members in time. She replies that she couldn't have done it without help, since their tactic only worked thanks to the support of one specific person. Confused, he asks if she means Constant. At last, a memory shows Constant crying, right after Ethan ran off to the registration center. At that moment, the boy had decided to run all the way there. Meanwhile, he had asked Baby to contact a list, and the android remembered the macaw contact. As soon as the door closed, she received the information on the potential members. With that, her top priority became gathering everyone on that list as quickly as possible. Although she couldn't teleport to Gangbuk, Bibi could still reach other areas easily. At the same time, Constant was sitting alone on the floor. Suddenly, he answered the phone, surprised to hear his friend's name, revealing Bibi's ability to travel through conversations. Right after, the figure materialized before him, startling him. She introduced herself and was asked what was happening with the swordsman. Bibi replied that she would take him to him, and Constant confirmed he had been waiting for the call to depart. Soon, she teleported with both of them, revealing that this was the hideout and base of the guild. Upon seeing him, Jihan Li hugged him tightly, leaving him confused. The companion called him Master Swordsman, but the young man insisted on asking about Ethan. Then Jihan asked if he didn't miss him, and even agreeing, Constant asked about the leader again. Suddenly, Arms appeared at the scene, cheerfully calling out to him. Her arrival completely surprised him. Emotional, the boy ran to hug her. While crying, he apologized, but Arms held his hands and said it was okay. She then comforted him, saying what mattered was that they were together again. Grateful, he continued to cry in relief. From that reunion on, Baby was able to gather everyone at the base, since none of them lived in Gangbuk. With that, each person was registered as a guild member. While waiting for Ethan, they watched the association's announcement again. Suddenly, Constance seemed to have a sudden realization about something. The swordsman watched the announcement and stated that the commissioner was deceiving them, even without directly lying. Asked what he meant, he explained that purposely withholding information was also a form of deception. Faced with that, Jihan asked if the association was hiding something important. Constant then read on his phone the secret rule that required the presence of all members from small guilds. One of the companions grew irritated upon realizing all of Ethan's effort would be in vain, since teleportation was blocked. Then the strategist revealed that they could reach the place using his skill, despite the barriers. Bibi understood that the plan was to use the lying skill to deceive the teleportation restrictions. Excited, Constant confirmed and asked for coordinates so they could help quickly. However, Arms stopped him, saying they shouldn't go to the location immediately. Yuppie smiled and agreed with her, saying great minds think alike. He then explained that the association invented a ridiculous condition just to reject them. Finally, Arms added that they should use time to their advantage to avoid giving them a chance to create new excuses. With a smile, the companion concluded that the perfect time for a surprise is 3 seconds before the deadline. That way, the plan was to let the leader reach the place and panic upon discovering the trap. Right after, they would all appear dramatically just in time to complete the registration. Then, Bibi focused on moving to a precise location at the perfect moment, crossing multiple barriers. It was an absurd plan that depended on flawless teamwork and the strategist's lies. While Dart began the countdown, he and the android knew the odds weren't high. Even with the countdown underway, Constant stayed focused, not caring about the probability. At the final second, BB's energy peaked, as both of them chose to ignore the risk of failure. The strategy combined one's ability to deceive barriers with the other's area teleport. Thus, the boy's lies created a gap in the enemy's defense for his partner to pierce through. The harmony between the two melodies, lying and teleportation, created a new synergy. As a result, an entirely new set of concepts was activated. With that, the group finally made the impossible possible, appearing at the location. Back at the base, the master realized the plan had been kept secret to fool the enemy, but complained about the scare. Even so, he admitted he was glad everything had worked out in the end, because that's what mattered. Yopi agreed that the success of the mission was all that truly mattered. Right after, the boy changed the subject and asked what happened to Heartheater. The mage smiled and replied that he had been causing quite the commotion. Still explaining, he revealed that he had to capture Heartheater in a card, shocking the leader with such power. With a smile, he said he could turn humans into cards and offered Ethan a place in his collection. With the proposal, Constant got excited at the idea, but the other immediately scolded Yopi for giving him ideas. Suddenly, one companion's phone rang, displaying Sujijong's name on the screen. One of the members insisted that the swordsman answer the call. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and took the call. On the other end, Sujijong called him by name while driving at high speed. She then told him to listen carefully, as she was being chased, and that might be the last piece of information he'd receive. The boy then asks if the pursuers are from the church. On the other end, Suji hesitates for a moment before answering. While driving, she reveals that the faction interfering with the registration has no connection to the church, before being cut off by an impact. Worried, he asks if she's okay, but the android asks to be handed the phone for a second. Moments later, BB teleports into the car, surprising Shuji by offering to get her out of there. As he pulls her out, the woman looks confused and concerned about what will happen to her car. Right after, the vehicle plummets from the road and crashes, and BB apologizes for not being able to save it. As soon as they arrive, Sujijong turns and asks if this place is the base of the Lucid leader. In response, he confirms they're at the headquarters of the Lucid Guild, while she softly repeats the name. Soon after, the swordsman asks for more details, and the visitor explains that the church simply isn't interested in the matter. Next, she reveals that one of the other guilds bribed officials to block the registration and get rid of her. Meanwhile, on the bridge, a subordinate informs his guild master about what happened. The suited men confirm the situation at the scene of the accident. Over the phone, they report that Sujijong likely didn't survive and that they'll recover the body. In another region, Beiko Jang is congratulated for his victory over a giant creature. A file identifies him as the master of Beiko Guild. With the mission complete, he notices that it's already almost noon. Right after, he says he's heading back and asks them to prep the plane, as the mountain has been destroyed. Back at the base, the woman begins a briefing about the opponents, starting with Beiko Guild. She explains that the group is led by Bako Jang, known as the best swordsman in Jojin. Surprised, Jihun Lee reacts upon realizing that the guild is named in honor of its own leader. Faced with that, Arms asks the Master of Lucid if he knows the man mentioned. Jihun then confirms he knows him well, saying he was his greatest rival before retiring due to a scandal. Sujijong adds that Beiko Guild rose in the ranks through pure combat excellence. With that, she describes them as the group with the greatest firepower in the country, entirely focused on battles. The Lucid leader reflects for a moment on the term firepower. Then, the woman prepares to present the next opponent. Her next mention is of Chinsang Guild, bringing silence to the room. She reveals that they rose in the ranks within just a few months, and are considered highly promising. Upon mentioning that the guild master's name is Sieg, everyone in the room reacts in shock. Noticing the reaction, Shuji asks if he's also a familiar face to the group. With a grim expression, the swordsman confirms he knows him very well and wonders what he's doing there.
Our video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to the channel. Until next time, bye bye.